What is up, GarageCon? It is day 2. It's Kyle. I'm joined by my partner in crime, Pat Koala. What's up, Pat? Are we still exhausted from last night?
We are. It truly feels like an actual con weekend.
Yeah. If you missed the stream of the after party, go try and find that on YouTube because that was insane. But it always is. I mean, let's be real. It always is. So, welcome into day 2. Pat, we've got a lot happening day 2, man.
Day 2 is packed. It is crazy good.
I mean, most cons don't go as long on day 2 as we're going on day 2. You know, normally you can't fit as much in on a Sunday at a convention as we're trying to. That's either poor planning on my part or that's how cool our show is. I'm going to go with the second option just because it makes me look better.
I agree with
that. So yesterday was amazing. We had over 12 hours of streaming, nonstop guests. We raised a bunch of money for Back to Comeback.
Doing the math on that right now, we should have a total on that very, very momentarily. We broke Corey by telling him that he needed to get that done in like 2 minutes.
Right. I mean, I don't know how it's hard. Tab, hit enter. Tab, hit enter. Whatever. But, you know, it's Corey. I get it. He's probably playing Animal Crossing till 4 a.m.
Well, and it's also making sure that you have the all comments selected. You need to cycle through all comments, featured comments, and recent comments to make sure that you see all the comments.
That's true. That's true. If you missed out on anything yesterday, please head over to GarageCon.live. And if you click on the GarageCon links tab, there are links on there from everybody who was on yesterday to everything they do so that you can go back and you can support them even though you might have missed yesterday. I don't know why you would have missed yesterday.
Not a different Corey, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. Hi, Corey Hicks. I don't know you, but you're not the Corey we're trying to break. And let's be honest, Pat, we're intentionally trying to break Corey.
I mean, that's true.
But it is part of our plot. So we've got some really cool people on today. Like, I kind of blacked out on the second half of the schedule. But we've got some really cool people on today. We start here in just about 15 minutes from now with Tom Hutchinson from Big Dog Inc. If you don't know Big Dog Inc., they're the company with the most beautiful covers. And then the books that really kind of hold up. The art on most Big Dog Inc. books stay true throughout the whole thing, you know. Dana Bramble.
I'm not sure who she's talking to.
She called us gentlemen. That's weird. Anyhow, but then we have Rob Hogan and Tom Savage, who are both two extraordinary artists in their own right.
Yeah.
At noon, this is something fun. At noon, get your kids and set them in front of this stream. I know they say screen time is bad. I don't know. I grew up watching a lot of TV, and I turned out okay. But no, put them in front of the stream. We have a Kids Create Comics workshop with Imani Latif and Victor Dandridge. Those guys are, just great teachers of comics, and they're great stewards of the comics culture and teaching kids how to make comics. So they're going to do that from noon to 1, and then stick around at 1 and hear Victor and Imani talk about their work outside of the educational realm as it comes to comics, with Vantage In-House and Peep Game Comics. Scoot McMahon follows them. Scoot's another cartoonist. That's another one. Grab your kids. Scoot draws like this.
Yeah.
I still can't figure out how he makes the pen go where he needs it to go, but he does.
This is Scoot's drawing style.
Right. Scoot will just take a Sharpie and be like this, and next thing you know, it's Batman.
Yeah.
So weird, and I can't figure it out.
And it's such a beautiful cartoon style.
Right.
He's an amazing cartoonist.
I've been watching him draw like up close for years now. I'm going, I don't get it. I just don't get it. But it's beautiful. And then following him, we have Corinne Roberts, who's got her first, well, not her first, but she has a new all ages book out or coming out that's available through pre-order through SourcePoint. So she will be here at 3, 4 o'clock. We didn't really promote this too big. That might have been a bad play on our part.
Well,
I don't know.
Now we're counting on all you to promote it today because this is a big get. This is a big deal.
At 4 o'clock, we have Aftershock Comics. Now, Aftershock Comics, in and of itself, is a big deal. We have Joe Pruitt from Aftershock Comics. He's a publisher. He's a Caliber Comics guy. For you Michigan, people who remember Caliber and remember Gary, rest in peace, Gary.
Former the Award finalist.
Joe Pruitt. He's a former Gary Reed Award finalist. Yeah, that's true. But he is bringing some friends, including the one and only Cullen Bunn, who is, just one of the hardest working, most popular writers in comics. That dude is on everything.
I think the only one who's on as much or more than him is Donnie. I mean,
it's true.
They're going punch for punch on. Oh, you got a new book out? No, I need 2 more.
Right. Him and Donnie Cates are in that weird race to see who could put out more stuff faster. And the thing about it is that it's all such amazing quality. So we're gonna have Joe Pruitt and Cullen Bunn at 4 o'clock, which I'm very excited about. And then right after them, 2 of our great friends. See, there's another person, this Devin person, who called us gents. See, I like ahoy hoy, which means that you're calling us gents in a hipstery fashion, which I like, and you're not actually inferring that we're gentlemen because we're not.
Yeah, but I'm just minding my own business.
Ahoy hoy, Pat.
That was purely for Devin.
I'm sure. I'm with you on that. I'm just Gerald Hill. Gerald will be on later today as well. We're getting to him. But at 5 o'clock, we have J.J. Cott and Adam Ferris. J.J. Cott was on the after party last night and sparked a real long conversation about The Office, which, I don't know, gave me life in the middle of the night. And then Adam Ferris, I'm super stoked because I got Adam Ferris's Drink and Draw piece. So Adam Ferris was on our Drink and Draw on Friday and donated an amazing Nebula piece of art. So they will both be here at 5 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, Jarrett Whalen, Gerald Hill, and Shauna Shepard, which are they're my Toledo crew. They are they're people here who are doing the indies thing in Toledo. Which I'm the Toledo outpost for this thing, and so I wanted to bring my guys on. And then at 7 o'clock, we wrap everything up with Leah Letterman and Dirk Manning.
And we all know that that's going to turn into more than just those two. We all
yeah, we do. But it's at 7 o'clock, so if nothing else, I'll just go over to the couch and fall asleep.
Yeah.
So in a do we have a number from not Corey in the stream, but other Corey?
Not yet. He's not done that.
Bad at math. So like I said, in about 5 minutes from now, we will have Tom Hutchinson from Big Dog Inc. coming on. Big Dog Inc. They one of the things that they've done is they've kind of revolutionized that Kickstarter world. They're doing a lot of that crowdfunding stuff now, and it's really interesting to watch because they don't do the traditional 30-day Kickstarters that often. They'll do like a 12-day and raise more than most people will raise in a month. It's really interesting to see how they've mobilized their fandom towards that Kickstarter. So that's something, look out for in that conversation.
Without question. I mean, it's crazy to see what they do, and it's amazing to see that they're able to really just gather that support. They have a rabid fan base, and it's amazing to see.
They do. Their fan base like there's the Kiss Army, there's Bronies,
You
and,
totally
and
missed
then
my
there's the
joke.
Big Dog Inc. fandom.
You totally missed my joke, and I'm very mad. The Big Dog Inc. fans are rabid fans.
It's not that good of a joke, Pat. Like,
I didn't say it was a good joke. I just said it was a joke
right.
that
That's fair. So we're waiting on a number from the Corey, but yeah. So it's going to be a long.
Maybe we could call him the Big Deal. He'll move quicker.
Yeah. The Big Deal.
Oh, I think I heard a. Oh,
yes. Yep.
Well, Tom Hutchinson has appeared.
Wild Tom Hutchinson has appeared. So we are going to get started with him here in just another minute, but make sure you head over to GarageCon.live. There's a link there for the schedule for today, so you see what time everybody's on. There's the link to the GarageCon links, which is where you can go and you can find everybody's stuff. If you go on there, it's the second one down. There's a big picture of a dog. It's the Big Dog Inc. logo. You can click on that, and you can get all of Tom's stuff that he's about to tell you about. All our links from all of our guests are on there. There's also a link, and we need to talk about this just a little bit here, Pat, to Back the Comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Back the Comeback has been our charity partner all weekend, and they are they're the comics industry's response to this COVID pandemic and making sure that comic book shops are in a good position when this is all over. So if you head over to Back the Comeback, there's a link at GarageCon.live. And you can donate money. You can buy a T-shirt. You can do all that kind of stuff to support that. And then when we finally get a number from the Big Deal, God, I hate that username. Anyhow, when we finally get a number from that Corey, we will share it with you. But we raised a bunch of money for Back to Comeback through our auction yesterday, so be on the lookout for that. So without further ado, I'm gonna bring in the big dog. Boom. What's up?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
See, this is the third person this morning who's called us gentlemen, Pat.
I know.
He wasn't on the after party.
We've apparently fallen in the world of being called gentlemen. I don't know how to handle this.
I'm new here. I'm new here.
No. So Tom, I am going to leave you in Pat's very capable hands. I will be back in just a little while.
Hang on. Mm-hmm.
We have a number.
We got a number.
Yard auction number.
We got a number. All right. I'm super happy with this.
How do we do?
Back the Comeback, we raised $637 last night.
That's really good. $637 for Back the Comeback. Plus, you can still go there and donate just directly to them through GarageCon.live.
Yep.
All right. I'll be back shortly, gentlemen.
All right. See you soon, Kyle.
Okay. How do
I? Technology.
It's going to be a long day.
Or stopping.
Now I'm big. Why am I big?
Oh, my God. Kyle. The bad part is he knows full well how to do all this, and he's just clicking buttons.
It's the morning. It's Sunday morning. It's just what it is.
Yeah, that's about what it feels like, a Sunday morning of an actual con weekend. That little bit of like lingering tiredness, like you're up and you're getting the coffee and it's kind of peaceful, but it's like, man, I was up way too late last night and I did way too much yesterday.
Yeah, I was up till about 3 a.m. last night, just dealing with. I mean, that's the amazing. I mean, we rag on technology, but technology is what is letting us do this. But last night, literally on my phone, I'm just laying in bed. Oh, I have artists that are messaging me. Let me text them back. Let me edit art. Let me message them for another project. It's like till 3 a.m. I'm doing this stuff, and it's sort of that cliche thing where comics never stop, comics never sleep, but it is the truth. For those of us that are doing it for our job, it is a constant thing.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see how this has gone, because the people that have adapted have actually they're not doing as well as they would at a show because it's harder to find the audience. The audience isn't coming to you, but there have been people who have done decently, artists and stuff that I've seen commissions, and I've seen some. I don't know. I'm curious to hear about Big Dog and how they've been doing during this. And I know you've been activating in a lot of different manners because you're part of the Comic Book Shopping Network and you do the Artist Alley Shopping Network, and you've got Big Dog Inc. that is just, like Kyle said, has just these amazingly beautiful covers that have incredibly awesome work inside. So
well, I'm going to tell you a secret about Big Dog, and that is that not only do we have covers, but we have interiors too.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's what the covers
there's
match
cool
beauty
stuff inside too, guys. There's story and there's cool art by awesome artists and the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, here's the reality of comics, man. And this is anywhere. This is online. This is at a retail store. This is at a Comic-Con. The cover sells the book first, or at minimum, it attracts somebody to ask you, yo, what is that Antoinette book? I don't know. I've never heard of it, but the cover's cool. The concept looks cool. Tell me what it is. And then you're on, and then it's you. Then it's, hey, this is a historical fiction book about Marie Antoinette, and we use the actual transcripts of her trial and execution, which has some very strange things in it. And we took those strange things, extrapolated them out into a story for us, and now we have a new historical fiction horror story about Marie Antoinette. And you let them flip through the book, and they realize, oh my God, there's things on the inside that are cool too, and then you move on.
And I think that's always especially in independent comics. I'm sure you've seen it. Is that these people don't know what's going on? They don't know this stuff.
Why would they?
Yeah.
We don't have movies. We don't have TV. We don't have advertising, really. I mean, the conventions really ultimately are our advertising. I mean, I've told people this before. Basically, you walk into a Comic-Con with the intention of branding yourself to people who don't know who you are. I mean, that's it. We don't get to do Super Bowl commercials and so on to tell the general public who we are. The hard part about the cons, and this is why I've reduced my con appearances, is that the attendee base has changed over the last 5 years pretty heavily. It's more people who are there to meet movie stars and that kind of thing versus finding the next cool whatever it is. Luckily, when we started in 2010, we were still on the edge of the, hey, I'm going to Comic-Con to find cool things era of attendee bases. But that's just changed. It's just a completely different thing. I have promoters that tell me, dude, we're going to have 30,000 people at our show. And I'm like, that's great, but do you know why? It's because you have Matt Smith, and everybody's going to go spend $400 on his autograph, and then they don't even have money for something for me, even if they want it. So we changed our complete way of doing things about 3 years ago ish, and got heavily changed last year when we joined the Comic Book Shopping Network.
Yeah, it is. It's very interesting. Being a con promoter myself, it's a balancing act that you have to cultivate. If you want to have a comic show, you can have it, and the audience is there. Mm-hmm. But it's a passion project. You're not not going to become Reed Pop. You're not going to become Inform. You're not going to become those big giant. You're not going to make millions of dollars off of that show. So it's finding that balance and finding, and that's, I'm sure absolutely you've seen this of like, you don't have the success at like certain shows that you'd have at, ones that are comic focused, that where the people are, and the people have cultivated that market in their show. So, but those are rare. They don't exist. Like Heroes is an anomaly. That's not how most people are doing it.
Right. Oh no, I totally agree. But I'll tell you this: I have done more from a publisher standpoint. And again, there's segments of shows. You have just vendors who sell Batman toys. You have artists who are trying to sell their own book, maybe, but more than likely you're just taking commissions to draw Batman. Then you have publishers like myself who are trying to just sell comics essentially. So everybody's sort of result is going to be different at every given show because they're all doing different things. But from a small press standpoint, I have gone to a number of just single day, 1 day shows and done more sales at those 1 day shows that don't have Matt Smith and Chris Evans and whatever. They're just comic shows. They might have a couple of Power Rangers at them or something, but they're still essentially comic toy shows. And I have done more sales at those 1 day single shows that are more comic focused than I have it in 3 days at a given larger show. So that's the difference, is when people see a smaller show, they kind of know that this is what they expect. You're going into there. Those people are there for what you're doing, or for what I'm doing, I should say. Yeah. Whereas if I'm going to, and I don't want to call any show out, but if I'm just going to a random 3 day show somewhere, 99% of the time, those people are there because of the movie stars and so on. So it's much harder for me to say, hey, do you know what a comic book is? Here it is. And try and get it in their hands, either because they don't care or because their money is already relegated to the autograph section. So it's difficult, but that's where I came to this realization years ago that this was what was happening. And so when the Comic Book Shopping Network came around, I was all in. I was like, yeah, this is 100% what is next. Now, it's being kind of forced upon us now because of the Corona thing. But I was doing this last January. I dove all the way in. I was like, yes, I'm going to make this show. It's called The Doghouse. It is every Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. We do 2 hours. It is direct connection between me, a creator, and fans that either already know me or who are part of the group and have no clue who I am, but they're watching anyway and going, what the hell is Princesses versus Zombies? And then I get to tell them, hey, this is this book, and it's horror, and it's fun, and it's comedy, and whatever. And it has completely changed the way that I look at how to sell to an audience, how to grow an audience. And that kind of goes along with like Kickstarters and things like that too. Again, you're just tapping into audience that wouldn't know who you are, but they're there for a reason. They're there for comics. There's nothing else floating around going, hey, cool, Tom's here, but who's behind that banner? Is somebody there? It's you and them, and this is your opportunity to really pounce and grow in their eyes as a creator.
Yeah, and I've seen you at shows. I mean, I haven't seen you in a while because I don't get around the show circuit too much, but I remember seeing you set up at Cincy Comic-Con. That'd be almost 7-8 years ago now. Jeez.
Yeah, it's been a while. I was there with Aspen Comics, so yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah, so I mean, and seeing you hustle, like you're one of those ones who's up and moving, and you're engaging, and you're talking. And what's interesting is that you see so many people who, when they get up, you talk about how you have to hook them. It's like you're not working them hard though, but you are. Like, they don't know they're getting worked hard because you're doing it in a way that it's respectful, it's intelligent, and it's not, here, take my book. Right. You're not shoving it in their face. You're having a conversation, but you're controlling that conversation as opposed to letting them. So it was always cool to see, because you always had people there. It was great. Every time I walked by, yeah, damn.
Well, so that's the thing. Somebody posted up on here, they wanted to know all of our secrets and stuff. Here's one of the secrets. Don't sell your comic all the time. Weird, right? But like I said, most of these people don't know who you are. So telling somebody, hey, we do Antoinette, hey, we do Princesses versus, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What you need to do is tell the people that are walking by your booth, you need to comment on their cosplay, comment on their t-shirt. If they've got a bag down there, be like, hey, it looks like you found something cool. What is it? It doesn't matter if you care what it is or not. Just get them to turn and look at you and see the things that are behind you and just talk. Oh, dude, that's a Thanos statue. That's awesome. That's cool. And while they're talking about the Thanos statue, they're looking at you, they're looking at the banner, and you're hoping that you can then at some point turn the conversation to be, oh, you like Wolverine. Well, we've got this book that is blah, 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 blah. So that's one of the secrets, is you can't just be like, Antoinette, princesses versus zombies. You can't do that. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. So you've got to make it casual. You've got to get involved in the flow of the show. And we're all pop culture geeks. So odds are, if somebody's got a bag full of goodies, there's probably something there that we do legitimately care about. Like, dude, where did you get that Sharknado pop? Like, tell me where to go. Yeah. And you know, and that's how you can kind of break the ice and start to move towards making a sale.
Yeah. I always call it, I don't know if it's a real term, I always call it relationship-based selling.
Absolutely.
You're trying to create a relationship. You're not just trying to force something on them. You're right. Trying to actually create a legitimate connection. And it's not something everybody has in this industry.
No, it's difficult. And I'll tell you one more secret. And this is a tough one, but it is legitimate. Because I mean, you can see I'm in the button-up shirt. I'm trying to look nice and fancy for the people. But if you're at a con and you're wearing this, now you might look nice and people might walk by and be like, oh, dude looks nice. That's cool. But there's nothing to attract here. I'm not carrying a bag of Sharknado pops for them to ask about. But whenever I wear something like a Jaws shirt or a Godzilla shirt at a show, it might look sloppy, but it's the instant connection because people will think, hey, I like Godzilla too. I wonder what this guy makes, because if we both like something, I might like what he makes. And it's like we just talked about. It's that quick little blip. Oh, hey, we have a connection already. We don't know each other. We don't know what the product is, but we obviously have a connection because you're wearing a Godzilla shirt and I like Godzilla. And that helps break the ice and bring people to come in too.
And so, we've talked about a lot about the con stuff, but I'm being a bad interviewer in that I didn't have you actually talk about Big Dog right away and what Big Dog is and the stuff you guys have, because
everybody knows us now, man. Come on, we're
absolutely. I mean, Kyle and I were talking about this on the pre-show that you guys have really kind of hammered the like quick turn Kickstarter. Like you guys have really kind of mastered that of like, instead of the big long 30-day campaign, you're doing like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
We've done a few shorter ones. Yeah, the last one we just did was, normally we do it about 30 days ish. This last one we did was like 25 days, so we shortened it up a little bit. But even though we shortened it up, and it was for Princesses versus Zombies here, even though we shortened it up, we still had more backers than we ever had on any project ever before. We broke the 600 mark. So it's not about necessarily the time per se, as it is just the effort you put into really being like, hey, it's here, it's happening, let's go. And you've got X amount of time to tell everybody that's happening. And if you do it when you launch and then you do it when the day you're ending, well, you just lost 3 weeks of telling people that it's happening. And that it's Kickstarter is just a Comic-Con. Hey, come and buy it. We go home in 3 days. You have to buy it now. So it all sort of syncs up into the way that the comic book world works. But Kickstarter is great because you can, again, reach an audience that wouldn't know that you exist. There is a Kickstarter audience. Like that's where they go to find cool new things. Like that is what Comic-Cons were 10 years ago. People were coming into Comic-Cons and going, dude, I want to go to Artist Alley and see what's cool. Now it's Kickstarter. I want to go to Kickstarter and see what's cool.
Yeah. So Big Dog Inc. You guys have been around a while.
10 years.
Is it your 10-year anniversary?
Yes, it is.
Oh, nice! Congrats. That's awesome. I like I said, I've seen you guys around for a while. So tell us about Big Dog. Tell us about how it came to be, where it came from, and maybe talk about some of the titles you guys have and where you're going and stuff. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So about 11 years ago, well, more than that, I've been writing for more than 10 years. I wanted to kind of try and figure out how to write comics, maybe do it as just sort of a fun. I had a 9-to-5 job and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, well, maybe I can make a comic and just like go to cons on the weekends and just have fun with making comics. I was writing Critter at the time. That was my first book that I wrote, was Critter. I mean, I grew up with superheroes. We all did basically. So when it was time to write a comic of my own, it was pretty natural for me to be, hey, let's just dive into the superhero world. I understand the superhero world. I understand the genre. And that's where I started. And then from there, as I was making that first book, the art was going slow because I had no deadlines. I mean, I wasn't in any rush. From there, I went on and did a book that became our first published book, which was called Penny for Your Soul. I don't have a penny book in front of me, but I do have one of the spin-offs that we do called Joan of Arc, who's part of that universe there. Basically, we had a sort of classic 70s and 80s superhero book. And then on the other hand, we had this mature audience, dark humor, I don't know, Vertigo style book about the end of days in Las Vegas. So we were 180 degrees different on our product base right off the bat. But again, that is while it was not really like intended to happen, it helped us because as people came to the booth, if they didn't like superheroes, we had something else to show them. If they weren't an adult who was looking for, mature audience stuff, we had the thing that's sort of the all ages thing. And both books sold really well right off the bat. Penny for Your Soul sold out when it came out in, oh my God, I think it was March of 2010. It sold out. We went to a second print. And we've just been cranking ever since. There has been no year that we have not put out new material, even when we were with Aspen for a while. We have 11 titles under our belt, and we are continuing. And now Princesses versus Zombies is our newest one. And it's across the board. It's like I said, it's mature audiences with Penny for Your Soul, horror and fiction, historical fiction with Antoinette, just pure camp horror fun with Princesses versus Zombies. This is our newest book. Legend of Oz: The Wicked West is a Western reimagining of The Wizard of Oz. So instead of ruby slippers, Dorothy's got ruby spurs, ruby bullets. Toto's her horse. There's Toto back there. We do straight up horror with monsters, werewolves, vampires with Ursa Minor. Our lead character is Naomi right there. And she's the last of the werebears. We just did a kaiju book. So again, we talked about Godzilla earlier. If you're a Godzilla, King Kong monster fan, we have a giant monster book called Kaiju Epic. We have a slice of life title called Lights, Camera, Jungle, which is about a Jungle Girl television series that's being created based on an old 1920s Jungle Girl comic. And actually has two stories. So the front story is all of the behind the scenes drama of Hollywood, the casting couch and all that kind of stuff. And then the second half of the episode is the actual episodes that they're filming, so you get Jungle Girl action as well as the slice of life Hollywood side, and so on and so on. And then of course we just did a Scheherazade Kickstarter to bring this book back, which is just sci-fi fantasy on steroids. We wanted, basically the creators and I saw Sucker Punch and we were like, this looks amazing, but this story makes no sense. And so that was our goal, is like, okay, how can we do this visual thing, biplanes and dragons and schoolgirls fighting samurais with Gatling guns? Like, how can we do this? But when you're done with the story, there's a reason for all of that weird puzzle pieces to be getting jammed together. And so Scheherazade was our best-selling book at the time before we moved over to Aspen and they started to publish us.
Nice. So are you guys still affiliated with Aspen?
No, we were with Aspen for 3 years, published a bunch of stuff that was some reprint stuff to introduce our books to the Aspen audience. We did put new material in them. There was like some extra backup stories. So for those that are Big Dog Ink fans, like for example, this Critter book, this is the first issue that we published through Big Dog, but in the back, we also have an 8-page backup story that is just new material. So you might not have that stuff if you have just the Big Dog editions. So there is more stuff out there. We were with Aspen for 3 years, right up until the point where they sold part of the company to a movie studio. And the movie studio wanted to focus on all the Michael Turner properties. And so we were just kind of like, well, there's no spot for us at Aspen anymore. So that's when we moved out and started using Kickstarter as our primary distribution method, creation method, because I knew at that point that Diamond was not the answer. It's not that they wouldn't have us back. I mean, we did really well with them while we were just Big Dog even. But I knew that the market was different. Like we just talked about, the market had changed for retail stores. The market had changed for cons. and I saw all of this happening as I was with Aspen. So when the unfortunate split did happen, not that it was like we didn't have like a bad split. I mean, I understood what they were doing. It was amicable. I was like, I get it, guys. Do your thing. For me at that point, I was like, there's no reason for me to just go dive back into Diamond. There's no reason for me to go running back to cons because I've already seen the diminishing returns. But at the same time, I've been watching things like Kickstarter and this type of thing wasn't really there yet. It was in its infancy. But the Kickstarter side of things, the direct sales through websites and email lists and all that kind of stuff, I saw it was on the rise, and I was like, that's where I need to be. And I was woefully unprepared for all of it, because it's a lot of infrastructure that you have to build to really make this work. It's not just that you make a comic, you put it on Kickstarter, people buy it, and you send it out. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into it, not just building the Kickstarter, building the comic book, running the Kickstarter, doing the surveys afterwards, and then fulfilling, 500 packages. We were not prepared. And so we fell behind on a lot of stuff, and I apologize to everybody, but I also thank you all for sticking with us. We've never not delivered a book. We've been late, but we've never not delivered a book. So we're getting better. This year, our goal was to make sure that everything was on time. We were fine until COVID hit us, and I can't get the post office to send me any shipping supplies, but the book was done on time. We started shipping on time, and then the post office decided, sit for a month, and we'll get to you when we get to you. So that was kind of a bummer, but we did our job. Somebody else kind of tripped and fell and blew us up on the back end, but we are on time. We are on time with the new Princesses versus Zombies that we will be shipping in July, hopefully, assuming things get back to normal. But again, that was our goal, is be on time, because the people that are buying from us deserve for us to be on top of our game as best as we possibly can. There's always acts of God and all that kind of thing that just blows it up. We actually had a printer 2 years ago drop out on us. We had a book, and we were like, hey, we're going to move our printing from where we normally do it to you guys. And then poof, they were gone. So, that screwed us up. But, again, we always produce the book. We always will get the book to you. Never fail. We might be a little late, but we will get it to you.
Well, and I mean, I've backed a number of Kickstarters and stuff like that. There's plenty of times where it goes a little sideways on you, and something happens, you find something wrong late in the editing process, and you're just ready to go to print. Now you have to redraw a page or something like that. Things happen, and I think the big thing is I know I've seen your Kickstarters. I haven't backed one. I'm bad, I know, but but I see them, and I see the amount of updates you do, and you're communicative, and I think that's always the most important thing on Kickstarter. I've had projects that I have a project I backed 5 years ago now that still hasn't fulfilled. But somebody else bought the company. It was a video game project, so
okay.
Somebody else bought the project, and now every month, the first of the month, you get a new update, and here's progress, and here's communication, and people were screaming and they're crying for blood before this happened, and now this company that got none of that money from Kickstarter, but now is going to try and fulfill this project, and they've had to tweak it, and they've had to go back to the drawing board a couple of times, and but it's really interesting to see that the crowd has very, very quickly, after a few months, the people complaining have gone away because now they're getting communication. And I think that's always the big thing that gets forgotten is just talk to your audience.
Yeah.
They're understanding. They understand that it's business and things happen. And I know you said it exactly. It's just, acts of God happen. Corona happens, so that's
and the thing is that from a creator standpoint, you have to understand, and this goes out to people who are doing this. As we've gone along, we've lost backers who did not come along once they got disgruntled because we were late. But we've also always grown every single time because the people that are there, that are happy, come back, and we continue to show that we're producing the books, and people understand, okay, these guys are still going. Issue 1, issue 2, issue 3, issue 4, issue 5. It's still happening. Holy cow, I got to get in on this train. And we went from issue 1 here to issue 7 up here with Penny for Your Soul, just because people saw, hey, you know what? They're not perfect, but they're producing and the product's good and we like it. So we went from 200 and some odd backers from issue 1 all the way to 586 backers on issue 7. So we grew, and you can grow. And I'm not saying that this is, hey, you guys can, monkey around and it doesn't matter, because it does matter. But, people do understand that, this is a chain. This is a writer. This is a artist. This is an inker. This is a colorist. This is a letterer. This is a printer. This is a shipper. It is a huge chain. And if one of those links breaks, the whole thing comes apart and you have to kind of rebuild it. And people get it. I mean, it's comics. Listen, it took DC Comics. It took them 2 years to finish Doomsday Clock. So if we can accept that, we can accept indie guys being a few months late on their own project.
And anybody who knows the creative team on Doomsday Clock knows that beat the over under.
Yeah.
They didn't pick one of their most notoriously late artists to draw that. No, totally didn't.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. It's comics, man. We all have dealt with late comics, and just understand that people on Kickstarter, generally speaking, are not Brian Polito. They do not have a team of 12 people in a warehouse. It's generally 2-3 people, maybe. It's a dude and his girlfriend, a dude and his wife, a dude and his friend, like just trying to figure it out. And that's where I am. I mean, I used to have infrastructure like that. I used to have people doing shipping for me and so on and so on, so that I could focus on creating things. But right now it's me. I'm creating, I'm shipping. Like behind this camera, you don't see it, but right back there is a room full of comics waiting to ship because I need envelopes. But I'm shipping everything. I'm packing everything. I'm pulling everything. I'm still writing. I'm still editing. I'm still doing all of this. And that's why I'm up till 3 a.m, because there's not enough hours in the day to do everything that we really need to do. So that was one of the things that I was trying to do this year, was actually rebuild that infrastructure and get some assistant work in here and help me, they can ship while I write and so on. But, again, COVID took care of that for me too. Now I can't, because I can't have somebody in here doing stuff until this whole thing gets flattened out.
Yeah, it's been an interesting change to comics for
yeah. But here's the truth. I'm happy it happened. Not that people are dying, not that it's a virus. I'm happy that something pushed this industry out of its comfort zone, especially the artists, because ever since I was on Comic Book Shopping Network, and ever since I started the Artist Alley Shopping Network last year, I've been trying to get these guys to understand that you have a direct connection to the people that are buying your stuff, that want to know what you're doing, and will be able to come on just like this and say, yo, I'll take a Batman commission. How is that different from running to con to make that Batman commission? The advantage to cons is obvious. There's more people, and you have a larger chance to potentially get somebody new. But when you're an artist and you're just sitting there drawing at your con and people are walking by, how are you getting those people? It's you have to really balance all of this. And I was trying to tell these artists, I'm like, look, let's do this. Let's make a thing. Let's change the perception. Let's make it better for creators specifically. And maybe that means that you don't have to do 20 shows in a year. Maybe you do 10 or 15 because you've changed the way that you do some of your marketing and so on. And so immediately when COVID went down and all the conventions started shuttering, it forced everybody to do this. And, those that had already been doing it for a while were ahead of the curve. And everybody else was kind of playing catch up. But at least it's forcing some change, and this industry has not had change in a long time, not in any sort of really good capacity. So the fact that we're now doing these things, and the fact that these artists and creators can do this on their own without anything behind them other than their own banner, I'm pleased with the silver lining that surrounds the Corona cloud.
Yeah, and it has. I mean, we've all seen this view in Artist Alley. You know, the top, you see the tops of heads and nothing else, and it is. There are a lot of artists who can put a piece of artwork up there, and it'll bring people in without any issue. But there are so many others who, yeah, they have great artwork, but they never look up. They even with their great artwork, when somebody comes to their table, they're still just sitting there drawing.
Yeah,
they don't engage.
They're hyper focused on the commission, which I get. I mean, you need to get things done. You have 3 days, whatever. Again, that just comes back to take a commission and tell people, hey, it's going to be a week, and people are like, cool, just ship it to me when it's done. You know, there is the instant gratification. I mean, we live in that world of instant gratification, but shipping is working in such a way now that you can get almost anything within about 2 or 3 days. In some cases, next day, if you really want it. You can pay for it to be next day. So instant gratification is becoming available online now. It's not just you walk into a store, you walk into a con, you take your comic and you go home. Now you're searching through people's comics online, and you click it and you say, hey, I'll give you the extra $3, $4, and ship it to me tomorrow. So instant gratification is finding its way online now too.
Well, and I think the thing that this, again, that silver lining you were talking about, the Corona cloud, with Marvel and DC having no way to get their books to people, I think it forced people who really wanted comics to find other ways to get them. So they had to search out and find companies like Big Dog and Aftershock and Source Point and all these small press, independent press type publishers. Excuse me. It forced people to look for a different avenue for their comics. If they really wanted comics, they weren't getting their Marvel and DC fix. It just wasn't happening. So I hope you've seen success from it, because I know you hustle and you've got a great work ethic on it. But
to some degree, I mean, we came out right away and we were like, look, you guys need comics to sell, just message me. I will send you free comics on my dime. We sent out about, 40 boxes of stuff to retailers, and just said, don't even worry about it. Just sell it, give it to your customer, whatever you want to do to generate interest for you and your store and cash if you need it. Take this box of stuff and do what you want. The problem that I'm seeing is that now that things are starting to come back to normal, quote unquote, with Marvel and DC shipping books again, is things are now going back to normal. The focus is, oh my God, when do we get that Joker 80? Oh my God, when do we get Punchlines next? Whatever. It's like, whatever, guys, whatever, and that's why I am not in Diamond. It is why I'm not focused on the retail market. I deal direct with a number of stores, like consistently. And they need stuff, and I'm like, let's take care of you. Jen King at Space Cadets, Jesse James Comics, Chris Brown at Comics and More, Creative Comics down in Indiana, on and on and on and on. I have all kinds of stores that deal direct with me on a regular basis. Any store can do it. If you want Big Dog stuff, we will make this happen for you. But the reality is these stores, 90% of their focus is, I got to get this Marvel and DC book on the rack because that's what the audience is. And that's what I'm saying. That's kind of similar to Comic Cons. There's an audience for each one of these things. For us as independent creators, our audience that knows who we are is spread out across the country. So if I go to Emerald City, people in New York are going, well, are you coming to New York Comic Con? They're not coming to me. They're waiting for me to come to them. So this is the easiest, fastest way for me to come to them.
Yeah, it's a wild thing that we literally created a virtual Comic-Con,
Yes.
And it's you're doing these things, and it gives you reach around the world.
Absolutely.
And I mean, it's insane to think of this, like what we're doing, and and there's Mike up at Top Comics.
And listen, it's not a necessary evil. I mean, that's the market. No one's sitting here going, stores shouldn't buy Marvel and DC. Like, no one's saying that. Of
No.
course that's what it is. But what I have seen in stores, and I don't know yours specifically, but what I've seen in stores is people, the retailers, the folks that buy the books, obviously you have budget issues, you have space issues. Of course, you can't carry everything. No one's asking you to, but there's too many stores that don't do anything. Of the 2,500, 3,000 stores that Diamond services, roughly 500 of them buy independent books in any sort of real quantity. 500. That is minuscule. And what we're trying to say from the indie side, from the small press side, is especially and in particular to the stores that say, well, yeah, we buy them for our pull list customers, but we don't put it on the shelf. If you have pull list customers that are already buying those things and asking for it, you probably can sell a few copies on the rack too. Don't buy 10, don't buy 20. But if you've got 4 people that are like, dude, give me that next Big Dog book, maybe just buy 3 more, throw them on the shelf. And because you clearly have a customer base that has understood what Big Dog is and might gravitate towards it if they should see it. The other thing is, and this is hyper imperative, we're talking about change and how to do things. We can't play this game anymore where we're racking things like this and all you see is logos. Logos don't mean shit. We pay money to have guys like Scott Campbell do our covers because this is the attraction to a customer that doesn't know what Scheherazade is, but they'll look at it and go, is that Scott Campbell on that book? And they might buy it just because it's Scott Campbell. We cannot play the 1/3. I'm going to try and make it even more there. Like, we can't play the 1/3 logo game anymore. If you have a retail store, and we have space issues and so on, you have got to be showing these covers, at least for new issues. You might have to rack them when they're a week or a month old, but when it's a new issue area, you've got to be showing full covers because that is how you are going to sell these books to people who don't know what they are. Otherwise, it's just Batman, Critter, blah, 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 whatever. People don't know what Critter means and they go right past it. But if it's got a J. Scott Campbell cover on it or something exciting, you might get that grab. Michael, beautiful, 100% a cover. That is the biggest possible change that retailers can do right now in their stores without really changing anything. Just start showing the covers because that is the visual grab. Just like at a Comic-Con, we need to have this banner so people go, what in the world is Princesses versus Zombies? It's got a bunch of princesses with axes and stuff on it. What is it? I need to know more. But if you're just seeing that, it might not resonate at all. So congratulations on the front facings. Yeah,
that's and I'm not. There are plenty of books I buy for covers. Because there's a reason that there's cover artists. Yeah. Not every cover artist can be a sequential artist. Not every sequential artist can be a cover artist.
Right. And listen, if we don't have variant covers, if we don't say it's okay for J. Scott Campbell to do 5 Catwoman covers, then guess what happens? We don't get J. Scott Campbell art because he's not doing interiors. So you can either enjoy the art side of comics and buy the covers and maybe read the insides if you want to, or you cannot just buy the regular edition and read it. No one's obligated to buy all of these covers. But without that, we wouldn't have Shannon Mayer. We wouldn't have Natalie Sanders. We wouldn't have all of these artists that just do covers and art. And we would be less for that. Mm-hmm. So, I understand the thing where it's like, well, if there weren't so many variant covers, people would buy other books. That's BS. I'm telling you right now, it's BS. If there's somebody who decides they're not buying an X-Men title that month or not buying an X-Men variant that month, it does not mean that money is translating to a Big Dog Ink sale at all. Like at all. Maybe 1% of those people would go, well, let me try something else. But it's such a minute percentage that it's not relevant.
Yeah, and it's all. The challenge in comics is getting, Blue Moon. I know Blue Moon's another really good comic shop that does that. They're very concentrated on showing the whole thing, but
Awesome.
it's retraining a customer base that doesn't want to be retrained.
Yes.
It's they want you've got people. There are certain people who are never going to look at anything but Batman. They're never going to look at anything but Superman, and for the people who do Comic Cons and are creating and are doing these things, it's so foreign to us that it becomes difficult for us to either explain that to somebody, or because I buy for covers, but if I buy something for cover, I'm still reading the book because I want to, because the cover just sold me on the book.
Yeah.
And I will keep it because I love the cover, but I still want to know what the story is. And
Sure.
The people who don't want to explore new things, it's just so foreign to so many of us that are like, oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. Well, look, crap, I'm out of money because you've got so much stuff out there. There's so many people creating so many amazing things, like Princesses versus Zombies. I mean, that just looking at that right now, I'm like, even the title, I'm like, what do I want to? How do So I'm obviously going to be checking that book out to find out more about that, because that's just me. But to the people who are just Batman fans or just Superman fans, it's such a it's like, why do you always eat vanilla ice cream? Have you never tried Rocky Road? Like that's what I always equate it to, of like, and there's nothing wrong with Batman and Superman, and there's a place for them, and there are great. Greg Capullo and Scott Snyder told an amazing Batman story for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one's saying don't buy them. No one's saying, drop all that. That's crazy. But Marvel and DC should be the gateway drug. I mean, that should be the starting point. And then once you're in, but this again comes back to retailers. Part of the chain is Batman and Superman. Customer buys it. Retailer says, hey, if you like this, maybe try Invincible. If you like superheroes, go try Invincible. Once they understand what Invincible is, maybe they know who Robert Kirkman is. Maybe they move on to The Walking Dead, or Thief of Thieves, or whatever else he's doing, Oblivion Song. The chain is there and it can be created, but retailers have to step up and not just take the money and shuffle them out the door. It's got to be, hey, I see you're buying this stuff. Check out what Vaughn is doing with Saga. Check out. Retailers have to actively be pushing people to alternatives, not to replace the Batman Superman, but to be like, if you like that, you might like that. And that's a key element in sales for everybody.
And they should be, Andy, but for a lot of people they're not. That's kind of what we're getting at, is that they absolutely should be. Oh, but the challenge is always that you don't get those people that are doing that, and some of that is the retailers aren't upselling. They're just okay, yep, thanks.
Yeah.
They're and some of that is just resistance from the audience. They don't want to find new stuff, and again, like I said, it's just so foreign to people who truly love comics and want to learn more and more about comics, to find to find that these people just don't want it. It's just weird. It's weird to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's.
I don't disagree with that either, Michael. Absolutely, 100%. But like I said, it took 2 years for Doomsday Clock to get out. So, late happens, but with indies, the problem with indies is this: it's not even so much late, it's disappearing, because over the years, there have been indie books that have come out and stalled, and companies have gone under and so on. So no, I 100% get it. I don't dispute that thought process at all. But again, that's one of those things where it's, you can kind of do your due diligence and know that you're probably going to be okay if you're buying Scout, if you're buying Vault, if you're buying Boom, if you're, whatever. More or less, they're going to be on time. They might be a little bit of delay, but talk your customer through it. Don't let them get frustrated because, a book fell behind. Books fall behind all the time. Just use the Doomsday Clock example. Tell them, hey man, you waited 2 years for Doomsday Clock. You can wait for these indie guys to get a book out. But I do understand that, and it's true. I mean, look at CrossGen. CrossGen was doing what they did for so long, and then just poof, they sold out and they don't exist anymore. That stuff kills the indie drive. 100% agree with you. And that's where you've got to focus on places like Aspen Comics, places that have been around for a little while. You have to kind of start there. Companies that you can see are actively producing, and then you can kind of drift into the newbies as they start to pop out. Focus on some of your local guys, if that's a thing that might be easier. In some cases, local dudes will come in and they'll be like, look, let's just do a commission thing. Like, you don't pay anything until you sell the book, and then we'll split it, whatever. So there's ways to do it. And then when there are problems like late books and so on, again, it just falls back to the retailer to maintain the momentum there and be like, hey, look, this is going to be a great book. Just give it the chance to show up. You're all going to like it, so on and so on. But yeah, it does fall on indie creators and all creators really to try to be on time as best we can.
Yeah, and it's crazy. It's such a bizarre market that doesn't really. I had somebody, I don't remember where I was having this conversation. Somebody tried to equate comic sales and things like that to any other selling, and I can't say that. I can't agree with that. Yes, there's elements, but comic selling is such a subjective marketing.
Totally.
Like, you can't, just because you have a superhero book doesn't mean somebody who likes superhero books is going to buy your book. Like, correct. That's the thing, is you're selling more than just the content and
correct
and things like that. So
yeah, it's not like going to the grocery store and there's 3 different apples. I mean, there's 100 superhero comics. It's crazy. So people have their taste. They like what they like, and we have to take that and then move with it and be like, oh, you like Wonder Woman, maybe you'll like Xena. You like Xena, maybe you'll like Wonder Woman, so on and so on. There's always parallels that you can kind of move over. And even if they don't go for it, you're at least showing them that something else exists, and they might start to think in their head, oh, well, I don't care about Xena, but maybe there is something else that I would like. You have to just keep redirecting all the time.
There's some truth to that too. I mean, yeah, Doomsday, its sales died because of the delays. But
yeah.
No. So we've talked a lot about what's going on. What does the future hold for Big Dog Ink?
I mean, more of the same. Just hopefully, as we talked about earlier, just tightening things up, making sure things are staying on time. Next year, we have this year kind of planned out as far as Kickstarters go. We've got a couple more we're going to do this year. We will continue to do the Doghouse every Wednesday on the Comic Book Shopping Network here on Facebook. So please join the group. It is a group of, about 20 retailers, a couple of publishers, myself, Coffin Comics. I do a show once a week, 2 hours on Wednesday nights. And then into next year, we are, we're bringing back Oz, we're bringing back Critter. It's just more, just keep going. I mean, comics don't stop. So it's for us, because we're not doing diamond retail anymore, at least not at this stage. We might come back into it at some point. We're kind of trying to focus on a book, a title, a series. Like, let's knock this arc out for our customers, and then move on to something else. So like, we just finished Penny for Your Soul. We're going to come into Oz. We're going to come into Scheherazade. We're going to come into Critter, and just kind of do an arc, and just keep on moving.
All right. Apparently, we're going to be on CBSN today at 4 to 6. So
cool, excellent. Yeah. It's a fun group. There's no pressure. There's no hard sales tactics. It's just people going, yo, we've got these Scheherazade trades, and this is what it's about. It's Mike Chrome interiors, super cool fantasy, blah, blah, blah. They're $10. If you want one, call it out. Then people say, hey, Scheherazade. We put them aside for you. We invoice you. We send it to you. Easy peasy. It's not standing across the table and, hey, thank you, shaking hands and all that, but it's the next best thing, because you're still getting comics. You're still talking to the people that, in my case, that created it. In the case of some of these retailers that are on the show, it's just like talking to the retailer who's selling it at a con. The only difference is you got to wait a few days to actually get the book, but you'll still get it.
Yeah, and you know, it's good to wait. It builds anticipation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so any new titles in that you can talk about? Anything that's not been not been produced quite yet, or
well, the only thing that's new, like Princesses vs. Zombies was new this year, but we actually did a 0 issue last year, so it was technically last year's new title. This year, in 2020, obviously in September, we are doing a Critter spin-off book. Basically, we just actually, it's World Goth Day, May 22nd. A few days ago was World Goth Day, so we did a World Goth Day event for Big Dog Ink. The books are still available. Some of them are still available on the website. If you guys go to bigdogink.com, go into the comics section, you'll find all of the comics that we've been showing you. All of this stuff is there. You can buy them. World Goth Day, though, has spawned a new character. Basically, what we did is we took our existing characters and just sort of gothed them up, little goth variations. But when we did Critter and we created the goth version of Critter, it became so popular immediately as we were showing the designs, that we were like, well, this can be a thing, because within the Critter storyline, there are parallel dimensions that have different versions of Critter. Like there's a steampunk universe that has a steampunk Critter, and there's a vampire Critter, and so on. So I was like, well, why don't we just make this, instead of just saying this is Goth Critter, why don't we give her a name? Why don't we actually build a story around this, because people are vibing on it? And Catnip was born. And so Catnip is basically a goth superhero. The story is going to be very different in the way that I've written before. It's going to be kind of, think sort of Sin City style writing, very noir, but then blended with sort of the color and fun of the standard superhero thing that we understand. So it's going to be a really unique combination, and that's going to be part of a Kickstarter that I'm doing with CB Zane and Wendy Shaner as a collective group that we are calling ClickCon, because it's going to be on Kickstarter. So the only way you buy it is by clicking your mouse. So it's ClickCon 2020. It is September. I will have my book Catnip. Wendy is going to be doing a spinoff from her Naughty Fairies Stripper Assassins, and then CB Zane is going to be doing a spinoff from his Scorpiana book. I think it's Scorpiana. It's either Scorpiana or Into the Suck. He has a couple of books, and so one of those characters is coming over to have its own story too. So we will have literally a 3-person Kickstarter happening in September, and that will include the first Catnip story.
Nice.
Yes.
So what is the book you recommend most to people who are learning about Big Dog Ink? Do you have one that you like? This is indicative of Big Dog Ink. This is what we do. This is who we are.
No, because no.
I knew you were going to say that, but I wanted to ask.
Because everything we do is 180 degrees. This is not the same as this. This is not the same as this, and so on. But it's easy to figure out, because here's what we do. We say, okay, look, what do you like? What do you like for TV? What do you like for movies? Are you a horror person? Okay, if you're a horror person, we've got this great horror title called Ursa Minor, about werebears, werewolves, etc., etc. You like fantasy adventure? We've got Scheherazade. It's this and this. Do you like westerns? We have a western reimagining of The Wizard of Oz. So I will say that Oz is kind of our gateway drug, because people know what Oz is, even though they don't know what our Oz is. So the imagery, it's got the blue to kind of tie it into Dorothy with the pigtails and so on. So when people see the images, again, we're talking about covers and images. When people see the images, they're like, Oz, what is that? Let me see what that is. And then they open it up, they flip it open, and it looks freaking awesome, and they get a great story. So Oz is kind of our gateway drug. A lot of people start there and then kind of move out. But again, if you are more of a Vertigo style, mature audience type of thing, we have Penny for Your Soul for you. The End of Days, if it were to be taking place in Las Vegas. So we've got something for everyone, and that's done by sort of by design, but also just because of the old adage of saying that writers should write what they want to read. Everything that I write, I would want to read, and it just so happens that spreads across a breadth of genre and different art styles and so on. I would say start with Oz, unless you have some hate of the Oz concept. I would say start with Oz, and then kind of branch out from there.
All right, so bigdoginc.com. Where else can people find you?
Yeah, Twitter and Instagram are both BDI Comics, so super easy there. And then we have a Patreon that we're doing, so it's patreon.com/BigDogInc. It's basically an all-access backstage pass to what we do. We show you logos and layouts and covers early, and you get all of the scoop ahead of the rest of the public. So patreon.com. And of course, I'm on Facebook. So we have a Big Dog Inc. Facebook page with like 30,000 people following us. And then there's just me as well. You're welcome to just friend me up. And then the Comic Book Shopping Network. I'm there every Wednesday at 10 p.m. So we're all over the place.
Yeah, and seriously, join the Comic Book Shopping Network. For anybody watching this, if you're not a member of that already, go there. Was it 3 questions? I think there's like 3 questions to you
it's
answer.
basically just to prove you're not a robot.
yeah. It's super easy, and I mean, there's amazing shows. I mean, Jen King runs a show there, and Tom has his show, and there's the Nexus has their show, and there's a ton of different shows that run on there, and they're all just a little bit of different stuff and a little bit of different format, and it is something that if you're a comics fan, you should be there, because it's going to give you stuff. It's going to show you stuff that maybe you haven't seen, or if you have seen, it's going to give you the opportunity to get those things and get some different stuff. And Tom always has fun on his show. I always see his show. It's always fun to watch him going and interacting, and people have a great time with him. So for sure, get on.
Yeah, and it's not a situation where you come into these things and we're all just like, hey, why didn't you buy something? Just hang out, chill, talk comics. Some people have a budget and they can spend $20. Others are like, no, I can't buy tonight, but I want to see what happens. I want to talk to it's basically like going to a comic shop with your friends, and you're all just sitting there talking about comics. Oh, I have that issue, dude. So glad you got one. Whatever. Mine was autographed. Blah. It's just chat as well as sales at the same time. Think of it like the actual Home Shopping Network, where somebody's like, today we have 20 copies of The Legend of Oz, and then somebody talks about what it is, and people call it out. Yeah, I'll take one of those, and I'll take one of those, and that's the gist of the show.
I love your Home Shopping Network voice. That was well, Tom, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great talking with you. Everybody, GarageCon.live. Click on the GarageCon links. You can see the Big Dog Inc. Logo there. Click there to get to Big Dog Inc. It's going to get you to the place where you can buy all these awesome comics. And again, it's something to look at, to always expand your horizons on comics, to find something different, because you're gonna find something that you're gonna love. I mean, there's a lot of people who would have never thought Saga would have been a thing, and right. I mean, it's the biggest third-party comic since The Walking Dead. I mean, and surprisingly, I don't think that's even sold its television or movie rights, has it? I don't know if it's been
sure. I'm sure it's in people's hands. Whether or not it's finalized, who knows? But Vaughn just keeps putting out good stuff. So
yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's run what, 8 years now? 7?
Yeah, it had a couple of hiatus periods, but those were planned. Like, hey, we're just gonna take a break, man. And
yeah, they do 18. They do 3 trades and then they take a break. Is whatever, if I remember correctly. They had that like clockwork.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well, Tom, thank you so much. Everybody, find Tom on the Comic Book Shopping Network at 10 p.m. on Wednesdays. That's 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
And BigDogInc.com. Go check out all the great stuff there. Follow them on Kickstarter as well, to see when their Kickstarters are running, because you definitely want to not sleep on Big Dog Inc. So
we'll be back this summer. Yep, we'll be back this summer with some fun stuff.
Yep. And we're looking forward to it. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Bye. And I pulled Tom in too quickly. He ran away.
Oh, I'm here.
Hello, gentlemen.
How's it
Hello, good morning. How is everybody?
We're doing well. It's Sunday morning of the con, and I'm trying to snag in some breakfast, but I keep talking too much. But
Morning, Rob.
welcome.
Yeah, hey Tom, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while.
Just like everyone else, it's the same story. Like, how's everything going? Like, it's boring. It's dull. I miss people.
Yeah. So no, I think what was it last year about this time we did, or 2 years ago we did Indie PopCon and we roomed together. Remember that?
Was that PopCon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It was PopCon. Yeah. I hear they're probably still going on right now.
Are you serious? PopCon got pushed back to June.
Right, and they haven't officially canceled yet, which blows my mind.
Yeah. I haven't. I don't even know what cons I'm signed up for still. Because no, everybody's sending like, hey, we're getting pushed back. We're next year, whatever. Here, fill this out. And sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see how things settle before I make any kind of commitments with where I'm going or what's going to happen. So
I just told everybody keep my money until you know what's up.
yeah.
So Pat, how you been, man?
Good. How are you guys? We'll do some actual introductions.
Oh,
Sure.
Well, joining us for this hour, we have, since I always go clockwise, so joining us is Rob Hogan. He's a amazing. I was trying to figure out like the best way to put you. I feel like you're a physical medium type person.
yeah. I'm yeah, and that's why it works out with me and Tom. We both do physical media. You know, he does a lot of watercolors. I do a lot of like pastel, not pastels. I do a lot of acrylic on canvas. And so here's one of my originals back here, a little parody. So I consider myself a pop culture parodist. And so that's the original. I can actually hold it up to the light. You can see the paint coming through it. You know, so
yeah.
But
and then Tom Savage is with us as well. He from Savage Studios, the creator of
A million
I'm trying to read something. I'm like, what's he doing? He's like,
Trying to get myself in the frame here. You know, I do a lot of film work, so I'm always cropping here. No, in a generic term, I kind of consider myself an entrepreneur. I have my own comic book series called The Anathema. My own role-playing card game called Grimoire Quest. And then I have a new board game I'm working on called One of Us. And my big project over the last year has been my own children's book and comic strip series called The Adventures of Ash and Raimi. So I'm working on the second book right now in this series, which is a Christmas book. But yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I do paint illustration for commercial work, mostly acrylic on illustration board. And yeah, that's what Tom Savage is about.
And amazing karaoke.
Mm-hmm. Big Rocky Horror fan. I even worked them into my last tattoo, and we all know what that's about.
actually, right now on Sunday morning, we would be all recovering from a little karaoke hangover right now.
Absolutely.
Is that correct? From C4?
We would be.
Yep, we would be recovering from the karaoke hangover right now.
Oh, thank you, Jody.
And Jody actually has a gaming YouTube channel that he does. He does all tabletop gaming and stuff.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's called Questwise. He's he does a ton of that. He's big, very good with the tabletop games and stuff. So
No, that's excellent. I'm glad to know.
But yeah, I mean, these guys are two just. I always, you guys always have like the wildest and most like unique stuff around when I see you guys. I mean, Tom is this like huge personality. I always feel like you're this gigantic. You're your display is set up and you have the lit picture and you've got the I think it's paint running down your face.
Yeah, I've always been kind of a performer.
Yeah. And Rob's setup, you know, he's got canvas everywhere because will you stop stealing my food? Stop
All the food.
And Rob has all this wonderful canvas all over his table and just sets up in everything from Golden Girls Harry Potter mashup to, you know, yep. You know, you see behind him, you see his Thug Life Yoda or Thug Life the Child.
I painted that one the day after it aired because you know we're all a big community of artists, and so as soon as that episode aired, I started seeing all the other artists, you know, like the Quick Artist had their sketch up, and then they popped up like wildflowers, you know, and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be the thing for the next 6 months, and so there he is collecting all the fat cash. So
see, Rob, that backfired on me. I did the that Gerber Baby Yoda, which was just a quick 15-minute laugh. Just I thought would share my wall, get a couple likes, but I posted it to Reddit. And I think I had something like 50,000 reshares within like 8 hours. And I didn't put my name on it. That was the best part. It was just a lazy little sketch I did of Baby Yoda. And I was like, this is crap. I don't even like this. I'm not putting my name on it. Shoved it on the internet and it went insane. And now it's been ripped off and parodied and sold on T-shirts illegally and all this crap, which Disney's been shutting them down, which is fine with me. But, like a missed opportunity, right? That's the moment every artist is like waiting for, is that moment of like viral attention, and I don't put my name on it.
Viral attention's not always so good. I've done political work that I just don't bring up anymore. You get a couple AK-47 death threats, and you're like, okay, I'm done with that.
Yeah, but those. I went to high school with those kind of guys, and they're nothing to be afraid of. They're chasing deer. That's it. If deer ever had a gun, they would be the first ones to lay their arms down.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. What in the world? Let's see. Rob, let's see. 40 minutes had another Girl creator. Yeah, I did.
Oh boy.
Oh, did you agree, Corey, or was there dissension in the ranks?
I believe we all had a little bit of dissension in the ranks. Because you have, I think most of us thought, I think, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a number of people thought Sophia should have been the Gryffindor and Blanche more the Slytherin.
Yeah, I went Slytherin right away for Blanche. I don't know why.
Everybody agreed that Rose was the Hufflepuff.
Hey, it's just my job to make the art. It's your job to interpret it. So There you go.
No, and I think that's what's so fun about it is you do this art and you do these parodies, and then it creates lots of discussion. It creates fun for discussion because we're nerds. We love arguing about this stuff. Like we will do this all day because that's just what we enjoy. We love having that time. We love having that. Those arguments.
Boy,
yeah, this here's another one that usually gets it, especially when I do the Walking Dead shows. I get a lot of people that are questioning, like who's Kermit supposed to be, who's Gonzo supposed to be. So that's another one that pops up a lot as far as like people not sure who's supposed to be who.
I love seeing Beaker in that role though. I mean, that's amazing. Meep.
They pushed him just a little too far. So
it's crazy. So what? I guess since we're talking about your work right now, what is there anything that specifically tends to inspire you about a piece you make, or is it literally just like this hits me and boom, I'm gonna sketch it out?
I'm not as strong with digital art, so I get concepts for memes. And honestly, this is how I wanted to make memes because I'm like, I know I can paint. I don't know how to do all that digital newfangled business, so I'm just gonna go and paint a meme, and that's how this kind of started. And I get little images, and a lot of it, like long time ago in the previous life, I used to do a lot of LARPing. And I used to run LARPs, so I would create stories. And after you run LARPs for about like 12 years, every other weekend for 72 hours of storyline, you literally run thousands of hours of stories, and a lot of humor comes out of it. And so like I guess my brain's kind of like wired that way to see how to make these connections to make something funny and make visual puns. And so like that's how I started doing it. Is I just wanted to make memes, and I knew I could paint and I couldn't do other stuff. So
nice. So, and yeah, I never thought about it, but yeah, a lot of your stuff it's very meme worthy. Like if it was digital and there'd be captions all over that stuff. And then Tom, so talk a little bit about kind of your big projects. I know you've got Ash and Raimi up there, which is your children's book, and Grimoire Quest, which is your game that you've had for a while. And
Yeah.
I keep meaning to get a copy of, and I was totally going to buy one this weekend, but so mad. Like I was actually going to have time to do things this year at the show.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. And if anyone's curious, I'm doing free shipping on absolutely everything in my store for the whole week. But it's kind of I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to like marketing and stuff and like planning my work. Because like on one hand, it's like I have this violent, gore-ridden game with like 300 illustrations and all the card artwork. There's decapitations and monsters and things in there, and then I have a children's book based on my 2 kitty cats. Like, I have no balance. I have no one like train, like one train going in one direction of like who I'm trying to reach out to. I just kind of like try a little bit of everything. This started out as, for years I was trying to come up with a comic strip idea based on my cat Ash, and everything I did came off like some Garfield knockoff. And I didn't want to do that, so I scrapped the idea for a while. And then when we adopted the second cat, Raimi, which most of you probably picked up on their names, Ash and Raimi. If you've watched Evil Dead, you're familiar that Ash is Bruce Campbell's character, and Raimi, of course, is Sam Raimi, the director, and that's where they got their names. So when I saw how the cats interacted, how it kind of like changed, my home life with my relationship with them and my wife and everything, I realized there was a different personality developing, and the cartoon kind of exploded out of that. It's like a classic Laurel and Hardy kind of strip now. And initially it was just supposed to be the children's book. And even like the very first illustration on the first page is probably the first time I drew the character Raimi, like so. And then they've developed and evolved a lot over that period and I started putting the comic strip out as just kind of a way to keep content out there to kind of build the audience. And then the comic strip completely took over its life of its own. With the addition of one was the alien Martin, who came about as a one-off gag from that whole, remember that Raid Area 51 gimmick that was going on about a year ago? Well, I wrote a one-off cartoon about, Ash is putting on a tinfoil hat and preparing for an alien invasion because of all this conspiracy going on. And when he turns around, there's Raimi just holding hands with this cute little Martian. He goes, "I named him Martin." And it was a one-off gag joke that worked really well. But then I realized I had like an arc to go with there. I'm like, well, what's this? Let's keep going with this alien. Let's have the cat show the alien the internet and like learn about mankind through that. And all he really learned was that we don't respect each other and cats are gods. So, and he gets all fed up and he's ready to leave the planet. And then he discovers the pumpkin spice latte and decides that Earth is worth fighting for. So he became my John Arbuckle, my missing piece in the equation of like, you can only have the cats playing off each other for so long without that. You need that third stooge, so to speak. And because I never wanted to put a human character in there, I didn't want to, because I knew if I put a human character in there, it would be a version of myself And I would become another lame John Arbuckle character, and it would just be another knockoff of Garfield, and it was never going to work for me. So when I drew this stupid little alien, I realized he's my John Arbuckle. He's my straight man in this series. He's the one who's going to get a job and live in society and take care of these two cats who make his life very interesting. So now this comic strip has just become like my strange love obsession right now because it makes no money. I do them entirely for free. I put them out as much as I can whenever I have a good idea. And it's all on the premise of maybe one day. And I kind of dig that. So, now I have the second book I'm working on now, which is a Christmas book about the cats kidnapping an elf because Ash ate Raimi's Christmas cookie and lied to him and told him an elf stole it from the Christmas tree. So they go to the North Pole and kidnap an elf. And that's going to be the new story.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's coming along great. I got halfway through. It's adorable. It's just basically a lesson of, don't lie, don't steal. And when you're in too deep, talk to an adult. So the kids get a lesson, but parents won't be bored to death by it either, So that's been kind of my year. And on top of that, I've been working on a new board game called One of Us, which is basically my elevator pitch. It's Clue meets The Exorcist, but it's family friendly. Exactly. And the real bummer of that is I love the artwork of that game. I love the play style of it. It's a traditional board game versus this is more of a role-playing card game, kind of a family beat 'em up game. But we were just getting into the new serious testing rounds, my friends and everything, so I could make real revisions, start getting it close to a manufactured prototype. And then COVID hit, and it's very hard to test a board game with two cats and a wife. And that's it. So yeah, I can't test it, can't work on it. So I put it on the shelf for now and just working on the one thing I can work on, which is the new Ash Raimi book. Yeah.
That's been absolutely, man. It's something that trying to find that new way to go to business. I mean, yeah. I can't even fathom. You're this deep into a production on a game, and then you can't see people anymore. But I need people.
Well, that's what's so great about you guys doing this is it's something. It's a way. One, it's just nice to talk to you. It's nice to see people, other than just again, my cats. I'm losing my mind a little bit. I've worked from home for the last 3 years anyway, minus when I teach at the college, which is only 1 or 2 days a week. So when that went remote, it wasn't that big of a change for me, but there was always that chance to go out and take a walk and see a human being, and then be annoyed and then crawl back into my, introverted self and lock myself away. So creatively, it's been kind of cool because I'm getting tons of work done. I got some projects I can't talk about yet with some illustrations I'm doing. So getting that stuff out of the way has been nice, but for a guy who does rely a lot on selling my work and stuff, I have no time to be my own salesman or marketer. So shows are the one place where I can put things on the shelf, engage with folks like yourself, and just hang out and see the audience, and then they can pick it up while it's there. But once a show is over with, I get very few sales because I don't have time to be on the internet, making ads and marketing and doing posts all day and trying to hunt down an audience. I have to have the audience find me in places like C4 and in conventions and whatnot. And it's a little weird seeing all this work I'm accumulating just piling up, and I don't know what my plan is to get it out there. Even all my paintings and artwork are now I've been doing, museum grade Chiclets. I bought this $6,000 printer that has, a 9-color process on it, which does better printing than any outsourced printer in the world could do for me. And I'm making replicas of my paintings, true canvases with texture on them, framing them, matting them, making them look gorgeous, trying to give everyone a real piece of art versus just a generic Xerox prints and stuff. And I have nowhere to sell them. So I'm going to have a hell of an inventory when fall, winter comes around, once this stuff maybe hopefully subsides.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm just dumping money, away.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Who invited Kyle? He muted himself.
No, I had a question about Rob, not Rob, talking about the printer, because I've just heard of this technology like for the first time. Because I'm getting back into printing and interested in that as a hobby, which is a really weird and dumb hobby. I get it. But you said that it puts out canvases with actual texture on them. What does that like? This is a weird question, but what does that mechanism look like? Is it almost like silk screening, or is it?
No. When I say texture, I mean like actual texture, like the paper. Like it's printing on real art paper, real canvas, real textured watercolor. So it has woven tooth to it. It's not just like glossy prints and stuff.
Okay, cool.
When I show like one of my giclées, which is a French term for like a museum grade print, I can't tell the original from my real watercolor. If I were to shuffle them up, I probably would have a hard time telling because I do a 1:1 scale. But the printer I have is like most printers are a 4-color process system, CMYK. And all that does is basically just puts a bunch of those 4 colors is all it makes, and it just puts the dots close together, and you get a relatively sharp print replica. But if you zoom in, of course, it's just pink next to blue next to yellow, and it makes the appearance of greens and stuff. Mine is a 9-color. It actually has 9 different hues of those inks, and that's why it gets a higher gamut and a much more pure looking image. Like if you look at them side by side, it's like what a 4-color print does and what my 9-color process does. It's unbelievable. So I have burned all of my old prints I used to outsource and get from other companies. And instead I'm doing smaller runs at a higher quality and charging a little bit more to give people something that's actually worth putting on a wall, because a lot of times, I've always sold my artwork really cheap because, I want people to be able to have my art and afford it. And I don't want stockpiling in my house trying to get a ridiculous amount of money for my time. But yeah. So
all right, this moment of extra nerdery brought to you by the color cyan. I'm a graphic designer by day. I absolutely nerd out about color process printing. You'll see me lose my mind when someone goes, I send my work to the printer in RGB and get a higher saturation. I'm like, no, the printer fixed your work for you. Yes. All right. I'm going to go back to the other job I'm working right now. I will be back later. Okay. You can tell I'm a graphic designer teacher at college, I shake these students. I'm like, you have to learn 4-color processing.
Well, and Tom gives a perfect segue to what I was going to ask Rob next, because I've seen Rob posting recently of trying to alter his kind of business model into more of an online instruction type stuff and stuff like that. So if you can talk a little bit about what's going on there, Rob, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, like many people, and a lot of what Tom was saying, resonates with me because I have been spending the last couple of years transitioning to doing cons full time. So in 2019, I think I did 36 shows, and that includes fine art festivals, things like that. So, I mean, that was the bulk of my income. So I generally April and May are about 40% of my yearly income, and that's all up in smoke. So I had to be very adaptive to say, what am I going to do now? And so prior to doing shows, I was doing, hey, Amanda, I was doing a lot of wine and paint classes and that was my main source of income for several years. But I have been transitioning away from teaching those classes to doing more shows because it's more fun. I get to travel. I make more money. I'm like, hey, this is great, And so now the company I work for was very quick on its feet to start doing digital and online instruction through Zoom. And so since that popped up, I've taught probably about 4 dozen classes since March, since the shutdown started. It's not great money. It's okay money. I would probably be making more money on unemployment right now. But it is some source of income. And so right now I'm looking at not knowing whether or not shows are going to pick up. And if they do pick up again, are people going to attend shows like they did? Like I can't count on that. And so I'm moving more towards doing online instruction. I'm working on doing art consulting and building that part of the business venture I have a plan for. And then also I just got funded for a Kiva 0% loan for business development. And so I just ordered a brand new drawing laptop, 2-in-1 convertible. And so I am going to start doing digital work. Now I love doing the physical work, but a lot of this is printed overseas and getting material and not knowing if I'm going to travel, and shipping is really expensive nowadays to ship big, large scale canvases. And so like I am starting to move more towards doing some digital work with the hopes of actually I might start trying to do some sequential work too. That a couple of years ago I was able to, or last year I went to Rose City in Portland, and they Wacom had a bunch of those tablets set up, the big drawing pads, and I loved it. There's something with using an actual pen to draw on the tablet that's a lot more calls to me than using a mouse. Okay, I can't draw with this. This just doesn't work for me, And so that's why I invested in a really nice 2-in-1 laptop that's on its way. And I'm really looking forward again and doing some digital work. And so with that, I'm ramping up to teaching more classes. And that's the new business model. Now, actually, when the shutdown happened, I've been blessed that I've built enough of a customer base that I'm still getting commissions coming through. And so, and I'd like to just kind of bring up something interesting about one commission that I just arranged yesterday. I haven't got paid yet, but we've come to terms on it. Somebody has 2 graduates. Somebody just graduated from high school and somebody graduated from college. Neither of them had service, so there was no walking occurred, and they didn't get regalia. And so she commissioned me to do portraits of them in their school regalia.
Oh, wow.
Because there's no portraits, there's no photography, there's no graduation. So I almost feel like a Dutch master here, going back a couple hundred years, and now I'm doing for a patron a graduation portrait, because cameras can't do it right now because they can't be present, So there was just like a kind of interesting. So my model, I'm moving more towards doing online education. Start doing some digital work. So the 2-in-1 I ended up going with. I'm not a fan of style. I don't like apples. I'm sorry. I know some people love them, but I'm not an Apple guy. Growing up, I was pretty tech savvy at a young age in the 90s. I would build computers. I worked at the computer lab at my high school. And so a lot of the people I worked with are now project managers at Microsoft and all over the place. I like dealing with people, so I went one way. But so I'm just a PC person. And so I ended up getting, I've had success with Dells in the past. So I ended up getting a Dell Inspiron 5000. It's got the 4K monitor. It's got a high-end i7, 16 gig of RAM, 2 gig video card, high-speed solid-state hard drive, and active pen. And so I wanted to do multiple things. So it's not just a drawing tablet, but I also needed to teach classes, and I make a lot of video work. So one thing with I have a whole fine art series that I do as well, and I'm very much about process. So I have so many videos of things, it's over there, but I spent a year taking pictures of my art palette with paint and how the paint migrated around the palette. And so I have several thousand pictures of showing time-lapse video of how my paint goes around the palette. And so I need to that takes up a lot of space, and I got to compile all those images. And so there's a lot more kind of like digital stuff with my process that I need high-end high-end processors and RAM for. So yeah, I mean, I've been happy with Dells in the past, and I know it's not a trendy, like Microsoft Surface Pro. But I looked at the guts of the Surface Pro, and I'm just like, you're paying a premium for style, and I don't like that.
I have to, even at the college, we had some professors who would preach that if you're going to be a designer or an artist, you have to have a Mac, and I go, bullshit. I got a heated argument with my professor years ago, who I now work with, and he was preaching that. And I go, what's inside of your Mac? I go, it's an Intel processor. What's inside of this PC? It's an Intel processor.
Yeah.
It's just a preference for how you want your computer. Man, these blinds are shaking away. So yeah, you're just paying 60% more for the logo, you know.
Yeah, the one device that I think, and from the Microsoft side, and you guys being artists, maybe you'll have a better thing in this, because it looked cool to me. I have no idea if it's functional or whatever it is. I don't know if you guys have seen the Surface Studio.
Yeah.
Which comes with this little puck that you put on. I think it's a 21-inch screen, and it comes with this little puck, and you use it as a color. You can use it as a color wheel.
Yeah, that's. I want to say the Mac had that first. I'm not really positive if I'm remembering that right or not, but I know what you're talking about. I know, like, don't the Wacom tablets have that too? Yeah.
For me, that's probably way out of my price range right now.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, I only use the digital side for like believe it or not, for Grimoire Quest, I did all of the card artwork digitally on an iPad Pro with Procreate, mainly because I had to do over 300 illustrations for this game. And I was not about to bust out 300 sheets of illustration board and acrylic paint and start painting these. Because if I make a mistake, I want a Control Z option, you know, to speed up the time. And honestly, I mean, the cards are only, you know, the artwork on the card, you know, it had some forgiveness in the sense of how much detail had to be in there. I'll just grab a random one here. You know, so now I say I'm gonna grab a random one, but then I want to show off and get a nice, cool. All right, there's a cool, like this Cerebus here. You know, a nice, quick little digital illustration, but it had nice, like, you know, pencil look to it as well. But I wouldn't do that for my everyday work because I do like the organic side of what paint offers. That's been kind of a weird struggle for me with Ash and Raimi. Is it started out all traditional. Every one of these frames was, even the comic strip, I would hand paint. And I think in most cases I was trying to capture that great Bill Watterson look. Hey, what's up? Because like I grew up with, you know, Calvin and Hobbes was like my biggest influence as a kid. Like, I mean, his artwork was beautiful in these little strips, and I understood what he was talking about with his rage of like not being allowed, you know, the full spectrum of the canvas in the newspaper media because he had to work within a small frame. But I wonder how he would fare today in today's market of, you know, kind of everyone's kind of their own kind of pioneer, and with the digital market, they can do what they want. Someone like Bill Watterson could absolutely do everything he ever wanted to do, any size he wanted, and put it out on the internet on his own website and share his work the way he always envisioned. And a part of me kind of wanted to go, well, I have that ability since I'm not in a syndication. I'm not under anyone's rules. I do what I want with my artwork. So I started doing that, but then there's this little part of me that is kind of starting to like how the digital color works for Ash and Raimi in this case. So it's like I'm fighting with myself from like wanting to do, you know, all traditional hand painted like that, and then versus digitally coloring, which I don't have an example of the digital versions of Ash and Raimi, but if you go to ashraimi.com, they're on there. So I'm getting this. If you look at my comic strips, sometimes I go back and forth. You'll see one that's like done on a tablet and some that are done traditionally. And even the new book, I'm hand drawing and hand inking it, and then scanning that and then coloring it on the tablet. And I think I'm finding kind of like a middle ground of satisfaction there with a mixture of speed and still having just a little hint of an organic touch of color, you know, without it being looking at like a bunch of glowing digital pixels like every other webcomic out there today, where it just kind of lost that. And Rob, you'll understand, you know what I mean here. Like, you know, I don't know how to explain it other than it just has that, it's just that organic quality that, you know, I don't care how good the software is or how good you are with that, you know, with the tablet, it's not the same as real water bleeding with paper and bleeding with pigments and the absorption. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I mean, I still plan on doing physical work as well. It just everything Tom said. as he's speaking. That's like when I saw I was paired with Tom, I'm like, oh, perfect. Everything he's talking about is, I want to do the digital work to move a little bit faster. I want to make myself have more tools in my toolbox. I want to do more cover work. I want to do more sequential work. And it's kind of time consuming to do the painting, and you don't have a back button, and I know I can fix it, but it makes it a lot quicker to produce the work. I think I've earned my chops, so I don't think I have to prove anything to anybody anymore. But it's to make it quicker of a process.
And it depends on what the goal is too. It depends on what you intend the final product, what the necessity is. I'm not going to do a family portrait digitally. I'm just not going to do it. It's going to look unauthentic. It's going to look fake, and then you have to print it out, and it's just not going to feel real. It's going to look CGI. It's just like in films. A little touch of it is great. Too much of it, and it looks crappy. It looks unauthentic, and it looks unreal. Jurassic Park holds up to this day for a reason. It's that blend of digital with traditional art.
Well, and I think that's bringing that in. I think Kyle's going to hate because he's not going to love what I'm going to say. It is that. Honestly, I think that's one of the biggest things that was wrong with the prequel trilogy of Star Wars, was going to getting rid of all the physical effects.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes the new trilogy better in that regard, because it felt, you could feel more. You feel more from those physical effects, from those, and using CGI to augment things that you can't actually do.
Yeah, our brain, it's just like a magician. You have to have that sleight of hand. Our brain knows when we're seeing something that's not real, when light's not bouncing off of it, 100% authentic. We've gotten really good with CGI, but there is a limit of it's meant to be like makeup. Just soften it a little bit. Use it to blend, to do something safer maybe, or something like a little bit cheaper. But when they're using it to do everything now because they just don't want to build something or hire somebody to craft something, it shows in the final work. It all comes off looking like a big cartoon,
Yeah. It's
for prequel Star Wars.
Podcast with J.J. Abrams. Conan O'Brien did a podcast with J.J./Jar Jar Abrams, and he talked about the first Jurassic Park. There were only 68 CGI effects in the original Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
68. He goes, in the last movie I made, and this is J.J. Abrams talking, he goes, there were like millions of CGI effects. He goes, it's, the computers that we use to do this are so massive now that if Spielberg had it back then, he would have thought he was in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When they made the first Jurassic Park. So I think that's very true what Pat said and what you're saying about, there are certain medium where you just need to do the physical work in order to get the payoff you want.
And Tom, I think you're absolutely right. And you said you'd never do a family portrait in digital, because I absolutely can understand that and see that, because there is a different there's as good as digital art. There's a place for digital art. There's many things I've seen that I love. I know are done digitally, and I think they're beautiful.
Yeah.
But there is that transference of pen to paper, brush to paper, whatever tool you're using, that it just creates some. You feel the warmth, you feel the energy, you feel the heart and the love that's put into that piece of paper. You're not just putting ink to paper, you're putting emotion and feeling into paper too.
And and it goes the other way too. I would never do a comic book in acrylic paint. Maybe once in a while if you want to do that special one-off where it's kind of got a unique style to it. But from a marketing point of view, and also from just from a constructive point of view, who would do that? Forever. And the result may not be as what the audience expects.
I actually have a comic in works, all acrylic paint. I have about six canvases done of about 90 I have to do. It was a side project that just kept getting pushed on the side, because honestly, I have to get an apprentice. I could teach somebody how to paint like me. I just need to find a college student and now that's all shot to shit. But I basically just need an apprentice to be like, okay, do this, 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 this. But yeah, exactly. It's
When you get to that 30th panel and you're like got a beard down to here and you're like clawing the walls and scribbling with Sharpie going, must.
I don't think you guys, I don't have any samples here, but I don't think you've seen my pointillism work. That's how I started doing my art. I used to work in higher ed administration. I started art as a form of self-therapy, but I would go and I would take Sharpies and I would do hyper-realism pointillism with like hundreds of thousands of dots. And it would take me literally 300 hours of work to do. And so, like, I mean, it's part of my, my ADHD superpowers. I can hyper focus on things.
Yeah.
And so, like, doing like a painting, like 90 paintings, I'm like, I could do it if I don't have to worry about rent or buying groceries. If I have somebody doing that, lock me in a room and take away internet and I'll have it done in a week, That's
the other thing right now. I've had my energy sucked out of me because I've had all this downtime. I stupidly started revisiting video games.
Witcher 3, yeah.
I don't do this. I'm usually a workaholic. Like I preach to my students, you got to put the video games away, guys. You got to focus. During this pandemic, you should be doing a painting every day or an illustration once a day. I've spent the last 4 days playing Mario Kart on the DS from like 2006 because I never played it. I'm on the playing Mario Kart going, damn it, Yoshi.
Your brain needs that refresh button. That's a refresh button for the brain, I mean, it's we were making light of this and we're having fun and stuff, but people's worlds are getting flipped upside down right now. I mean, from we've become a global community and just receiving parts to make things, or I do printing overseas and that's delayed. But like, if you think about just how our food chain is going to be impacted, all of these things, we need some video gaming. Okay. And like, if you feel bad about video game, just remember that we are artists and they're artists too. So you're supporting their work by playing video games. So we got to keep buying those video games because they'll have money to buy our art. Okay.
Which is why I'm so mad that The Last of Us Part 2 was delayed again until June. This would have been the perfect time to put that out. They would have sold so many more units. Everyone's sitting at home.
Like, Witcher.
I'm surprised you didn't say Animal Crossing because I would totally pin you as an Animal Crossing type person.
Me or Rob?
Tom.
Oh, no. My wife. I bought it for my wife, though. And she's never played video games. She's playing it right now. I guarantee it.
So, last thing I want to say about Tom, though, I know. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely, Tara. Yeah, give those artists. Yeah,
on there.
I mean, we have to smile. I mean, during the Great Depression, World War II, all the things in the last couple of generations, people still went to the movies because we need to smile. We need Maslow's hierarchy of needs is bullshit. Like we need happiness down there at the bottom. We're thinking creatures. We just don't function on a physical level. We need care and we need to be happy in order to function as offset depression. Especially collective depression of things like what's going on. So, but I was going to tell Tom, one of the other reasons I want to do digital work is because I have cats and they tell stories, and what I'm talking about, Tom. But
cats and stories.
Yes.
Feeling.
So they have personalities. So I have 2 cats. I moved in with my girlfriend who has a cat, a chihuahua, and birds. And so we have like a whole, it's like The Bachelor. We called it The Owner, and they all they're fighting over our attention right now, all of them. And so I think it would make a really great series. And so yeah.
So you're saying my competition now, Rob?
What? Hey! We could pitch it together. We can do a Family Feud episode, or series. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like any artist, I have a bunch of projects. Just find the time to do it past just teaching classes. Right. That's been my main focus right now. Is regardless of how the economy goes, I think distance education is here to stay for a while. And there's been a lot of people taking the online art classes, and that's the hot iron right now. And so that's been my main focus. I've been lucky enough to do some commissions and stuff, have my other art projects, but right now I'm just building that customer base. That's been my priority.
Yeah, at the college, it was a really strange transition, because I teach graphic design and illustration and fine arts at Macomb. And in the middle of this, when we closed down and went remote, it was such a strange thing to be like, one minute I could be hands-on with a student going, hey, try this, try that. All of a sudden now it's like, email me your things and I'll give you feedback. And like these kids aren't ready for like feedback unless I'm there to like, forcefully encourage it on them. So moving forward in the fall, I'm really curious to see like how many people are going to be in the art department wanting to sign up for online classes, because it's such a hands-on world,
When I studied graphic design, I went to a technical college. I didn't go to a real school. I went to a technical school because, well, no, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Because the school I went to only accepted me because I was already working in radio. And I'm like, but I want to study graphic design. And they're like, okay, but if you do a shift on the radio station, you can go here for free. Okay, sure. So I went there, and that was their graphic design department was 90% digital. Like this is in 2008, 2007. And it was really interesting how prepared that made me for working in the real world as a designer, because not often do you get to sit with your client and be like, you should move this line and this shape should be different. And it's here, let me send you off a proof. And they're like, I'm not sure I like it. Can you fix it? And then you've got to figure out what that is, which is a lot of how our feedback came. So it'll be interesting to see for those of you who are doing the education, like Tom's talking about, that it's, how it works.
So doing the live painting, so prior to the shutdown, I taught probably about 900 wine and paint events over the last 6 years. So, I mean, I've taught tens of thousands of people how to paint. Now doing the digital, it's much different. It's varying levels. I've taught from kids up to adults. It's different levels of participation. But I noticed that I definitely have to feed more. I got to get more feedback from them. It's I have to draw out from them. If you need help, let me know, because I think that a lot of times people are, especially the type of students I have, being complete hobbyists, just doing this for self-therapy at home. Sure. They really need to, they feel self-conscious about their work and they don't want to bring it up. But it's kind of cool that like I could bring the brushes up close. I could show the actual movement of my hand. So in some ways it's not as being in person is a little bit better, but then also instead of teaching a class of 50, I could come up and everybody could see how the micro adjustments on my hand and how I move the brush, which is like, oh, I could see that, and I could show texture up close, and so in some ways there, like anything else, there's pros and cons.
Well, there's a silver lining to everything. There's definitely been advantages and disadvantages during this time. I mean, there's some things I kind of hope stick around. Like I like the idea of everyone washing their hands. That's amazing. No, when I was a teacher, I got really sick over the Christmas break. I came back, I was furious. I know I got sick at the college. There's a million people. I watched a student eat an M&M off the floor one time that they saw in the hallway. Not kidding at all.
5-second rule.
I almost spit coffee out, Tom.
Really?
Mid-sip when you said that.
There's two things I want in life. I want to make someone do a spit take from something I say, and I want to do something so shocking that a French person says Jacques Lebleu.
Well, with distance education, you can get lots of French people, so that may happen.
There we go. Start Skyping in France.
So,
but, I want those kind of things to stick around. I also like the idea of people finally embracing things like Zoom and Skype. I had a hard time getting people to use those in the past when I'd be like away from my wife at a show or something, because I want to be able to see someone's face and their interactions. I hate talking on a phone. You won't get me to do it. Unless you're my mother, I'm not answering. It's just not happening.
To continue at Jurassic Park, nature finds a way.
Yeah. Like if my brother calls me, I hang up on him and text him going, "Why are you calling me? What are you thinking?" I hate talking on phones.
I think
it's 2020. What kind of monster calls someone?
My mother's the only person who gets a pass on that. She calls. I go, "Who's dead? Nobody. What do you need? Love you too."
I only ever call because I drive an inordinate amount of time. Like it's a major part of my job.
Yeah, that's usually why I call, is because I'm in the car. My phone is hooked to my car. I can.
Emergencies only.
I
When,
will text and drive, but only when I'm sitting still.
I think what's very interesting about this and the changes that it's made is I think it's shown in addition to all of us that show that we can be connected in different ways and we can have these Zoom and Skype and stuff like we're doing for this weekend, but it's also shown employers that you know what, you don't need these people in the building. There's so many people. It just doesn't make sense. Like, what does my accounting department need to be in the building for?
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of vacant commercial real estate in the next 6 months.
I agree with that statement because there's a
I'm
lot
saying.
of people that be like, why should you come in? Why should you be in the building? Why should I have to worry about, having your space, having all this? Here's a laptop. Shut up.
Yeah. And not only that, but I hope it's a great time that people who maybe argued or government who may have argued, but I think it's fair to say that the internet is now a utility.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Picture this happening 25 years ago.
Oh yeah, it would have ground everything to a halt. Yeah.
You can hear the sound of my 56K modem just grinding to a halt. My entire neighborhood tried to get on. Oh,
Yeah, you think we're bad right now. Imagine if we didn't have this. Just imagine.
Yeah, it's
I'd be making more art.
and where I'm at, the big problem is that we have one ISP where I live. One.
Well, that's most of the country because
That's me too. We only have Comcast where I'm at, and
Well, so I have to pay extra every month to be able to do streams like this, which make my living, which let me pay the bill to have the internet from them. So it's like, why are you not giving me the power I need to be able to do the thing that lets me pay you? And they don't seem to understand that concept,
Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, with this, nasty election that's going to be coming up around the head. If they would, I know I live in a world where these people would talk about issues, but I would love to see which of them would talk about, how important the internet's going to be and how to secure that for us versus what happened to us with the, what do you call it? The
net neutrality.
Net neutrality. Thank you. This is the kind of thing I hope they're looking at right now, not just the virus and stuff like that and how things are handled, but, going forward, in case something like this happens again, how important these things are to everybody.
Yeah, it's absolutely a vital service that has been shown to be a utility like power or water or gas.
Yeah.
I mean,
it absolutely should be. Oh.
All right, we're running short on time, so let's.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, so we need to do the thing where you guys tell us where we could buy your things, and people could send you money for your goods and/or services. Commerce.
Okay, where do I where do I copy and paste stuff?
Just shout it out, Rob. I'm gonna copy and paste it right into the GarageCon.live website.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a bunch of links, Kyle, right now on Facebook.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh, that's messy. Yeah. So I put all my links for all my things on there. But I'll get them all over to Kyle individually so he can post them up. I don't like Tom. I don't have an infrastructure for selling online. Part of that is I like to have interactions with people who buy my art. My art are my kids. I don't have kids. I have animals. And so the art are my legacy. They're my kids. And so I feel impersonal just putting it up. But that being said, you can contact me, email. I'll be doing a better job on my Facebook fan page of getting my inventory up of what I got. I have come up with a new commission rate for the shutdown. Basically, my commission rate is called the social responsibility pricing model. You tell me what you want me to do. I tell you how many hours, and whatever the rate is how much those hours are worth to you. So if you make $12 an hour and it's going to take me 3 hours, there you go. If you're a lawyer and you make a little bit more, there you go. That's my commission rate, and that's to help people get access to art, but also in a fair and equitable way. Last exciting news. I put a GoFundMe up, and on Friday I got the GoFundMe grant. Woo! So they were offering $500 for businesses affected if you raised a certain amount. I raised a certain amount, and they sent me $500. So GoFundMe, go GoFundMe. So thank you. Other than that, I'll send the links to Kyle and everybody. It was a pleasure meeting you, Tom. Great seeing you again.
You too, Rob. So to me.
To you.
Yes.
All right. There are 3 places to find my work, but the main house is TomSavageStudios.com. That's where my web store is at, where you can buy my game Grimoire Quest, my book Ash and Raimi. I think I still have some old issues of the Anathema available on there. I also have some of my Chiclets that are licensed up on there as well. I have a contact page, so if anybody sees any artwork and that they want to reach out to get either the original or any of the Chiclets, I can make arrangements. Everything I'm doing now is completely free shipping for the rest of the week until Saturday. That includes Grimoire Quest, the games, everything. But on top of that, anything you guys buy in my store this week until Saturday, you're going to get 3 prints from my old collection of my 12x18 prints of my artwork. I'll be picking 3 of those at random, or if you have a special request, you can let me know that in the order form, and I'll throw those in there for free. And that's for anything you buy. So if you buy 2 copies of Grimoire Quest, you'll get 6 prints. If you buy 3, you'll get 9. You mix and match, that's how it's going to run. If you're interested in just reading the Ash and Raimi book, you can go to ashandraimi.com. There is a page where you can read it for free on a PDF. You can also go onto Amazon Kindle. If you have Amazon Kindle Unlimited, you can get it for free, or you can get it for 99 cents. You can buy the hardbound first edition books from me there as well. Each one of those are signed and numbered, and some include little hand-drawn sketches like so inside of them. There's also a print-on-demand version on Amazon as well for a paperback edition for like $9, I believe, with free shipping. That's an option as well. And yeah, that's where they can find all the information. If you want to check out Grimoire Quest, it also has its own website, grimoirequest.com. You can look at some of the video tutorials, how it's played, get some of the reviews. You can look at some of the artwork. There's a contact form on there as well. So if you buy the game and you have a question about it, you can hit me up on what I call the Save a Friendship line. So if you have a friend who's arguing with you about how a card should be played in the game, you can hit me up day or night. As long as I'm awake, I'm happy to solve any questions about the game and save a friendship, I call it.
That's hysterical. I love that.
What else am I going to do?
I can't tell you how many times I've needed that for games. Like,
yeah, it's the nice thing about being independent, where I'm the creator, the artist, the designer of everything. I'm the salesman. If you bought Grimoire Quest, there's a 99.5% chance you bought it directly from me. So it's not that hard for me to simply answer a question, that evening. I've had people. I was driving home from C4 last year. As I'm driving home, I'm getting questions from a guy who was already playing it. So I had my wife feed him. I'm like, what cards he play? I'm like, okay, yeah. No. He can't use the Excalibur Gauntlet on top of the shield. No. He's immune to fire. He can't. No, give me the phone. This was on page 2 of the instructions. Why didn't you read the instructions first? Okay. I almost pulled over because the guy had 5 questions and they were all on page 1 of the instruction booklet. Thank you, Ranger.
All right, I've got links to a lot of this stuff up on the GarageCon.live page. If you go to GarageCon.live, click on GarageCon links. At the bottom of the page, you have Tom's and Rob's links, so you can check it out and you can get all of their wonderful stuff. I said it in one breath. I'm getting better, Pat. And I didn't get the links wrong this time.
Yay!
Hey, it's the first time in 2 days.
Awesome. Well, so yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Everybody should go check out Rob and Tom's work. It's very good. And then if you ever get a chance to see Tom sing karaoke, pay extra for the privilege.
I will say, every time Tom moves his head, I see the portrait behind him, and I see it, and I'm like, why does he have a Twilight picture behind him? He looks like Edward.
Let me share this story real fast. This is a wedding portrait I painted my wife and I. for our wedding. And what we did was we had everybody. I'll just bring it a little closer. We had everybody sign the mat at our wedding in lieu of a guest booklet.
Mhm.
The downside is somebody got drunk and took the pen and drew a unibrow on my eyebrows at my wedding. To this day, I don't know who did it.
No.
I know they woke up sober the next morning and saw my absolutely furious video post about it, and they basically just slunk back, like, "Oh my God, who did that? They don't respect you, Tom."
That's the kind of thing I would do stone sober, so it's probably good it wasn't me.
See, it was one of those things where I was like, if they had just come forward and be like, "Look, dude, you had open bar and an awesome band. I'm sorry," and I would have been like, "Oh, thanks. I don't got to think about it anymore." But now I think about it every morning. I have my coffee. I look at it and go, "Damn it, who did this? Who are you?" And my mother's sitting home going, "Oh, I should just tell him."
All right. Well, it is that time, gentlemen. I'm going to bring in our next guest. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Bye,
Good to see ya.
everybody. Thanks for
All right.
doing this. Have a great
Okay.
day.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome in Peapod. He is going to help us out this afternoon. My co-host on the Kai Pod Show, podcaster extraordinaire, and haver of beard.
I do have a beard.
In front of a green screen that he's not using,
That's right. Give it time. Give it time. I'm gonna turn it on.
karaoke champion,
Right, baby. Recognize.
Victor Dandridge Jr., Vantage
hello.
In-House Productions.
Hello, hello.
Okay,
Fantastic.
I just have to ask, why do you
Yeah.
have a green screen if you don't use it?
No, I'm gonna use it. It's
Oh,
gonna be
okay.
part of my presentation, but I had to set it up, and so that way it was ready to go. I
Yeah,
wanted.
green screens on StreamYard are weird. So
They really are, bro. I had to figure this out. It was really weird. So we'll see if it works.
Yeah.
I hope it does.
it's a little.
Yeah.
The
And
built-in
then-
is kinda weird. There's like a Mario Galaxy, one of the built-ins in this.
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, that's something I put in there
Oh, you put it. Okay, I was
because
like,
you're logged into my account. All right, time to bring in our one of our other guests on this hour. Why did that? That's not what I wanted. Hold on there.
because I'm the first one in the group.
Nope, I clicked the wrong button, Pat.
He did it.
Imani Latif.
Hey.
Yo.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, bro.
All right, cool.
All right, I'm gonna step out. You guys enjoy. I will talk to y'all later.
Thank you.
Yes.
Much appreciated,
All right.
Pat.
All the
Well,
rotations of all the people is giving me weird Hollywood Squares vibes. I need to go for Kyle for the block.
I mean, that's what we're gonna do. I mean, if we're gonna block Kyle, we're just gonna block.
We're just gonna block Kyle. We don't need him.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Actually, I'll see.
Boom! Look at that. Look at
He's
that.
gone. He's gone.
I have the power. We had
That's
6
too
people on here last night, and it really
us
did
know.
look like when I went to the tight view like this, it looked like the beginning of the Brady Bunch.
Oh wow.
And it was just much too much because we were way too ugly to be the Brady Bunch.
Oh my God, that's terrible. That's terrible.
It's
I can't
me
believe
and
you said
Tony Aiello and those guys. It's just like, nah.
that. I mean, y'all are cute for some Michiganders. I guess.
Dude.
I guess. Yeah, I said that.
Nobody
I
in
said
this stream's in Michigan.
that.
No,
Oh,
we're
good.
all Ohio.
Okay, cool. Then
We're
I can say
good.
that. Well, Tony is. I can say that because of Tony.
Right, but nobody in this picture right now is in Michigan. We're all in God's
Represent.
state.
the OH in here. That's what I'm talking about.
We're in the heart of it all, barely
That's right.
breathing, but we're
Most
here.
important state. Recognize. We're gonna
All
do
right.
that.
I'm gonna pop out. I will let you guys, if you need anything, I'll be right here, but I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
Cool.
Well, gentlemen, it's nice to meet you. This is I'm getting thrown into everything with going on, but welcome if you're just joining us. Welcome to GarageCon 2020, a virtual Comic-Con with everything. I am Peapod. I am one half of the Kai Pod Show. I'm the pod part of the Kai Pod Show, hence the name. And I am a podcaster. I do some other things. According to Kyle, I have a beard, so that's pretty cool. I have music and geeky crap on behind me, but I have 2 great guests. For all ages books. So Victor, Imani, give a couple of minutes and talk about what do you do? What's your line of work? How did you get into this world of pop culture and comics that we all love and enjoy?
Imani, I'm gonna let you go first, bro.
Okay. So my name is Imani Latif. I'm a graphic designer by trade and a cartoonist. I've been a comic book fan my whole life. I really started getting into it in the 90s, late 80s. Lived down the street from a comic book shop that was real convenient. So I was getting into everything, not just the Marvel and DC stuff, but a lot of indie stuff. But recently I got the chance to start teaching comic book classes. So I've been just creating little mini comics, teaching kids how to tell stories visually on my website, junebugsworld.com.
That's what's up. I'm Victor Dandridge, aka the hardest working man in comics. I am a self-publisher through my imprint, Vantage and House Productions. I've also, like Imani, have been teaching kids how to create comics through You Create Comics, which is a program designed to bring comic books into the classroom. And we'll be actually celebrating 10 years of that this October, along with 10 years of Vantage and House, which is mad crazy. Like, I don't even know where the time went. I got into comics with The Death of Superman. And luckily, my cousin actually had a house that was not too far down the street from a comic shop. So whenever I would go up to his, yeah, Imani's my cousin, y'all, for those that didn't know. And I would definitely borrow some of his comics, growing up. And that's really, it really helped me get into the game and really learn about different styles of comics, different types. He wasn't just in the Marvel DC fair. There was a lot of different things that I could, snoop and find and discover in his collection. And it kind of expanded my mind and made me want to get into this business for the full-time sake.
Creating comics for kids in schools, and I feel like that's awesome, and that's a setup that's not a lot of places think of that idea. Like you think of like art classes and things like that. It's just paint this tree, paint how to do this, draw this, but like actually creating characters in comics and learning the whole process.
Right.
Tell me how you built that curriculum through your websites.
You want to go first?
When I started doing like small shows, what I noticed, and I'm probably sure you guys noticed too, is that the vast majority of vendors appealed mostly to adults. Mm-hmm. And what I started to see was parents were trying to encourage their kids who were artists or telling their own stories, encouraging them to meet artists in Artist Alley and stuff like that. But none of their work was age appropriate, number one. So that's the first thing I started to do, was trying to create, content that was, all ages friendly. But then what I also noticed was that the vast majority of them weren't really into creating superhero comics. They already had notebooks full of, stories and stuff like that with characters and backstories. And they just needed to learn a method to put that story on paper and actually tell that story visually. So a lot of what I do is actually introduce some of the process to them so that they can take their original characters and put it in visual form. So a lot of the stuff that I assumed was going on with young people in terms of comics, I learned pretty quickly it wasn't the case. Like a lot of students, they learned a lot from me, but they already knew how to animate. They already had, they were already in online groups where they were teaching themselves how to animate, how to create webcomics. They already had webcomics uploaded. So a lot of what I was teaching them was basically the process and basically to be diligent in doing the work.
Victor,
For myself, it was going to conventions and seeing that they didn't actually have a lot of setup for kids. And introducing the You Create line as a viable aspect of their kids convention programming. And that was like a mind blowing experience, because you really saw that there was a lot of people that were getting into comic conventions by way of movies, cartoons, video games, things like that, but they weren't actually well integrated into comic books, and they didn't really know what comic books were or how to make them or anything like that. So with the You Create line, what we were able to do was travel across the country and really introduce what it means to create content, to create characters, original pieces from start to finish, to really show that it was something accessible, not, something that was created in a weird vacuum that just exists or just suddenly happens. It was a way to get people more hands-on and actively being a part of the industry, which was a phenomenal experience. And from there, it just became something where we needed to grow more products, and really kind of showcase where that value actually lies in the classroom. So like for myself, I didn't like to read as a kid. It wasn't that I had any deficiencies. I just didn't like doing it. So with that sort of, mindset, it was like, well, how can I, build something that I know there are students that are like me out there in the world that need that sort of that push, that entrance, and even that excitement that says, you know what, comics can be something that I can enjoy in the classroom. And boom, here's products that support that. So that's really the genesis of You Create Comics and how I've been using it to spread that notion.
I like that. Shout out to Christy on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Facebook. She's saying the comics need more people like that. I really appreciate those that help those out and help inspire kids. And I think that is also amazing. Bringing out all the bringing comics in for everyone. Mm-hmm. And no matter what you are, whether you're young, you're old, you're white, black, Mexican, whatever you are, comics are open for everybody. It needs better representation, better age groups, and things like that. And getting them in at such a younger age also just helps develop not only these independent creators, like it has been featured all weekend long, but gets people interested more about like the brick and mortar stores, the paper, the art of it all. Not only the art of creating and the actual pictures, but the art of writing and staging and character development and everything like that. Kind of give me an idea of just like, you have an idea and help develop like a story or a book. Like, what are people have a hard time trying to like develop, or like, someone comes up to you and going, hey, I have this character, I want to make something from it. How do you guide them through the process?
Well, for me, and it's kind of a perfect segue, because that's going to be kind of what my first leg of our tutorial piece will be, is writing stories. I predominantly function as a writer, though I do have an art background. I like to write more so than I ever like to draw. And
he's being real quick. He's being humble. He can actually draw.
I just don't like it. Come on, man.
Like, he holds back constantly.
That's messed up, man. That's messed up.
I'm just putting him on Front Street. I'm just going to
dang. Brutal.
He got you.
I mean, look, this is what big cousins do. And he's not wrong. I can draw. It's true. I can draw. I just don't have that same passion for drawing as I do for writing. And the first thing is to make people understand that having an idea is cool, but understanding how story works and how to build that is the first step in actually turning it into something. Everybody has great ideas. It's ideas are a dime a dozen, but when you actually start to do beginning, middle, and end, now you're getting into what makes a story and putting things together that people are going to go on a journey to find the end results of. That's the key. We're going to talk about that. We're going to have so much fun talking about that.
Yeah. Well, do you want to do you want to just jump in to what you want to offer right now and just?
We can.
Tutorial? Yeah.
We can do that if you don't mind.
Yeah,
hold on, let me get my green screen piece up. Let me see. Can I do that? Let's see. Do. Yeah, buddy. There it is. All right. So here, let me see if I can get out of the way to do this now. All right. So stay up there. Don't you move. Don't move. Okay. So here's a concept that I was playing around with, and it's all about using sort of a map setup for how people need to understand what a story is. And like I said, people can consider that they have ideas, and that's everything. But we have this sea of ideas here. Everybody has a sea of ideas. It's wonderful. It's where all things come from, and that's great and good. But in order for it to truly be a story, it's got to be a sequence of events that are retold, but actually make you feel something along the way. It's not just the order of events that are retold, but it's the emotion, the perspective of particular characters. And that really breaks down into something very simple. And that's the beginning, middle, and end. And if we look at it kind of like a map, where the beginning, middle, and end are separate lands, each one actually functions to explain something. So in the beginning, you're looking at the key parts of what you need to know to tell the story, right? Like, I mean, that's classic, right? Once upon a time. And actually, if you look at this map, we have the castle Once Upon. It's right there. This is really weird. I'm like doing like a weatherman type thing. This is kind of amazing. So with Castle Once Upon, what you discover is, who the characters are, where this takes place, when does this take place. This is all the foundation information that you need. This is what the beginning is for, is to set the stage for what's getting ready to happen. And what's amazing about that is when you look at it and just go, okay, this is what the beginning needs to answer. And then you get to the middle and you go, well, what does that need to answer? It basically answers what happens next. This thing happens, then what happens next? And then what happens next? And then what happens next? And the end is ultimately, where does everything end up? You know, where are the characters at by the time that they've gone through this journey? And once you have just that simple basis of beginning, middle, and end, you have the makings of telling a story. It's very simple to go from just having an idea to having a true story once you get those things just labeled, just listed. Now, the really fun part is when you start to look into the mechanics of storytelling. And this gets a little pedestrian, but there's this thing called the 5-part narrative structure. And it's exposition, rise in action, climax, fall in action, and denouement. And what I have here as a route on this map is somewhat like showcasing that design, this weird sort of triangle sort of piece that runs the route of telling stories. And that's kind of how I had to, think about it, where beginning, middle, and end was 3 parts. The 5-part narrative structure was 5. I could never quite figure out how they aligned. Like that was always weird to me. It was just kind of mixed math. But if you look at it as a route within story, and it kind of guides you through how you get from one part to the next. So you go from your castle once upon, and you end up to the Bridge of Insight, which is where the rise in action starts. That's where you're starting to look at who the characters are that are in conflict and why they might be in conflict. What does one person want versus the other person? Why is that going to be in opposition to each other? And once you get over that part, you're moving towards what we call the what next mountain. It's a whole range of things. It's 2 major ranges. And when you get up there, it's the climax. It's the peak of these mountains that kind of puts you in this position where the main character is faced with a choice. A lot of times when we look at climax, we have this idea that it's the highest point of action. And I disagree with that. Like you guys watch Civil War, right?
Yeah.
You guys. Now, what would you say is the highest point of action in Civil War?
It's when it's the big face-off between Cap's team and Iron Man's team.
Exactly, but it's not really the climax of the movie.
No,
the climax of the movie happens later, and it's when Cap has to make a choice. Cap has to choose ultimately between, spoilers for those that haven't seen it, this 4-year-old movie that's amazing that you guys should have seen. When he has to choose, who is he actually siding with? Is he going to side with his man Tony, or is he going to side with his man Bucky? And when Cap makes that choice, that's really the climax of that entire movie. It's not the highest point of action. And I think that's a little clarity that might be a little bit more advanced than younger, writers might be using. But it's something I think is important to really kind of establish. Like, it's not just about the big action sequence. It's when the main character has to choose whether or not they're actually going to go for the thing that they've wanted this entire time or not. Then we have the and then force, which is basically the place that you go to right after you make this choice. It's the immediate fallout of the choice that you've made. And, if you decide to do this thing or you decide to go against it, how does that work? Because sometimes if you choose just to go for it, still doesn't mean that you're going to get it. And even if you choose not to go for it, doesn't mean that you won't get it. There's just all these different things that you kind of really get to showcase as a first time, reaction piece to this event that is the climax. And ultimately it takes you through to the end, which is the ever after kingdom, which is where we all want to be. It's where everything ends up. It's all nice and cool and fun, and it's wonderful. And it's a simple way of breaking down how stories work. Once you have this understanding of how stories work, you can tell any story anytime, all the time. And it's very simple, and you can make it as fun as you want to by putting different places within this map. And, I had some suggestions. One of my buddies was like, you should have a thing where it's the winds of change, and that's something that can come through and alter your story. And I'm like, yo, that's dope. I love it. Like that's an amazing idea. So it's just kind of a nice visual to showcase what writing stories can be all about. Just kind of get you from one place to another and kind of showcase that. So that's the first part of what my tutorial would be, is really just going through and showing you, how do you do this? How do you tell stories in a very clear, concise manner? Like, make it fun. This is a visual. This is your map. This is how you get through it. This is the land of storytelling.
I really enjoyed how you explained that. And really, the map progress of everything was done really well.
Thank you.
I really enjoy that. I think that's really smart, not only for a younger kid, but like when you're learning how to write more. If you visualize more, then instead of just like kind of like a graph or a pyramid or
Right.
whatever else, something like more like you see in like analytical books.
Yeah,
it's more. This is more flowy. This is more like open to
Deception.
changing things like that.
There we go. Now we're back into the VIP section of my office here. Now we're back. We
Get
there.
out of here.
But no, you're absolutely right, man. I think that, too many times when we have very technical information, it's not fun in terms of how we deliver it. And that's something I want to change. So that map will actually be something that I develop to send to schools so that they can play games with it, that they can actually say, okay, here's the map. How are we getting through the stories? And I'm going to create, let's see, I have a list of different locations over here that I'll be adding to the map. That you can plot your own course, and you'll be able to go, okay, well, here's the way the route should function, but we're going to go from this place to that place, and then to this place and that place. And you get to tell different stories, and that's the key. I want you to tell as many stories as possible, as freely and comfortably as possible.
And much like a lot of maps, there are certain areas that like other people will end up discovering, and then later on for future versions of said map that you can go and explore and choose your own your own way that fits with your narrative.
Absolutely.
So you get all the map, you get all the the skeleton of the story, and then you toss it over to whomever will be your artist. And Amani, this goes into your realm now.
Yeah, buddy.
And kind of tell us your ideas, your way of how you teach or show, or even how you yourself do your own stories and develop your works.
So it's interesting. So yeah, me and Vic, like we come at it from different angles. So it's interesting. But at the end of the day, I noticed that we were both teaching storytelling. For sure. Like no matter what we're doing, we're teaching storytelling. So so the first thing that I open up with my students is it's an icebreaker. It shows them how to create characters or character design. And in this project, I introduce all the different methods that go into actually drawing characters and sketching and things like that. Some of the supplies that we use are non-print blue pencils. I don't have any in front of me, but basically the way it works is that you will find this pencil in an architect section of a art supply store. You wouldn't necessarily don't pick up a blue color pencil. You want a non-print blue. It's usually an architect style pencil for sketching. And then I usually have them choose micron pens for some of the inking and some Japanese calligraphy pens that have a brush tip, which I really like. Those are they'll give different values in the inking process. But this first project that I show them how to do is I try to be fun with it because at the same time I'm dealing with kids. I try not to. I'm showing them technical skills, but at the same time, I'm trying to make it fun. So this project is called Animal Occupation. So randomly, each kid gets an animal, an occupation, and an emotion. And they have to tie those all together and draw this character. And so I'm showing them different ways of putting all this information together to create this character. So I'm going to show my screen.
Yeah, go ahead and go solo if you want.
All right. Let's see here. Can you see that?
We've not seen anything yet. Oh,
There
there
it
it
is.
is.
All right. So basically, this is so you can see all that. Basically, this is an angry alligator yoga instructor. All right.
I love this already.
Usually it's like I have like a randomizer on my phone, and usually I go through it and I pick an animal, occupation, and an emotion. But I just had to draw this when I thought of it. I had to draw this this character. So this is an angry alligator yoga instructor, and immediately, so I'm using Clip Studio Paint, but I'm simulating basically the sketching process that I use with a non-print blue pencil. Okay, and I try to keep all my lines very loose. I'm sketching. I'm not trying to erase very much, and I'm trying to be expressive as possible, even though this is a static image. I'm trying to be as fluid as I possibly can, like with the arching of the back and the tail, and the way I have the hair, the head raised. So I'm trying to show as much motion in this image, even though he's sitting or he's posing. That's the cow pose, I believe that is, in place. Okay. So this is the first part of the process that we all go through, a sketching process. It's a great warm-up project. So we first start with that. And I got this from a book, actually, a great book full of comic book projects. And then the first thing that I do is we go into inking, right? And I try to show them how to get varied line weights using, this is with the calligraphy type of pen. Try to get varied line weights. Try not to be just one line weight all the way around. You know, try to thicken the line weights where there might be shadow, like under the feet and things like that, under the chin, around the eyes with the eyebrows. That gives the character or the drawing character and more depth. You see it immediately once you start changing your line weights. But I try to play to each student's strength or the character they're trying to create. So what tends to happen is, like, I might have students that are looking to create a character for print. They have a graphic novel idea, and I encourage them to use a brush tip because in print it's good to have varied line weights. But some good kids, they have characters that are more like Adventure Time, for instance. And with those characters, since it's for animation, they're using you'll notice that it'll be like just a graphic pen type of style where it's all one basic line weight because they have to animate that character. So what I tend to show them is a little bit different when we use the Micron pens. Their character might turn out like this. And then this is sort of like a graphic pen style, but I actually have them vary their pens with between a 5 and an 8 style Micron pen, and I have them, go back in the same areas where there might be shadows, thicken that line, drop in thicker lines, around the character, and immediately, even with this style, you'll see a lot of depth. I'll take off my sketch. Although I do like leave my, I like to leave. Sometimes I like to leave my blue lines in a drawing, but this is basically the graphic pen style, and this is the brush tip style.
See, people don't even realize, like, it just millimeters of units can change the entire depth and look of a creation.
Oh, yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah. And with this is fun, but I've actually, in this one project, I've actually showed them 3 or 4 concepts that go into, comic book creation. I'm showing them how to use a non-print blue pen, showing them inking skills. We're going through emotions, how you like change up the emotions in the face. Usually in class, what we do is, since it's random, I tried for them not to tell each other what they have. So they have to rely a lot on a lot of their drawing skills to relay this message. So, like, I want to tell them that this is an angry alligator yoga instructor. They will have to surmise that once they finish the drawing. So once they actually share, which is a big part of my class, is that we create, we share, and we read each other's stories and stuff like that. So when they share this image, it's actually fun to see how the students try to figure out, okay, what did this person draw? Did this person draw a shy piglet cop, or a giraffe fashionista, that type of thing. So that's been an interesting aspect of the class as well.
What do you think is the hardest part that a lot of your students, and both of you can answer this, what do you think is the hardest hump to get some of these when you teach your students to try to get over? Like, what is like the most common places they struggle with?
For me, it's recognizing that it's okay to have a beginning point. Too many times I encounter people that, because they have a fascination with the final professionally made comic book, that's the level that they think they have to come in with. And no, you just start where you are, and it's one of those things where, because like as previously said, I don't personally like to draw. I am able to say, with stop it. Because I don't like to draw, I can come in and say, okay, well, here's my skill set level, but I tell stories better. So there's going to be things that you do better in this game, and you can use those strengths to your benefit. It doesn't have to be that there's only one thing that you can do to be a part of this business, this industry, or this art form. So even if you don't draw very well, okay, that's cool, but can you tell a story? Can you set these things up? Can you perhaps write, with a sense of calligraphy or penmanship that's really clean? Maybe that's lettering that you should get into, and not just drawing. Or just find a style of drawing that works for you. That's the range of things. But too many times we get people that see like Jim Lee and they're like, that's what I got to do. And it's like,
oh yeah,
no, you don't. You really don't.
Yeah, and people don't realize that's like decades on decades of experience and stories, and like,
right.
and failed scripts, or scripts that went over grade, and just like you're not going to be at that level. You're not going to start doing Grant Morrison level storytelling right in year one of your career. There's no way you can reach that. Amani, what about you? What are some of the students, when you teach, kids, whether it's younger or maybe like teenagers and things like that, what's one of the things that like they tend to like struggle and then trying to get over the hump to create?
Finishing. Like finishing something, right? I made a point in my class to make sure that they leave with some type of finished project. Because I think what tends to happen, and this has happened, and I know this, Vic, when we were younger, it's like you had sketchbooks of, you always got this character, and you develop this character for like umpteen years throughout your whole high school career, or you just drawing and writing and journaling and all this kind of stuff, and you make all these notes, and it's like I've met kids where it's like, I got this whole universe. And but they're not bringing me a book. They're not bringing me a finished book. They haven't brought me a finished story. And so I made a point to go into this whole process. They have to leave with some type of finished story. I've done classes where we just focus on a 1-page story, no more than 6 or 8 panels. And it has just like Vic said, it has a beginning, middle, and end all on that page. I've done summer camps. I do summer camps. I have one coming up in June via Zoom. But I did a summer camp where all we made was these little mini comics, these little 8-page mini comics that you make on 8.5 by 11 paper, right? And I walked them through this process, and so they actually will have books, that they actually published and created. So walking through that process, knowing that there's more than one way to approach comics. That's another big thing too, is that although a lot of my students have a more broader view as to what comics are and what they can be, I do like showing them all the different ways comic books are published. Like usually I set out the the Marvel comics, but also I set out graphic novels. I set out books that are published in a non-traditional format, that aren't 8.5 by 11, that can be they mean like the wide printed books. I think Fraggle Rock did a interesting
like way, a landscape style.
Like a landscape style. And it's like huge 2-3 panel stories, you know what I'm saying? It's not always like the huge page. I've been noticing they might have come in thinking, well, I have to fill this whole 11 by 17 page to create a comic book. And I'm showing them it's like, well, with technology now, you can finish that on an 8.5 by 11 page and scan it in, and pretty much your comic book is done. So it's like, there's all these different ways to finish the job, tell the story, so you can move on to the next part of your, being a comic book creator. But But I noticed that's the biggest part because like these kids have, you know, and some of these kids are really fearless. It's like, you know, my son, I just bought him he asked for a stack of copy paper because that's what he likes to use to make comics. So, and he's just like churning them out, and like he's drawing in ink. It's like he's not even, you know,
Not even penciling first.
you know, he's not even penciling, man. He's just drawing the whole story, bring it down to
Wow.
this is chapter 29 of.
Yo, he's been
whatever.
watching them Kim Jong Ji videos, and he's just like, "Nah, I got this, Dad. Let me just show you."
Basically. And so, but those are the kids their kids are coming into the class and like they find kindred, you know, spirits in the classroom and stuff like that. So that's another big part of the whole class is that they go down this rabbit hole of talking about, you know, anime and Netflix shows and furries. That gets kind of scary. I can't do the furries, but aside from that, man, it's
Every geek
it's
has
cool.
their place.
Man, look, them furries, boy.
Yo, we just lost like half our audience. Like they just like,
I know,
"What,
right?
no furries?"
Hey man, it's 2020. It's whatever rocks the boat, man. I ain't gonna fault you.
These but they're like, you know, 10, 12 years old, 12-year-olds,
Right.
man. They're telling me like, so yeah, I was at school and this furry was blah blah blah, and I was like, oh no, and I was
I
like,
had furries at school now. Okay.
I don't know, no, it's like Toledo School of the Arts, man.
Oh.
They have a cosplay day, and I think it is, and like those kids show up,
That's wild.
show out, man.
That's
Like,
wild.
I will say
Yeah.
the TSA around here is quite incredible, and it pumps out
Yeah.
a lot of super creative people.
That's
Man,
dope.
like,
I'm amazed.
I have 2 interns that come out of there. But also I had a kid that shadowed me from TSA, and he was already into cartooning, but then he's already going to he's going to Columbus School of the Arts. CCAD,
Oh, okay. Nice, nice.
for comics. See, that's a big thing.
Nice.
Like, so he already has like, you know, 4 or 5 years worth of experience. Like his whole senior project was his comic book creation. You know what I mean?
Nice.
So he's going in with material. By the time he graduates, you know, he could be self-published. He could go in a number of different directions.
I'm curious as to how he's going to take that program because it's geared very much so towards the alternative comics arts and not necessarily mainstream superhero fare. So I'm
Yeah,
really
he's not-
curious to see.
But that's the thing. That's what I noticed is that most of the kids are into web comics.
Okay,
They're into they're pretty much into non-traditional comics. Like
gotcha.
I don't know if I've ever had any students that were into superhero comics. like,
Really?
per se. So
That's
I'm not
really
like
interesting.
I'm literally like my class is not a comic books to Marvel way class. It's literally I'm showing them the storytelling, but aside from that, I'm not doing like these like really elaborate, you know, drawing classes where I'm teaching like, okay, this is superhero anatomy or this is it's been really interesting because I assume that, you know, all the kids will want to draw Spider-Man, and the reality is they already have their, you know, demon skull teenage girl that they want to tell a story about. So it's like, and you see a lot of that online. You don't see a lot of that in print.
Right.
So, but the concept of the storytelling, they got to learn how to, you know, tell a story the same way too. So that's basically what I've been doing.
Because that doesn't change.
But since they're non-traditional, I can show them any number of different ways to put that story together. So it's really eye-opening as to how they see comic books. It's really not superhero driven much at all. Aside from the movies, they talk a lot about the movies, but as far as they're not reading a lot of traditional comic books. They're reading web comics. They're reading each other's comics. They're reading
more manga, more.
It's definitely more manga. But it's the stuff they get a hold of now is just so obscure, man. It's not your, you know, something that you would read on CBR or something like that.
That's why I popped in, is that I wanted to kind of speak to that, is that I hear a lot from kids. We know what Spider-Man looks like,
Right.
but nobody knows what the character in my head looks like. Like, I'll hang out with Amani's kid, and the dude's imagination is
Yeah.
hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
Like I have ADHD, and he's on a level beyond that in terms of speed. In terms of we're going to change the story now. We're going to go this other direction. All right, let's go. You know, I'm down, but like, and that's what I love about him is that he makes me quick. You know, and the imagination is so insane with these kids these days. Like I say, kids these days, like I'm an old person now.
No, we
You
are,
are old.
we are old now. I mean, that's the way. That's the way.
It's one of those things is that it's really fun to watch these kids make stuff. I sat in on one of Victor's sessions that he did here with a class, and to watch these kids come up with these wild ideas
Right.
that it's Stan and Jack never would have thought of that.
Right.
They didn't have that mechanism. And so
Right.
it's really cool to be able to see that.
I think it's cool too. Like they're if you think about it, they're approaching the medium. They're not approaching the medium from a commercial perspective. Like I think, like when me and Vic grew up, we looked at it like I think we were drawing characters and making stories because we imagined that one day we would be standing in front of some comic book editor or comic book creator that was going to critique our portfolio. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so our whole perspective on curating comics was basically built around this. So Comic-Con, stand in front of artists. Hopefully I would get picked to be this, famous, and everybody wanted to be a famous comic book artist back then because you had, the Image and all these guys making, millions of dollars.
Right.
But my students are approaching it from, well, they're on Tumblr, they're on all these, online groups where they finding everybody shipping and are telling all these stories and all this kind of stuff from middle school. Man, look, man.
Bro, I know.
From
My
middle
daughter's the same way.
Tumblr man is a whole other world. But
Yeah.
it's kind of fascinating because like I'm sort of just blown away by the statement. It's like, yeah, my students are not going for traditional comics, and
Right.
and the common person that buys comics or even remotely wants to get into the comic book world, they think comics, they think Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, the Marvel, the MCU, that's it. Like they don't see that comics can be horror, mystery,
Right.
thrillers. There's all these genres and subgenres, just like music.
Right.
There's all these
Well-
genres and subgenres.
I'm going to call Peapod out because over his left shoulder, or his right shoulder, my left is Cave Carson, man
Right.
with the, and then next to him is Mother Panic, and he's got all that Young Animal, that Gerard Way DC
Right.
stuff, which is as far from traditional superheroes, I think, as DC has ever gone.
Yeah,
Sure.
and I got those free from our friends at Monarch because they weren't going to hold them anymore. And B, I always love the idea because I followed Gerard Way when he was doing his comics with the Umbrella Academy and all
Right.
those other projects. And then when all of a sudden he had a relationship with DC and he brought his whole line of comics, and I just go, I want to read all of this. And he was like the maker of all of it, and even his run on Doom Patrol, while it has been constantly had problems putting out monthly, it's still tremendous.
Good,
And his coach was and his mentor was Grant Morrison, which if you want to learn about some kind of weird writing and like off the beaten path, but also can go into the superhero world, it's
Well,
that guy.
It's
Right.
Neil Gaiman described Grant Morrison best. He goes and he takes all these African tree drugs and he comes back and creates the greatest thing any of us have ever read. Meanwhile, we're all toiling away trying to figure out how to break a story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shout out to the multiversity map that you got back there too.
Thank you. I'm a sucker for Elseworld Tales and the
Nothing wrong
other
with that.
Earths and everything, and
Nothing wrong with
I love the idea of that. So
Not to push this one way or the other, but I know we have some young viewers. Can you guys walk our younger viewers right now through maybe doing a little bit of creating something? You've got
yeah,
pen,
we'll definitely do.
paper in front of them. I've got
All
my iPad because I have the art equipment skill of a small child.
I
So I'm
mean,
gonna try.
that's what I say until Imani gets to interrupting me. He's just rude. He's just telling me and stuff. It's messed up.
He can be a professional illustrator given the motivation.
Here, this is what I drew the other night on the drink and draw.
Yo, but we can
Golly,
recognize.
Pat.
that's a lot better than me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely Pat though. I can see it. I can see it.
It
Love
might
you,
not
Pat.
know that, but that's very funny.
But
yeah,
you know,
we can do that.
All right.
no, that's a big. I know I will have to say that's a big part of the class too, is sort of like figuring out how to basically get through the class, and not necessarily teaching drawing per se. Like it's like I wanted to be able to reach kids at all levels. So that's been a big part of the class, is sort of like not necessarily blowing past the whole idea of drawing, but definitely it's like it shouldn't be the thing that holds you up from telling your story.
Right.
I've been trying my darndest in the way I put together my, I guess, curriculum per se, is sort of like how many things can I move out of the way in terms of that, you know, keeps you thinking constantly and, you know, babysitting the idea, you know what I'm saying? It's like figuring out, okay, how I'm gonna draw that hand, you know, you racing over and over again, can't necessarily get the hand right, as opposed to, look, come to a conclusion as to how you draw hands and just stick with that, you know, till you come up with a better idea.
Like Rob Liefeld's feet, you know, dude can't draw them, but guess what? It hadn't affected his career one bit.
As long as if his feet works. Jim Lee swears that he can't draw feet. So it's like he says that constantly. But if you know that going in, you know, and work around it, that's I think that's the way to approach art, as opposed to like, you know, now I gotta because you know you see these videos where it's like, you know, it's like hours just learning the comic book anatomy. It's like there's no way I can teach comics in basically 8 hours, going through the entire process of drawing. You know, 3-point perspective alone is like 2 or 3 months. It's just like it's really crazy.
No, that's true. That's very true. Yeah, if we can get into some teaching stuff, I'll
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna share my screen right quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. As soon as it catches up.
There's like awkward moments. I don't even know what
I know,
to do.
right?
That's all right.
It says it's lost permission to capture my screen.
Uh-oh.
Do I need to turn my
Kyle!
screen off?
Kyle!
Do I need to turn my screen off?
I'm mid grilled cheese. Yeah, try that, Imani. Victor, try again.
All right. Did you say he's eating grilled cheese?
Yeah. Now I want grilled cheese.
Candy.
Dang.
Can I live, y'all? I'm just trying to do my thing. That's messed up.
This is the only time I'm gonna get to eat today. I don't get a break from after y'all are done.
Well, I tell you what. All right. So while I was trying to do that, can you guys still see me?
Yes.
Sort
You're
of.
froze.
You're frozen.
I'm frozen.
Somebody screenshot his face, because that's
Yeah, that's
Oh.
that's what you get. Just because you see, my mama was looking out for me. All right. This is an image of what I was going to show you guys. This is a sheet from the Ready Set Create kit, which is there you go. Which is a number of sheets that you can use that are based off of the U-Create Comics School workbook, which you can see on the U-Create Comics website. Rebuilt by Imani Latif, looks beautiful. It's so beautiful. All right, so basically, in a very quick way of what I was talking about previously. Wait, did I freeze again?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Dang it! Because now I got the spinning wheel. I'm trying to catch this up. Come on, work with me, guy. Be my friend. My computer's like, it's doing too much. I can't. I don't want to.
You can see this stuff on the U-Create website.
Yes, you can. Okay, we're back now.
Let me.
Wonderful. All right, so as I was explaining before, the notion of separating what a story actually is the idea of beginning, middle, and end. And we have this breakdown of exactly what it is that you have to answer anytime that you're really getting into that concept. So this is a very simple structure. This is another replay of the map concept. It's a little bit more, basic, but it also has the breakdowns for the different parts of what each of your 5 narrative structure pieces are. So the exposition, rise in action, climax, and all that goodness. On the other side is where we're going to have some fun. This is where we're going to do our first activity, and it's a 6-sentence story. I have this awesome product called Idea Cards, and it's a set of cards like this. There's 27 cards in a deck. Each card has a theme on it. And the fun, crazy part is, mathematically speaking, obviously, if you only pull one card at a time, there are 27 different, stories that you can tell. But every time you pull another card randomly, it exponentially expands how many stories you can tell. So if you pull 2 cards at once, it now jumps up to where there's 351 possible stories. If you pull 5 cards at a time, there are over 80,000 different story combinations that you can tell. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull 2 cards at random from the deck. I'm just kind of mixing them up right now. You can see me doing that so you can know I'm not cheating. And all right, so first card we're going to do is Secret Order. That's going to be 1. And next card is going to be Sequel. All right. So Secret Order and Sequel are the 2 themes that I have to work with in this. If you guys have a different, idea, you're more than welcome to explore. But what we're going to do is we're going to tell a story in only 6 sentences. So that's the rule. It can only be 6 sentences that you use in order to tell this full story. And what's really cool is when you start to get into more practical applications of making comics, what this becomes is a very similar idea to writing a pitch for a comic. So if you were to try to reach out to an editor or movie producer or somebody like that, and they want to know what's your story about, you can use this format to kind of break down exactly what's supposed to happen and pitch it to them. So I've got some cool dry erase markers. This is laminated. Anytime that you buy the Ready, Set, Create kit, you get this sheet as a laminated sheet so that you can tell many different stories. You can erase them and start all over again. So let's look at it like this. We've got a Secret Order and it's a sequel. So obviously, whatever we do has to have already existed because it's the sequel concept. That's what a sequel is. Just to make sure that people understand it. It is when you are doing a follow-up to something else. Secret Order is obviously a private group that nobody knows about, and we got to figure that concept out. So the first thing that we're going to do, the E, is the exposition. And what the exposition specifically is, it introduces readers to the story. It establishes the need to know information of who, when, and where the story takes place, or at least begins. So let's see. Looking at this, we're going to start this Secret Order in a dark cave somewhere where this group has been seemingly defeated, but they're not defeated yet. So while they thought they were vanquished, they're not yet. So we're going to come up with a cool sentence, and it's going to say, in the dark corridors, because I like that word, of the Forgotten Cave. Actually, I'm gonna keep these cards up here so you guys can see them. So yeah, there we go. Secret Order and Sequel. In dark quarters of the Forgotten Cave, mysterious figures plot their revenge. Now, the cool thing is, even though with the idea of exposition where you're explaining certain things, you don't have to explain everything. By saying mysterious figures, I explain that there are people there, but we don't have to know their identity because, again, it's a secret order. So we don't need to necessarily know exactly who they are. The other thing is, by plotting revenge, we know that something happened beforehand, and this is the follow-up to that. So we're already establishing both of the concepts of these 2 cards. We've got the secret order, we've got the sequel aspect, so then we can just kind of have fun with the creativity after that. And as you can see, I'm literally writing this down. So we move into Rising Action. Which labels the wants of the main characters. It plants the seeds for why they will be in conflict and what happens because of it. So in this regard, the main characters are going to be the Secret Order, which is really kind of a fun sort of idea because most of the time when we read a story, you're looking at good guys, bad guys, and we use terms like protagonist and antagonist to kind of illustrate that. And where the protagonist is actually the main character, a lot of times we make that the good guy, but that's not always the case. Not always the case. Anytime that you are like a fan of Star Wars and you have a story that's about Darth Vader, he is the protagonist, but he's definitely the bad guy. You guys fans of Star Wars? Y'all can tell me. Are you fans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
We have a hand raised. Zoe?
I lean more towards Star Trek, but I like both.
Okay. I
so.
was gonna say that's how I grew up. That was my life. So I'm with you. All right. So in terms of Rise in Action, the clear idea is that there's something that this secret order wants, and there is some sort of opposition to it. So let's see. I would say we must regain, again, because it's a sequel, control from the rebel leaders who seek to liberate. That's a big one.
It's a
The galaxy.
$3 word.
That is a $3 word. I play Scrabble a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So, the Rise of Action. We must regain control from the rebel leaders who seek to liberate the galaxy. So, what we're already seeing is that we have a system of control. This group has, they have power. They had power. It has been taken from them. These rebel leaders have done something to take away this power, which automatically puts them in conflict. The rebel leaders want to liberate the entire galaxy. These guys don't. So that is your sense of conflict right there. That is the Rise in Action. This is what must happen in order for the story to progress. Otherwise, it's just kind of like this statement of, okay, there's these guys. If they don't have conflict, then there's no real story. So what's the thing that we can go with to move this on? So with Climax, it's the peak moment of what is happening. It forces the characters to make a choice to get them what they ultimately want. Now, what's interesting is this is a 6-sentence setup in a 5-part narrative act structure. And the reason for that is the climax, like I said before, is a matter of the main character having to make a decision. So the first thing that you want to say is what the choice is. And then the second thing is what choice do they make? So that's why we have climax as 2 separate parts. We've got it, over here, and then we have it at the top over here. So in this first one, we're going to say what it is that they are choosing between. It could be all-out war. It can be a quiet insurrection. It could be any of these things that will ultimately get them what they want. And it's kind of important. Oh wait, I got a question. Are you going to make another Kindergartens book? Oh, Zoe, great question. And in fact, I have copies of issue 6 literally over here on a stool that I gotta send up north. So yes, I've got issue 6 is out now, and issue 7 is actually being sketched out as we are speaking right now. Not even joking.
Hey, real quick, the artist popped into the stream yesterday, I think it was. Justin?
Oh, word? My guy. Dude, Dustin is a brilliant collaborator. Like you were saying in terms of Tumblr stuff, he actually started a sister website to the the Wonder Care series called Wonder Care After School, where it's
Castaneda, by the way.
Yeah. And it's comic strips that are little jokes that he wanted to tell, and he's pretty much the writer of those stories. And the only time that I kind of came in was to letter them, and then for us to make the decision of the last strip of a season will actually lead into the next issue of the Kindergartens. So it's kind of like a cool thing that we can kind of bridge both of those two products together. But one is definitely something that he's been really in control of, and I write the books. So it's a great collaboration. It's fantastic. All right, so let's see this Secret Order. We will, because I like the definition of that. Take back our seat of power. With all-out war. But which target should we hit first? All right, so again, just because this is a sentence doesn't mean that it has to be a declarative. We can actually put in question marks. There's nothing wrong with that. It's still part of the sentence structure, and it helps you tell the story. So as he's asking the question, which should we hit first? The answer will be, we should destroy the rebel headquarters and squash their leadership under our boot. So their plan, as they're making a secret, arrangement, is to go directly at these rebel leaders, obviously, which will make their presence known. So no longer will they just strictly be a secret order. Everyone will know exactly what's going to happen. So yeah, we're going to destroy their rebel HQ and squash their leadership under our boot. What is going to be the immediate outcome of that? The following action is what happens next. The immediate response to the climax. The following events determines how the conflict will be won. So by doing so, there will be, lots of disarray, right? If they do this, there's a lack of leadership. No one will know what's going on. So what they're going to do is we will substitute their number with our own. And quietly subjugate, that's another one of those $10 words, their movement. Boom. So we will substitute their number with our own and subjugate their movement. The denouement is the summary of how the characters were changed through the story's journey and why the story was initially told. So what is it that this secret order is going to change? Number one, they're going to be obvious. They're going to be out in the open. Everybody's going to know what they are. Two, they're supposed to be back in control and potentially in this way now invincible because no one knows that they're the ones that are now in control. So that would be the denouement. With our success, or no, with our victory, because I like putting my name and stuff, we will remain secretly in power forever. Boom. 6-sentence story right there, made up on the spot, utilizing these different products. And it's all about being as creative as possible. It's not, necessarily as super deep. Obviously, there's a level of this that has a little bit of a Star Wars ring to it, as the Sith Order could basically be this. And that's the fun part, is like, basically, this could be a Star Wars story, right? This could easily be a Star Wars story, but we just told it on the fly using these two cards. It's not anything that it has to be, but there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of fun that you can play around with, and hopefully you've just told a story that you can expand on even further to really kind of get into the nuts and bolts of what actually happens to do these things. Are there hiccups along the way? Is everything working out exactly as they planned? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's a secret, betrayal. Maybe there's somebody that changes their mind. There's all kinds of things that you can play with in order to make these stories work and have fun. So there you go. That's my quick little 6-sentence storytelling project. and I hope you guys created something cool.
That's awesome. That
Thank
was
you.
really interesting progress about how that all came about. And only 6 sentences created just a huge story. And then when you become more involved, you can do more with that and expand on that quick story. It's a good writing technique and good
Absolutely.
writing exercise.
Absolutely. Thank you. And just to keep plugging, because I'm that dude. Obviously, in order to continue those stories and tell more things, we have more products that help you do just that. So in that regard, once you get the story down, if you're ready to start doing outlining and things like that, those are things that you can do in the You Create Comics Write book. This is actually an older version. We're redesigning it, but there'll actually be a space that's very similar to this, where you'll actually be able to write down story beats per issue, and then actually get into the process of scripting out exactly what it is that you're going to be doing in your story. And as always, look at that beautiful website. Look at it, just gorgeous. I love it.
We're over here.
As it's very important for writers to think visually, we also have the Words to Pictures workbook that will actually help you do layouts as a writer, so that you have a clear understanding of exactly what it is you're asking an artist to interpret and put down on the page. So again,
I'm at the wrong part of the website. Hold on.
No, you're in the right spot at our products.
Well, I just wanted to show everybody like everything, you know.
No, you got it. Yeah, the way the website is set up brilliantly, by the way, especially in the storefront, is when you get into the idea of the subjects of things that you're trying to create. So if you're just working in the ideas department, if you're just trying to figure out stuff, you've got your idea cards, you've got an idea book that's under the headline of ideas. When you get into actually building stories, and that's the writing portion, those are different projects that you can play around with. And those are, like, again, the Words to Pictures book or the Write book, which the new design coming soon. I cannot wait. So yeah, just kind of showcasing the different ways that you can build story and really kind of get there in a really cool way. So yeah, definitely.
Because
absolutely,
Yes.
Miss Northrop. Yes, you can.
Yes, Mama.
don't worry, Mom. I already ordered you one. Done. It's well, that was the thing, is my mom is not the first educator to reach out to me during this thing and talk about how amazing this kind of product is in schools, for an in-school thing. So I'm going to send some things to you, Vic, afterwards that people have sent to me that I need to get your input on and find out how we can work that out. But that's a later date. That's a later date.
We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Right now, it's youcreatecomics.com. If you go to garagecon.live and you scroll down, there's a thing that says check out You Create Comics. It's a big blue hyperlink. If you click on it, it'll take you right here. I'm going to try and change the color of the hyperlink just because all hyperlinks are blue and I want to be fancy.
One more time, though, I got to give mad love to Amani because he did such a fantastic job of redesigning the site, making it more accessible, more interactive. It's already proven a huge benefit. If you have website needs, please bother him. Bother him right now. Yeah, that's right.
He's like, no.
Bother him.
So this week when I was coding the GarageCon website, I should have just made Amani do it. Is that what you're telling me?
Exactly.
See, that's what I don't want right there.
Yeah. That's what you get for keep bringing up my drawn stuff. Do the website. Everybody go to him for a website. It's so important.
Crazy.
So, yes.
Welcome to the Family Feud portion
That's
of GarageCon.
right. That's right.
I know, right?
Where we
I was thinking more like Dr. Phil.
we passive aggressively promote one another. That's what it is.
Right.
That's next year's name is Passive Aggressive Con.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
We just say nice stuff, but just real dark.
Like real angry.
Artwork.
Just be like
Awesome.
angry.
Thanks, Vic.
Kyle's great about organizing things. He's
so good at it.
He's so good at it.
Yeah. My career has advanced so much knowing you. Thanks, bro. Yeah, he's got it.
Man, I hate how organized you are for doing all these things.
Absolutely.
So these guys are going to be on for another hour, correct, Kyle?
Yeah, we got a whole nother hour to talk about comics. Amani, did you have?
Yeah,
I saw you had a Sharpie. I saw you had a marker.
No, this
It's
is
about to go down.
This is a dangerous man with a marker.
Stylus.
Right?
Oh, it's a
For the Wacom
stylus.
tablet. I'm using a Wacom tablet Intuos. I like to share the technology. A lot of parents ask about, technology they can buy for their kids. I'm using just a basic Intuos Wacom tablet that you can get fairly inexpensively for about $100 some bucks. I'm using Clip Studio Paint, which I think is a lot better than Photoshop and a lot easier to learn. I picked it up pretty quickly. And like I said, I was gonna go back to that project that I do with kids, the animal occupation, and I'm gonna pick some random. We're all gonna draw a character right now. So I'm gonna pick an animal.
You got your pencil and paper?
Yeah. Character, an animal.
I got something. Yeah.
An animal, occupation, and an emotion. So I'm gonna go through this randomizer here. We're gonna let's see here. We got.
I'm a terrible artist, so this is gonna be fun.
So yes.
So this is satisfying on the randomizer.
That's right. So the animal is a mouse. All right. So we're gonna draw a mouse. Give it a second here. We're gonna draw a mouse. The emotion is going to be
passive aggressive.
Right. a surprise mouse, and the occupation is going to be a surprise mouse. Fashion model. All right. So of course, like as we said again, the challenge is basically to show all these different aspects of your character. Definitely, costume is a big part. Even if you're just a teacher, knowing what a teacher looks like or illustrating the teacher is a big part of this. I'm gonna share my screen here. Hope it's not too choppy when you see it, but again, I'm in Clip Studio Paint. I have a simulated non-print blue. Oh, yeah, let me show you that real quick. Is that the pencil I'm using is non-print blue, so it might look like so. Non-print blue pencil. This is, of course, most kids are pretty much familiar to Micron graphic pens. All right. So I'm gonna start off with a sketch. Go back to my screen.
I don't even have a pencil near me. Oh, here we go. I found one.
All right.
I'm desperately unprepared for this.
All right, so we're gonna start off with sketching. Right. Sketching real loose. It's a mouse. Right. And it's I forgot this. Fashion. Okay. Yeah. All right.
What's the emotion?
Surprised.
Okay.
Yeah, surprise fashion model mouse. So let's see here. So again, we want to start sketching real light. All right. And again, I hope it's not too sketchy, but you should be able to see me drawing my potty mouth mouse character.
I like how the squares keep it from being another famous mouse, so we don't get sued.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that mouse.
I'm with you.
Again, I'm also, when I draw poses, I typically don't like to draw my characters standing straight up and down. So you'll notice like this line here that shows, the middle of the character or their spine, so to speak. And I'm trying to, add some motion and character to this design here. Now, very loose. If you guys, are you guys familiar with the how to draw the Marvel way? I always like I never liked the shape part of the character design where they show breaking down into cylinders and stuff like that. I always like the sketchy.
Yeah.
I like to design my characters most of the time. he's looking pretty hot there.
Well, it's got the hand and everything.
Yeah. About to shorten the legs in there a little bit to get them in there, but get the idea. And again, we're being real loose when we're sketching our character. And I'm not too worried about anatomy or anything like that. I'm just trying to get the basic gesture, right? I'm trying to sell the gesture. I'm not so much trying to. Right now, I'm trying to show the gesture of a fashion model. I got the little button nose going here. Make that smaller. I don't know if you see that. I'm trying to make her give pouty lips. All right, so.
Mine's coming out more like squirrel-like than mouse.
Hey, that's cool.
I mean, rodents are rodents, right? They count.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mine's more squirrely than mouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I couldn't think what a mouse looked like.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, that's
Except for the one mouse that we're not allowed to draw.
a lot of times it's like, I don't. That's another thing I teach in the class. It's like artists. I think sometimes when we grow up, we believe that artists draw from memory, everything from memory, and like somehow that's this amazing skill. When in reality, they work a ton from reference, right? So yeah, I have them pull out their phones. It's like, you don't know what a weasel looks like. Find out, Google it. It's like I don't keep them from, doing research in class. I tend to encourage it because definitely professionals, they tend to do research on everything and keep references on all the characters and all the work that they have to do. They rarely, work from memory for a large part of their, when they're actually working. So I tend to tell them almost immediately, yeah, look that up, because no, I do not know what a puffer fish is. You need to find out, because I can't help you. I think I got the basics. I guess we could give him some hair. Let's see.
So I'm already using the eraser kind of a lot. Is that something you
try to be as loose? That's why that's the other thing that's good about the non-print blue is like it's usually a harder lead, and so when you actually sketching, you're not going to get a very heavy line. It's going to be fairly light. So I try to encourage them to keep sketching. If you have to erase, fine, but I try not to. Sometimes I've even sketched in ink. I do a lot of sketching in ink too. It actually keeps me out of the habit of erasing. And I can always, when I scan it in, I can always go back and put in my fine lines. So I got to give her some hair here and drop in some bling, the earrings. Oh, I hear the frustration in the room already.
How do you draw hands again?
How do you draw hands?
I decided that my mouse was going to make a very famous gesture to express its surprise. Because I can't draw hands.
I can't draw hands either. I can't draw with the darn.
Hey, like I tell the kids, come to a decision as to how you want to draw your hand and stick with it. So making a little.
The arms are disproportional to the body.
So it's
like cash, bro. You're good. You're good.
I'm definitely Rob Wi-Fi.
Neanderthal mouse. That's cool. So I think I'm done with my sketch. I think that's pretty convincing. Let's see here.
So what's funny is I'm over here building story into this whole scenario. Like I can't help it. It's absolutely hilarious.
You better draw like you know how to draw. Vic.
And I'm doing my best work, bro. That's it. Look, I'm done. I'm done. Look, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Hold on.
If you show these
What?
people,
Look,
you act like
I'm done.
if you act like you don't know what you're doing over there, man, we're gonna fight. Yeah.
I got a surprise mouse. The story is there was a wardrobe malfunction, stepped on the dress, and there you go.
Is Janet Jackson mouse?
Exactly. Boom. There it is.
Janet Jackson mouse. This is a family friendly.
It's covered. Doesn't see anything, but it's
That's what Janet said.
oh, that's what. Yeah. Most TiVo for the kids. That's like old television.
Like, who is Janet Jackson? Right.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
It's real, man.
Janet Jackson ruined it for everybody.
She got real angry. Some comedian made a joke about how they found Janet Jackson working at Trader Joe's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what to say to that.
I mean, let's be honest. Trader Joe's got benefits.
I mean, they do. She just wanted the discount. That's all.
All right.
I get it.
All right. How do you draw elbows?
How you draw elbows? Wait.
What?
Well,
Elbows?
We all got them. Don't nobody ask Rob Liefeld how to draw elbows.
Like, how do you draw elbows?
It's an L. It's an L, and then you put a bow on it.
Yeah, if you can't, draw the letter L. There you go.
I don't think there's anything more cathartic than watching someone draw.
No.
Yeah. It could be very.
Apparently, got
I
some
sat
love,
and watched
Victor, for
Marty
your
draw
mouse.
the other night.
Thank you, Christy. I'm more of a storyteller than an artist.
Did you guys see Mike Watson taking lessons?
Yo, that's what's up, yo.
Shout out to Mike Watson. We got to get him on the next one.
Oh, definitely.
Next time we do this, we got to get him on.
We're low-key lucky he didn't just come crash at my house just to get in.
I should just send him the link.
You should. He'll do it.
He's the most enthusiastic person in comics.
Recognize. My mom says hi. She's watching.
Hey, mama.
Hi, Victor's
Hey.
mom.
Hey.
I call her mama because
Right. There's certain things that you do. There's certain things you do. Keeps you safe.
I know, right?
Keeps the whoopings at bay.
The whoopings at bay.
The whoopings.
Hey,
The whoopings
I
at bay.
lived a lot of my life with. Will this get me whooped? No. All right, I can do it.
Right. It's like the whooping, the level of whooping danger.
Yeah. How's it rate on the meter?
Yeah. What's the rank on the whooping meter? 3?
Exactly.
All right. Let's go. I can take a 3 whooping.
I think that's only.
back to 5.
Yeah. After 5, nah.
No.
Welcome in, Mike Watson.
What's up, everybody?
Yo, I knew he would jump in. I knew it.
I was watching. I was learning.
You're a practitioner as well. Don't get it twisted, y'all. Mike is one of the best teachers of young minds when it comes to comics as well.
Yeah, what's your approach like?
For teaching kids, it depends on the crowd. You know, crowds are different. But with the kids that I work with, I try to connect with them first, see like what they're into or whatnot. I kind of have to prove myself to them because I get a new batch every year or whatnot. I got to prove that I can get into what they're into or whatnot. But
How many times do you have to show them the floss?
Oh, never, because I hate that dance and I refuse to.
Oh,
I feel like any child under the age of 10 right now can floss, and my hips don't do that. I'll throw myself out.
Yeah, your hips don't do that.
I'm also incredibly white, so that's also the reason.
no, come on now. The floss was created by white kids.
Some of the most famous flossers are white.
Yeah.
When I dance, it's like I'm a fat kid with a bee in his pants. It just
Oh.
doesn't work out.
I think the floss was invented to bridge the gap here, man.
I'll stick to the flossing to my teeth.
There you go.
If you Google floss, you'll see some of the greatest flossers were Caucasian.
That one backpack kid.
Right.
Yeah.
That was all him.
Ever since then, ever since Katy Perry introduced him, it's become a phenomenon.
Yeah.
Darn you,
Especially
Katy
how
Perry.
fast can you do it? And I'm like, I just threw up watching you do that. It was too much.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I do a mean floss, man. I got the hips for it, man.
Oh, you know you might have to prove
I can
that.
sort of do it. I can do it enough to improve my the young ones in my family. So
I'm gonna need a floss off between somebody.
I can kill the floss.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give
Flosser.
Sir Flosser Hall of Fame.
a flosser Hall of Fame.
We're about to make it.
Great.
I'm pretty sure there is.
That was awesome.
My
So
children do it.
what are the kids into that are taking your class? What do you see?
A lot of kids that I teach, like the digital drawing classes, I do a freestyle art class where I kind of like trick the kids into doing traditional artwork. So instead of like having like a traditional model come in for figure drawing, I brought my like 90s movie turtles in and put them in different figures and scenes. And that's what we based our figure drawing off of.
Yeah. Yeah,
Shout out
I've
to
read
Andy,
like
I agree.
I believe the
I've
lyric
read-
is "Raise and I talk," Andy Cordy.
That's right. Classic song.
yeah, I've read it like
Shout out to Genesis.
Toys and stuff like that.
I think it's a great way of acting out. I'm guilty of doing that with when I'm scripting. You take a figure or two and try to get them to be the character that you have in your head, and really kind of live it out loud.
My mouse is looking more like a rabbit that is just got back from a bender.
I mean, that
Fashion. That's the fashion world. Yeah.
He's seen some things, man.
all I'm
Fashion.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
It's the life.
He can only make it work so many times.
That's hilarious. Shout out to all the comic creators that are watching right now.
Yeah.
Caleb Smith, I see you. Andy, I see you. Like, much love to you guys for joining in. Truly appreciate it.
I don't want Kaylin Smith to see this.
Too late. Too late.
Oh, her art's
I don't know.
great.
A lot of you guys I'm meeting for the first time, so hello.
Right. I mean, we've got a beautiful community though when it comes to the creators, specifically in the Midwest area. We all kind of know each other, or know someone who knows someone, which is always cool, and it helps to build that network.
The more and more, because I do a lot more with when I'm not teaming up with Kyle. I do a lot more interviews with musicians, everything, and the creating minds of the Midwest is always fascinating to me, and it's always amazing. So beyond just like music, but all the arts, this is an art centric part of the country.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't even realize that.
It's so true.
Hidden gems, as they would say.
Absolutely.
I've long been saying that the I-75 corridor from Detroit to Lexington or so is a hotbed for talent. You get within an hour of I-75 in any direction on
You go
that stretch of road, and you're going to run into you can run into 5 people in every town who should be much bigger and much more famous than they are because they've got the skill,
True.
I made a fatal error. I'm going to. I didn't give her heels, so let me.
Ooh. I mean, that could just be part of the
That could be why she's shocked. No, they forgot her shoes.
right. Like, where are my shoes at?
Mhm.
You could put the shoes in the hand that's all gestured. Like, I'm supposed to wear these. What?
Excuse me.
How
All
big?
right. Right. You know what? All right. So
That's the other thing I think, that people don't give enough credit for is that sometimes you make a mistake and you just got to go, how do I fix this? And you alter the story just a little bit,
Right.
Yeah.
And, shout out to Bob Ross. Happy accidents.
Exactly.
True.
Make the world go round.
There we go.
So that's my This is my fashionista. Mouse fashionista there.
It's nice.
Mousinista.
Mousinista. It's the name of my new band.
Yeah, this is right. I mean, that's how this stuff happens, right? It's supposed to be a surprise. Oops. Surprise. Fashion model.
You do look like a Ninja Turtle, like the best Ninja Turtle.
Matter of fact, shout out 31 years of the live action movie yesterday.
Oh, gee, really? 31 years?
31.
Mhm.
Dang.
31.
Dang.
Yeah, that live action is the truth.
Oldness sticking.
You can see that back there. They're the pride of my collection back there.
Here, we'll make it big, Mike.
Yeah, make it big.
Solo layout. Boom.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh.
That's right.
Now he's just showing off, so we're gonna cut him off.
You mentioned turtles, and that's my favorite. Those are some of my favorite toys in the set.
All right,
Wait.
I have
Wait.
mine. Anybody ready for this?
Yes, of course, the big part of the class is you have to share. So
Yo, look at that.
I
One, I
the
gotta give you
earring.
that credit because is that a guy? Is that
Yeah,
a male mouse?
Yeah, it is a male mouse.
I think that's
he
impressive.
He has a vest. He has
Yes,
surprise.
explain the outfit. Yeah.
Yeah, I decided to go with a vest. I was trying to think
Okay.
of like a tie, like a shirt and tie, but like it turned into a vest
I like it.
and a tie, and then like it would be a white mouse. And then I have a couple of earrings on said mouse, so you can say he is the accessories, all about the accessories.
I love it.
The face needs a little work, obviously, looking more, but he's surprised. Notice the eyebrows.
Yeah. No, the eyebrows are hard.
Yeah, you got to sell it, man.
And so there's my surprise fashion model mouse.
I love it. I love it.
With Mad right there. Okay.
Yeah, let's see, Kyle. Where you at?
Yeah, what you got? I was
Yo.
once.
Don't ask.
that's cool. He's like a streetwear mouse.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's dope.
All right. Who's next?
What you got?
I already
Vic?
showed mine. I already showed mine.
You already show. We'll show it
Yeah,
again.
oh,
I
you
mean,
want it? Okay. So this is my
there
fashionista
you
mouth with the wardrobe malfunction, the oopsie, stepped on the dress, big mouse feet.
Mike, you got one?
I'm in work right now.
All right, cool. If anybody's watching, if they got one to share, that's cool too.
Yeah,
definitely.
If you have one, throw it in the comments.
Throw in the
Yeah.
comments. Throw your photo in the comments. If
I don't know
anybody
if I
else
can
with
pull up
questions or
photo
whatnot.
comments, but we'll try.
If anybody got questions or anything comment related for these fine gentlemen.
Yeah,
let us know.
ask away. Actually, we got a trailer for You Create Comics that's up on our Facebook page that Mike designed, and it's fantastic. I got to get it over to you, Imani, so we can put it up on the website as well.
Yeah.
But it's a dope showcase, capturing a lot of the moments, live action pieces that we experienced, and Mike put it all together in a brilliant.
Oh, we can't have photos.
Oh, can't have photos.
I'll put a gallery up. Send them to the Nexus 419 on Facebook, and I'll put up a gallery on the website of everybody's mouse.
That's what's up.
We'll put up a gallery on our website.
So instead of it being the house of mouse, we'll call it the mouse pad.
Oh, that's cool.
There you go.
I'm quick with it. I'm quick. Right.
Like show his books. This is Malcolm's Bizarre Adventure here.
That's what I'm talking about.
All these books here.
Yeah, buddy. How much are those going for?
We gotta print them out. They're gonna go for like $80 an issue.
Okay. Put me down for 3 of them. Put me down for 3.
We're gonna do it like what was his name? Nipsey Hussle, man.
Yeah. Put me down for 3. I'm with it.
Mike, Andy Cordy wants to know when you're gonna do more classes on YouTube.
I'm trying to get my schedule set for it about in a week.
We had it, and then it started glowing so bright.
It did.
That was so messed up. Like it was looking right.
Wait, I think I got it.
Almost. Wait, a little closer.
The suspense is killing me.
There. I know this is all build up. Bam!
Oh!
Hey, with the hot shot gear.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah,
I'm gonna start doing the online classes again in about a week. Chat and Draw has been taking up a lot of my time, so I'm slowing down the scheduling for that so I can stretch out the season a little bit longer.
So,
real quick, I actually have a camp coming up in June. That's gonna be Zoom through Art Supply Depot. If you go to my website, JuneBugsWorld.com.
yeah. Right. Join that. Let's see. When am I going to start teaching some classes? I was supposed to do sessions through Columbus Metropolitan Library, and they canceled for live action pieces in favor of virtual digital showcases. So instead, what we'll be doing are 2-minute videos that kind of walk you through little projects that are based on You Create Comics projects, and we'll put those up on the website as well.
Remember, everybody, if you follow along with us and you made a mouse, send it over to the Nexus 419 page. Obviously, you're probably watching this from that page, or not.
Or you're watching from Cherry Capital Comic Con or on GarageCon.live or on YouTube.
And actually, if we put this off for, we'll say, a week, since we'll have people watching in different platforms, if you guys pick somebody random, I'll send them a You Create Comics package free of charge.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
We'll throw something out there.
We'll put that on Pat. We'll make Pat do that.
Boom. That works. That's
awesome. So if you go over to, I got to get links for Mike, but we'll get that here in a second when he tells them to us. But if you head over to GarageCon.live and click on GarageCon links, there are links for Junebugs World, You Create Comics. I don't know if you guys talked about Vantage In-House yet or Peep Game Comics, but the links are there for all of those as well, because that's what I'm doing while y'all are talking is I'm coding the website.
Sweet. Yeah, you should talk about Peep Game, bro.
All right, so Peep Game is a website that features or showcases African American comic book creators. We have several independent comic creators that are featured on the website right now. Working with some people like Anthony Piper, David
Crownson.
Yeah, David Crownson. Harriet Tubman, Demon Slayer, but I was thinking of now.
You got a ton of folks on your site, though.
Yeah, it's like that's not even the whole catalog, but
right.
Nah.
Yeah, we got Quinn McGowan on there.
Quinn McGowan, John Jennings, 153R, Jason Reeves, Micheline Hess. Hannibal Taboo used to write for CBR.
Right.
Um,
Got Greg on there.
We have we got Greg and Elise. Well, let me pull up the dang old website. Do it old man game and just read it off
This is
the
what
website.
happens when people message me.
It happens.
I'm sharing my screen. I don't know what's happening. My computer's freaking out.
No, the biggest
Oh man, it's all meta.
Keisha Carter, Mega Woman, Godhood Comics. That's a really popular book.
Yeah, that's one I gotta pick up. I still gotta pick that one up.
Those bestsellers, those top 4 bestsellers are all really good books, man. And I swear by Mad Black Werewolf, Micheline Hess. That's an amazing book. I have that in print and digital.
Nice.
So some of them, if you also click, there's also a link for some of the print graphic novels that I carry.
Right. Shout out to Chuck.
Sorry, I'm just gonna shop while you talk.
Yeah.
I got the Trill League, Anthony Piper.
All right, I get behind that.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. Robert Jeffries on there. Shout out.
Robert Jeffries. David Walker. Dang it.
Yep.
That's who. David Walker is on the website.
Jacques Naim.
It's a very, very Jacques Beasley. So it's a very and then of course Day Black, which is one of my favorite books. Keith Cross. Shout out to him. He just recently had a kidney trim. So
Word
up, big up to him. But yeah. So like these are all independent digital downloads and stuff like that. Like again, I sell some of them in print, graphic novels. We are looking to do print on demand or bring that back. We had basically tested that out, so we're looking to bring that back. And we're actually looking for new creators pretty soon. We're actually put out a call for new submissions. Also, for this guy, Victor Dandridge is on that website. He's one of the first people that were, when I started this 5 years ago, basically, he was the first person I talked to. And then he basically helped me, vetted me with a lot of these other indie creators. One day we'll have Tasha on the website one day. I'm going to use this opportunity.
maybe we can get like a Peep Game exclusive. Something.
I'm gonna go ahead and shoot my shot. But yeah. It's been a pretty interesting journey for the last about 6 years now.
I can't believe it's been that long. Where does the time go?
Yeah.
Where does it go?
Yeah.
All right. Why am I getting told people want me? What's going on?
What? Who did it? Who said it?
My kids they need you. They want you.
Victor has kindly is going to give away a You Create Comics package to somebody who drew a mouse during our little session here. We're going to put up a gallery on the website, and we're gonna let the C4 folks be the judges on that. So you pick one, and then we will send them a You Create Comics package.
Awesome.
All right.
Yes,
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Of course.
Thanks, Vic. That's
You're more than welcome, man. Mm-hmm. We want to keep people creating. Like that's the goal. So if they took part in this, we want to give them the tools to keep doing even more.
All right, fine. I will give them something.
push.
It's like after all the pressure.
Hey, Monty, you donated to the art auction.
Oh yes,
you already did.
That blade piece though, I might have to get it.
I'll put up $10. I saw, so it's still up there. But
might put that in there.
This occasion, I will send out a mini comic to anybody who participated to a mouse. And if you draw a mouse,
just gonna throw it up like it's a mini comic. That comic is awesome.
Yeah, it is.
This Black and Seed mini comic is amazing.
Yeah, and I have a few more on my on the website too. I actually have about 3 more, and an Inktober sketchbook.
Nice.
Mike, where can people find your stuff? Where can they support you?
Oh, they can jump on shortfusemediagroup.com to get any of the comics. Hotshot, which was a foundation written by Victor Dandridge, those first 6 issues, crack! And then follow me, of course, on Patreon and YouTube, Dear Creative.
Oh. So
Does anybody realize this is kind of like a this is like a drink and draw, but it's a web and draw?
It is.
A little
Like they had the official drink and draw on Friday, and we just brought it back like magic. Like magic.
I do
But
this
for all
in-
ages, so it's juice boxes.
Exactly.
I actually do a kid version of Drink and Draw here in Toledo. It's called Cartoons and Cosplay.
I love it.
I bring in a cosplay model, and kids. Then basically, I have all ages come and they draw. You know, basically, the last one I did, someone dressed up as old girl from Black Panther. What's her name? Dang it,
Shuri.
Yes, Shuri.
Here we go.
And they drew Shuri. Before that, someone just made up a Star Wars character that literally.
That's dope.
Whatever that green guy that Han Solo shoots in the beginning in the bar.
Greedo.
Yeah, he was basically Greedo, and he just had this like weird X-wing fighter suit. We had wings on it and everything, but that was a lot of fun. So I like doing. I'm looking to do like a virtual version of that too pretty soon. But yeah, so I'd actually do a kids drink and draw, and they bring juice.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
I think you should give
We do some amazing stuff with kids out here. I got to give a shout out to JM Hunter, who, in association with Space, Small Press and Alternative Comics Expo, started Yaka, which is the Young Artist Creative Alliance, which was really a platform for young kids to take part in self-publishing and showcase it during Space. He's in the comments, so I got to give him a shout out as well.
Toledo, hometown dude too.
Exactly. Like we like everything just kind of comes together. We just it's dope. We got some dope stuff out here. Like
He has a book out published by he has a very good book out too.
I mean, he's got BAM. BAM is a anthology series I think he put together.
JM got that Santa Claus pirate that I love drawn.
Yeah.
He caught me up. He jumped on an episode of Chat and Draw, and he had no idea what he's gonna have me draw, and he busted out. I was like, JM, so you trying to test me, huh? And we talked about the whole like story of it, like the truth, like the origin of what he was doing with it, how he was just trying to like show like a Santa Claus that was completely different or whatnot, and it is, and it's like Conan the Barbarian meets a man of color being Santa Claus.
I love it. Yeah, the creative fire that we got in the Midwest is burning everything. I said it. That's how we're doing it.
You can't take it back, Vic. It's out there now.
Listen, I'm putting it out there. Look, my next venture, I got a project that I want to do when things start to settle up. That I'm calling the local comic swap, and it's all about kids in the neighborhood getting together and bringing out whatever comics that they have and trading amongst themselves to get new material, things that they've never read before. Pick up a book that you never read, something you're willing to give up, and something you want to pick up. So just to create that.
Oh, that's cool.
Thank you.
Oh, like one of them free libraries where people leave.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of it just being something that's separated and we don't communicate, I want people to know that there's a community of creatives out there and interested readers as well. So swap them out.
What is Kyle putting in his mouth? What is he doing over there?
He's eating chips and some pretzels.
Okay. But he ain't sharing though. That's rude.
All right.
I'm just saying, like,
Hold on.
he over there eating, and we drawn over here. We working, ain't getting no snacks.
If you reach up, you should be able to grab it.
This way. Let me go this way.
Like the paintbrush challenge. He's gonna put it in the camera, drop it. I'm gonna catch it.
Right.
Oh, God.
This is delicious.
TikTok, man. We'd be TikTok famous.
Right.
Oh.
TikTok, that's awesome.
I can't get on board with TikTok. I can't.
Man.
Hey,
I can't.
I thought I couldn't either, and I finally ventured through those gates. I was
I was gonna say you did it just recently.
yeah, I couldn't find a way it could advocate trying to help me gain an audience, and you know, I didn't want to just join it like, oh, it's another app, let's get on there.
Right.
And I forget. Oh shoot, Danny J Quick was like, man, just throw your sketch drawings up there, like the videos that you draw on your iPad. Just throw those up there and put them to music. And I was like, that's perfect.
There it is. There it is.
And that requires no extra work. It's literally whatever I draw, because I got tons of it on the iPad. Upload that, and it uploads directly to TikTok from my iPad. And like, there you go. I'm done.
Well, and like I got on it just to watch videos of talking dogs. Like, and then I follow a dude in Australia who paints like road lines.
Oh wow.
Parking lot lines, and it's just the sound of the machine with the spray, and it's a real close up with a GoPro, and it's weirdly satisfying and relaxing.
Yep.
I follow a dude who's got a CNC machine, you know, a cutter.
Right.
And it's watching him machine metal, and you just watch it, and you're just like, you know, at the end of the day.
I have a friend who chews gum. So.
Really? Like they just chew gum. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, ASMR.
Yeah, ASMR.
I can't do those. No. Those creep me out.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not down with that, but
no.
You know, to each their own. Like,
right. Just chewing gum. I don't.
Like I'll fall asleep to like videos of just like random things, or like best of videos of like a few people I follow on YouTube, but that's about it. Like if I'm going to sleep early, and like my wife is still up, that's how I fall asleep sometimes. But other than that, like, you know, I can't do the ASMR videos. I can't do sometimes music. I have a hard time with all of that.
I gotta check out this ANSR thing.
We're doing a little bit of it now because I'm listening to Kyle Chu in my.
Hey, I gotta get my garbage, man. Otherwise, I'll get grumpy.
You have to put the gain all the way up, and then just like whisper or like chew gum or something, and that's ASMR. And it'll just I can't do it.
But this is funny. Some of the best nights of sleep I ever got is one of y'all jump on somebody. Dan, I was watching Amani do it the other night, and be drawn live on Facebook or whatever. I'll throw it on the TV and go to bed and just lay there and watch it till I pass out, because it relaxes me so much watching other people draw, because it's not a skill I have.
Right.
You know, and now
totally
my newest Facebook friend, so I'll see his posts, you know, and he can go into the rotation, you know.
Imani, your quiet dismay is loud and clear, bro.
So loud.
Mike, we gotta force Victor, man.
Come on, man. I don't know. I'm not a drawer. I'm a writer.
Victor's like a fine wine. He stays on the rack until he needs to pull it out. Then he's just like, bam. Then it's just like, I've been aging this for a couple days for y'all. Secretly, he's saying, yeah, I know I can draw. I ain't gonna tell y'all that, though. like you guys, I was watching and listening at the same time, but I had it on while I was trying to read something that Vic sent me of a script or whatnot, because Vic is an amazing writer. So like the way that he writes these things and puts them down, and I can visually see it, and I see, you know, why he lends more towards the writing or whatnot, but he can draw. He has that ability to draw. And something else that he really shines in, that he doesn't like to boast about, so I will for him, it's graphic design. His graphic design is phenomenal.
Womp, 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 womp. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, like he had like a degree and a whole career in graphic design and stuff.
Yeah.
I do not have a degree. I only have certification.
You got a degree from the streets.
right.
From the streets of freelancing.
Is that what it is?
You out here.
I got you. I can't knock that one. I can't knock that one.
School of Hard Knocks.
Right.
Oh.
It's truly pass or fail. That's it. That's all you do.
Every graphic designer I know was self-taught, pretty much.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's partly because graphic design is really something that we all intrinsically know. we know if something doesn't look right, even if
Right.
we don't know how to describe it.
That's why I'm actually a big fan of John Jennings. He's done a couple of really popular graphic novels, Kindred and Parable of the Sour. His whole approach was actually he approached the design of those books as a graphic designer.
Right.
He's an illustrator and colorist, but his background is in graphic design. So a lot of the way he lay out on the page, and even some of the like big names historically, like Kirby, their approach was more from a design approach. In you can see it in their compositions.
Right.
If you think about like I shared with the kids, the 22 panels that always work.
Yeah.
That's really like a graphic design idea. It's like, because I think a lot of kids assume that, or a lot of amateur artists assume that graphic design art is sort of leans more heavily on the artist side.
Right.
When you look at it from a design side, you have a lot of tools that artists used to use back then to basically, get the work on the page, meet these deadlines. It wasn't as work intensive. They used a lot of tools and references to do their work. So it wasn't all just by hand, so to speak, or from memory,
Right.
which is more of a graphic design approach.
That's very, very true.
That's my TED talk, and I do have a TED.
I was saying you do have a TED talk.
Oh man.
Yeah, I do have a TED talk. So if you Google Imani Latif on YouTube, my TED talk might come up.
There you go.
If you Google Imani Latif TED talk, it will come up.
Yep.
Basically about being a black geek in the Midwest.
I mean, everybody I hired watch it.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
do that.
It got a lot of views. That was
Educational process.
And he said he got a lot of people that's like, nah, they don't know what looks right. They don't know what looks right. No. I would say people know what looks right. People might not know what is right. I think that's a very different thing, because a lot of times when you're talking about graphic design, there are principles that people follow. But even when you follow like strict principles, it doesn't look right. There's an internal feeling. I think we get a lot of that. That's the part. But no, I can imagine like when you have to work with clients, it's almost impossible to get something locked in, because most of the time they don't know what it is that they want. They just want you to try to, usurp it from their brain and figure it out, and that's difficult. That's way too crazy.
All right, fellas, we are running short on time. This has been a great couple of hours. We've done a lot of work here, including gotten me to draw a mouse, which I never thought would happen.
Yes.
So, let's go around the horn and everybody shout out the social media links one more time, the website links. Where can people find you? Where can people hand you money to do the things you do? We'll start with Mike, because he's the newest, and because he's muted and he'll have to look up from his work.
You can find all my books on shortfusemediagroup.com right now. If you buy the actual physical copy of the book, you get the digital copy free. Plus, there's some cool little rewards like music, desktop screensavers, and some digital artwork for buying any of the FSK books. Give me a follow on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram as Art of Mike Watson. And I do some fun stuff on YouTube. Just look up Dear Creative on YouTube. And I tend to do some talking about geekdom and creative life.
The most enthusiastic person in comics, y'all. Most epic. Recognized.
Victor?
I am Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics. So you can find me at Vantage In-House on all forms of social media. You can also check out You Create Comics. That's the letter U, CRE, the number 8, comics.com. You can find me on YouTube every week with Black, White, and Red all over. It is at comictown.tv, their channel where we're doing weekly reviews. And if you are listening to podcasts, you can definitely check me out sometimes on the Hall of Justice podcast, where I am a co-host. Usually like twice a month I'm on. Actually, tomorrow morning we're going to do the Justice League Dark Apocalypse War review. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
I gotta watch that still.
Dude, you got to watch that. You Gotta watch that. It's fun. It's fun.
Monty.
You can find all my information at Junebugs World. That's JOONS bugsworld.com. Again, I have a virtual camp coming up this June, and you can follow me there for classes. Junebugs World on Instagram and Facebook as well.
Yeah, buddy.
And Peapod walked away.
He did.
No, I had to
Also,
fix
check
my
out Peep
fan.
Game Comics. Peep Game Comics.
Oh, Peep Game Comics. Peep Game Comics with an X.com.
And all of the links for all of these things as I add, there we go, and hit update. Now Mike's websites are all up there on GarageCon.live. If you click on GarageCon links, there are links for every creator who has been on here, as well as our publishing partner. All their links are there. Scroll down, and you'll see Who Create Comics, Junebugs World, Vantage in House, Peep Game Comics, Short Fuse Media. All that kind of stuff is all right there. You just got to click on them, and it'll take you where you need to go.
Dude, thank you for putting this together, Kyle, man. We really appreciate this. Peapod, you were awesome as well.
Thank you, thank you,
Much
thank you.
love to the C4 crew. So sorry we're not up in Traverse City right now, but I'm so glad that we have this opportunity to still connect and get together.
Yes, thank you for letting me come in. I appreciate it.
We'll get you for the next one for sure. We'll give you your own panel.
Oh man, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm already starting to build. This is a not official announcement. There
Okay.
is going to be another GarageCon.
Let it be known.
Probably in that weird, that weird lull in con season between Thanksgiving and February.
Oh,
Yeah.
do it again.
I think
do
somewhere in there.
Let's do it.
Richard
Sounds
says
good.
that in Traverse City, it's true.
Definitely miss you guys. Definitely.
We're going to bring in the man who has epitomized quarantine comedy.
Yes.
Oh God,
Man,
yes.
Scoop is killing it. On
Bring
the
it, baby.
Mustache.
The greatest
Hold on.
mustache of all time.
Oh,
What? Oh my God, no.
I didn't want to scare the kids.
No, that's it. I quit. I quit, Kyle. I
Hey,
can't do this.
no,
Scoop's not
no.
a stash.
Cash me out, bro. I'm out.
That's a character. That's like
right.
that's a persona.
Oh man, it's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh,
Oh my God, this is about
All
to be
right.
amazing.
we're going to bring in Scoot. Thank you guys for being
guys.
Yeah, thank you. Scoot, kill it, bro. Have a good session.
Amani, Victor, it's nice meeting you guys.
That's me, y'all.
Awesome.
Deuces.
Mike, thank you. Monty, thank you. Victor, thank you. We're going. Let me click the buttons here. Boom, boom,
It's dropping out. Oh no.
boom.
I feel like I'm on CNN. Coming live, of course.
Here, we're
Welcome.
gonna make it even better.
There you go. And Kyle's gone. Okay, well, welcome again. If you're just joining us, it's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and welcome to GarageCon 2020. I am this hour's host. My name is Peapod. I am a podcaster, I am a broadcaster, and I am a giant nerd. And I also help along with Kyle Northrop, one of the creators of the Nexus 419, where stuff comes together. I forget the line, but that's Kyle.
Is
Kyle,
that Oliver's shirt behind you, Scoot?
What's that?
Is that Oliver's shirt behind you? Or is that yours?
It's mine.
Okay, I'm like, it looks awful small.
I'm promoting. It's folded. It's folded neatly. That's where I put it every night.
Now I'm legit going away.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're very excited to continue our talks on this on this family friendly day, and my friend and yours, Mr. Scott McMahon, aka Scoot, man of a thousand great comics, and all everybody's shouting out Scoot. Scoot, first off, it's nice to see you again as always, sir.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Congratulations on all the things that have happened in your world. You know, you have a new child recently.
Yeah, Felicity
And,
is here.
Yes,
Caitlin, hello.
yes. Everything is going well. I'm glad things are well in your world during this the world of the Rona.
The quarantine, yeah.
Yes, and also, by the way, your quarantine guy is tremendous.
Thank you. Yeah, he's just, he speaks for all of us, really.
He really does.
He's the voice of the quarantine.
How long are you going to keep that up for?
I don't know. I mean, because everything's like easing up here in Ohio, so I've eased up. I'm not doing it every day now, but every once in a while, I'll post one. So we'll see.
It kind of reminds me of that Debbie Downer segment from SNL.
Yeah, they're not all depressing. Some of them are just like really just like observational, like with the quarantine going on, you know. So, but they are mostly just like, hey, I think I'm gonna go for a walk, and I just walk downstairs to get a drink. That's it.
Right. Like, hey, the mailman came. I said hi to him. Maybe.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's super weird because you never really thought, and that's what everybody's talking about. It's hard to try to do a show or anything like that with everything that's going on. It's hard to not talk about what's going on because it's literally the only thing going on.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody's response and everybody's, you know, either backlash or, you know, support or Lord knows what else is going on.
Right.
But
yeah.
as a creative guy like you, how did you take up a lot of your time outside of, you know, the family and everything? How did you use this time to, you know, create your own stuff?
Well, luckily, I guess you could say in a way for me, because of the birth of our daughter Felicity during this time, I'm not scheduled to do any Comic Cons the rest of the year anyway. So I was going to take this year off so that the loss of the Comic Con this season hasn't really hurt me, because my plans were spend more time, you know, with the family, with the little one, and Oliver, who's 4, my son, and Kendra, my wife, who's, you know, we're all quarantined together in this. But at night, I work on comics, and that was my plan anyway. And I have a book I'm currently working on that's going to be published through Oni, but they haven't made an announcement yet. I've been working on it for a while, but there's like a shift. It started with Lion Forge, and Lion Forge merged with Oni. So there was contract renegotiations, you know, a lot of boring stuff. But that's what I've been working on at night a lot. It's in collaboration with Dave Scheid, who I worked with on Wrapped Up, story about the 12-year-old mummy and his adventures, which has 2 volumes. I don't know if anyone watching has this book, but it's available on Amazon or bookstores, wherever books are sold. Wrapped Up, volumes 1 and 2. So my next comic will be something similar to that style and look. So
it's the
that's
all ages route, correct?
Yeah. It's not as much all ages as like a Sammy book, but it's still, because there's a little bit more action. Well, I mean, Sammy's got a lot of action, so it's I can't really say too much about it because there hasn't been an announcement. But yeah, it'll be like wacky, silly, but there's also some drama in there and some action. So I think if you dig Wrapped Up, you're gonna like that one.
I love it. We'll go back a little bit for anybody who's new to you and your work. Tell us a little bit about your background.
So I'm a cartoonist, which means I write and draw comics. Born and raised here in Rossford, Ohio. I live here now. I bought a house here and started my own family here. I went to Rossford High School. I went to Bowling Green State University, and I've been doing comics since I was a little kid. I've been drawing since I was about 2 years old, and I still hold my pencil the same way. I draw with a fist when I draw. Yeah, exactly.
I've always been super impressed every time me and you have talked and done work together. You just sit down and you just kind of just go to town, and it is so amazing. Not only you can like just pump out all these quick characters, whether it's your own, whether it's your style of versions of like known characters and things like that, and still talk and interact with others. It's truly amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Drawing for me is fun. It's also relaxing and therapeutic at the same time. So it's not a chore for me. It's a way. I do it all the time basically. At lunchtime, I do a lot of lunchtime drawings, and I'll post those. So yeah.
Dirk
That's
says
kind of
you
my
need more mustache.
comics. I did my first published comic in 2004 when I was in college, and I've been kind of working in comics ever since. My career really started to pick up more around 2012, 2011 when I met Art and Franco from All Yeah Comics and started working on their line of books, and they've really helped me out a lot. And I'm a regular on their All Yeah podcast, which drops every now and then with Art Franco, John Suntress, Mike Nagan, who is a coordinator at a lot of the artist alleys for Reed Pop. He's on there a lot, and Mike Campobasso, impersonator extraordinaire, is on that podcast as well. So
this is some big names in the comic world, so it's kind of amazing to see you in the middle of the Midwest, where we just talked about in the last panel that like a lot of people don't realize that the Midwest is filled with a lot of creative types, a lot of it's an artistic part of the country that not many people may realize.
Yeah, and it's the cool thing with social media and going to these Comic Cons is just you can network and stay connected to these people. And I talk to other creators almost every day. So
I like it.
Yeah.
What was the initial spark for you to getting into this world?
I don't know. I mean, I always say like cartoons actually got me into comics first. Like as a kid, I don't remember what my first comic was that I picked up, but I remember watching cartoons, and cartoons kind of led me into comics. So like I would watch like the Adam West Batman show was on reruns when I was really little, and I would watch that. The Real Ghostbusters I watched a lot, and then I would see those comics at the stores and want to read those books. So that's how I got into comics and this like comic book world.
How hard was it for you to start developing your own style? Like when you were starting to first like get the idea of like I want to draw, I want to make these creators. Like how did you? What was your first steps and like what was some of your hardships trying to develop the style of that has now made you, your living?
Yeah, it was first I tried to mimic a lot of styles to begin with, like the Bruce for superheroes. It was like the Bruce Timm style for his Batman characters. Then I always was into Disney and Hanna-Barbera, Warner Brothers cartoons. So my cartoony characters kind of are influenced by them. And then within the last 10 years, I've really been influenced by, as I said earlier, the style that Art Baltazar and Franco kind of bring to their books, which was a natural almost progression for me because they had the same backgrounds where they got into cartoons first. And that's what I think of when I'm working on comics is I think of cartoons. So my style became its own thing while trying to kind of like mimic styles that I, admired. And it just sort of developed. Like I never sat down and tried to come up with a style. It just morphed into, from drawing every day. That's the thing. If the more you draw, the more you'll realize like your style will start developing on its own. I mean, I don't know if you sit down and try to come up with a style, I think that would be a lot more stressful and time consuming. So it's just something that has to happen naturally.
It's just going out and draw and then draw and then draw and then and then you feel like what's comfortable, what you like, what you don't like, what responds.
Mm-hmm. And drawing for me was never like work, like, and it still isn't. Like even when I have deadlines and I have things to work on, it's like I said, it's a way I relax, I unwind. It's always been that way for me. So it's just a natural part of who I am. I just draw all the time. And I think if it felt like work, I wouldn't do it. Probably the same way for professional athletes who practice all the time. They want to be doing that, even though it's making them better. That's kind of how it is with me in drawing. I just want to draw. I don't think of it as work, but it is. It's hard work and it's time consuming, but I enjoy it.
I dig it. And if anybody else has any questions or comments, please set them into wherever you're watching this from, either the Cherry Capital Comic-Con pages, Nexus, YouTube, whatever. We'll throw these up on the screen, and we'll talk more about Scoot as we join us throughout the 2 o'clock hour here. What's some of the things that you've really been fascinated with recently?
Well, let's see.
Whether it's art or entertainment or anything, like what is really like piquing your interest as of now that you may have like want to adapt into your work, currently or into the future?
The Mandalorian on Disney Plus has really like reignited my love of like Star Wars and that world, and the storytelling in there is really fun, and it's also hey Steph, and it's also it's kind of right up my alley with the action, adventure, and they've even sprinkled in a little bit of humor here and there. So that's really been something lately that I've been like digging. And then I know it's not recent, but the Stranger Things series on Netflix really, it kind of connects with me because I grew up in that era, and it reminds me of like how fun it was to be a kid and how mysterious things can be and magical. You think like there's a field behind like a school and you want to go explore that, and you make things up in your head. So I'm also working on, I forgot to mention another book with Franco. I can't really talk about that either because we're pitching it around, but it's inspired by this like idea of mystery and being a kid and kind of wacky stuff. So that's how like those type of like Stranger Things and the sci-fi world of The Mandalorian kind of influences me even subconsciously. So
I've absolutely adored The Mandalorian. It's probably one of my favorite things that from the Star Wars world that I've seen in recent years.
Yeah.
So that I've really enjoyed. So I'm very excited what they're going to do in the second season with all their ties into like Star Wars Rebels and Clone Wars and everything. All these like extended universe type ideas that are now coming into being more canon. With everything. I always enjoy that. Personally, like with the world of quarantine, like I still am going to work. Nothing really has much changed. I work more from home than work more from home than anything. But like I still do my regular routine. And one of the things, you know, entertainment wise that I've been rewatching and catching up on is two things. Like one was The Orville. Which is Seth MacFarlane's take on a Star Trek-esque show. Yeah. And I felt like that while rewatching it again, because I don't know when the third season was supposed to happen or is still happening because of everything going on. And I felt like it was tremendous in being serious enough to be like another Star Trek-esque world, like a cousin of Star Trek. But it has like that real life, like, you know, response to everything and like the comedy and just enough toilet humor to get by without being like into the world of Family Guy. Just a pinch.
Yeah, I've seen the first episode and I thought it was pretty good. I just need to sit down and
it's all on Hulu. It is
the Orville just moved to NBC.
Okay,
that's why you haven't seen the third season. It changed networks.
It's I thought it was Hulu exclusive.
The Orville?
Yeah,
it's on Fox.
Right, but I thought it turned into the third season as a Hulu exclusive.
No, well,
allegedly.
Right now it's Hulu exclusive, but it's going to be on NBC.
Oh, Rue, cool. I like it. And
All
also
right.
another story. All right, bye, Kyle. Another show that I got into that was on Fox and then moved to NBC was I was catching up on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Which I thought, yeah, it was hilarious. It still is hilarious. I got sort of annoyed with a couple of the characters now in like later seasons, but I love how the character development has been through that series with a lot of the people in it. I really enjoyed that, and I'll tie this back to your work. How, for doing work with, you know, with your art and maybe a little bit of writing with the characters and everything, how do you try to do a good enough character development in these all ages books that not only kids can be entertained, but the parents who read them to the kids will still be involved enough to share?
Yeah, it's. I mean, sometimes it's easy. Sometimes the characters kind of write themselves, but it's not easy. And in general, I mean, you have to really. I feel like you have to work a little bit harder because there's certain things you can't do. You know, like certain. You know, because it's an all ages book or a kid's book, there's certain things maybe that would help that a little bit, but I think it just depends on the character and the story. So, like for Sammy, I kind of approached the book. It's about a samurai squirrel. She protects the village of Woodbriar from a cyber yeti, ninja monkeys, a ghost, pirates, and I approached that book almost like a video game. So the character development happens after she defeats more villains as she goes along, and you learn more about the character that way. So it's like through the action, you discover more about her. But then I was working on, I'm done with it now, but I was working on Cthulhu Jr. With Dirk Manning. In that book, the character, he learns a lot about himself from beginning to end. And I can't really describe it too much because I don't want to spoil it. But hey, Amanda, that one is a little bit more involved. It's a little bit more realistic in a sense because we're dealing with real people, where Sammy is like a cartoon squirrel and she lives in this village. But the themes are the same, like about, you know, discovering who you are and believing in yourself and you're finding your true self. So, I mean, I guess it just depends. And for Wrapped Up, that book is more like a series, like a cartoon. So there's not as much character development. You learn who the characters are in the first issue, and they pretty much stay that way because it's episodic. So you can jump into issue 6 and just automatically kind of get what they're doing and what they're about. So that's what's kind of fun, to jump back and forth in those worlds, because telling a long form story, like Cthulhu or Sammy or Spot on Adventure, you kind of have to plan ahead. But Wrapped Up, you kind of from the beginning figure out who these characters are, and then they, episodic stories, they write themselves. So
I think we got a good question here. Scoot, when you write, do you prefer through scripts or straight to thumbnail sketches like Art and Franco do?
Yeah, well, when I write, I do thumbnail sketches also. And it's funny, when Franco and I were working on books, because he's also an artist, he just sends, we talk about it. Hey, no problem, Amanda. We talk about it, and we like through Skype like this, and he sends me like these little rough thumbnails based on what we talk about, and then I kind of follow those loosely and kind of do whatever I want and send it back to him, and then he'll have like little tweaks or whatever, but it's very like organic and flowing. So, but I do work, if I have to, like for this next book I'm working on with Oni, Dave and I had to type up a script and send to them. So for me, it's just, I don't know. I don't prefer the script, but I understand why an editor wants one. So
that's a good
it's
question.
easier for them to see the script, because sometimes the rough thumbnails, they look bad and people get nervous.
That's a good question, Brad. Please, if you got more questions, comments, whatever, please put them in the comments. We'd love to talk about all of that. Yeah. So you kind of talked about some of the projects that you got going on, some of the future products you got going on.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that you struggle with as an artist?
Nothing.
And
I'm the best.
Nothing. You're the best.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm the best in the business right here.
Well, my job's done. Jeez.
Yeah. No, it's always, the struggle for me a lot of times with this stuff, hey, there's Dave, collaborator and co-creator of Wrapped Up and this future project we can't talk about yet. I have a family that I want to spend time with and see, a day job that, pays the bills, and then the comics job at night that I work on that hopefully one day will, do a little bit more. But the day job allows me to work on only comic projects that I really want to, so I don't get roped into things with deadlines that I don't want to do. I only work on things that I choose to do, but it's hard to balance all those things sometimes, and especially with this project Dave and I are working on now, I'm really excited about it and I want to work on it, but I can only get so many pages done in the 3 hours I work on it at night every night, So that's kind of where the struggle is for me, and I feel like that's true of a lot of cartoonists I see working on books right now on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. It's just the pressure of these deadlines and the real world and interfering with your job and your day-to-day activities. So
I always joke about that, like my job is interacting with my life. Sometimes I remember doing that years ago when I was bouncing around between everything going on, and now my job is developed into my life. It's almost intertwined to the point where where one ends and one begins is almost the same thing. It's like I never stop working because in the industry that I'm in, in the industry you're in, we're both similar. It's like we are our own products. We're our own bosses in a sense. We always have to promote ourselves constantly. That if we don't promote us, no one will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard for me. It's hard to promote. That's why, I'm working on this book with Dave Scheid, who, I'll be honest with you, he's not very good. I'm not going to say anything mean about him, but he's a scumbag.
Dave Scheid needs to check his Facebook messages.
And Dave's great. We collaborate a lot, but the balance, the force. But the other struggle is, you get a great idea for something and you work with, a publisher or an editor, which is great, and they have their ideas, and sometimes you guys you'll butt heads, but I've never luckily worked with any bad editors or publishers, so but there has been some rough spots here or there, so that's hard, and you just have to kind of step back and look at what they're trying to say and take criticism well. I mean, that's the thing. As a artist and cartoonist, you really have to be able to take criticism well. So
I think in general, you need to learn how to give criticism and also how to receive criticism well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, don't look at, especially when you're working with a publisher. I mean, they bought into your idea and your story, so listen to what they have to say. Even if you might disagree with it or it might be kind of rough, it'll probably work out in the long run. So
it's not too unfamiliar in my world and then into your world. It's a lot of like there's people that you can make your own style. They give you the skeleton and then you build off of the skeleton. So it is very familiar. So I understand that a lot. And not even being a comic book guy, just being a viewer and a purchaser and not necessarily a creator myself. Who first gave you the nickname of Scoot?
Yeah, so I got Scoot maybe around 6th grade or junior high school, like 11 or 12. As a kid, I went to school with Mark Curtis. I think he first started calling me Scooter, and then it just caught on. Other people called me Scooter for a while, and then that shortened to Scoot, as the nicknames naturally do. Just like your name was probably longer. Peapod was probably a longer nickname at one point, right?
No, it's gotten shorter now because everybody will just call me Pod.
I was going to say P. People call you P.
No, God, no. It actually ends up being Pod for a random and it depends on like how serious are we talking about. Like it'll just be, if it's casual, it's just like Pod. If it's like semi-casual, it's like Peapod. If it's like serious, it's Chris.
Mm-hmm.
If it's super serious, it's Christopher. And then if it goes beyond that, then I'm screwed. So,
and the nickname also like helped once I got to college, because I realized in high school teachers would call me Scoot and they didn't call me Scott M, and there are other Scotts. It's such a common name. So it was kind of cool to have this one, like I just had to go by Scoot and I was no longer Scott M. So when I went to college, I told my professors just call me Scoot. And then when I started doing comics, I used it as my pen name. So it worked out pretty well.
It's perfect. What is the weirdest thing that someone has asked you to draw at a convention, and did you ever turn anything down? I think I know one of the stories that me and you have talked about in the past when we first met, but go ahead.
Yeah, I had to turn some things down. Usually it's weird because I do like all ages, super kid-friendly stuff, and people would come to my table and ask me to draw really inappropriate things for them, and they try to throw a lot more money at me. Like maybe my price was like $50 for a character, and they'd offer me $100 to do something not kid friendly, and I'd always have to say no. But one of the funniest commissions I did is someone wanted Dr. Doom eating spaghetti, and if you're familiar with Dr. Doom's helmet, he's got like this little hole in his middle part, so I had him stuck in a noodle through that little hole, and he's got it twirled around his fork. That was pretty fun, and people asked for silly amalgamations of characters. Let me think, just crazy stuff, but nothing too weird. I mean, that was like one of the sillier, funnier things. I table next to Dave Scheid a lot, and he's been there a lot of times when people ask me to do something weird. So he might even have better stories about that than I do, because I'm horrible at remembering what commissions I did where, unless it's something like that Dr. Doom one that kind of sticks out.
I know one of the first...
sorry, on that, I forgot to mention one more thing. So another thing I kind of learned from Art Franco at these conventions, because they do a lot of conventions, people will ask them sometimes, especially Art, to draw something not even really that crazy. Like he might be doing sketch cards for free with one character, and someone will be like, can you draw me, it'll be some abstract character and he never uses a reference, so some abstract like character, and Art's like, I don't know that guy, and the guy will pull out his phone, here, he looks like this, and Art's like, no, how about I just draw you Batman, and he just draws whatever he wants and gives it to the guy. Or it'll be like Power Rangers, and Art's never, like, maybe he didn't watch, I think he did, but I'm just using this as an example, like, draw one of these villains from Power Rangers, and Art's like, nah, I don't want to. I'll draw Godzilla. He just draws pretty cool.
It's like, nah, I don't want to do what you want to do. Whatever.
Yeah, so that's kind of funny. Like,
have you ever completed a comic for a publisher and then it never get published?
No, luckily, no. So far, so good on that. Yeah, I've never run into that, so that's good. I've had people tell me publishers tell me they were interested in something, especially early on when I was first trying to get into this whole comic world at comic conventions, and then I email them and never hear back. But that's again part of, you know, if you believe in yourself and you believe in what you're doing, you'll keep going forward. You won't give up, you know, at the first sign of rejection. So.
I think that's a good segue into this topic. Kind of give me like, for example, I'm a first year person wants to get into the industry. What's some of the good do's or don'ts that someone can learn from while trying to get their work out there into the world?
Yeah, don't do it. Number one, that's a bad idea. Don't get into this industry. It's horrible. That was a quarantine guy. Right there. But yeah,
we need a sepia tone and just don't get into the comic industry.
Yeah, it sucks. The thing is, I'll go back to this one again about criticism and feedback. You know, I've seen and people will bring their portfolios up to me at conventions and they'll want feedback, and I'll give them feedback. And sometimes they almost like want to argue with me. They'll be like, "Well, the reason I did that," and it's like, "Well, don't tell me I'm giving you my honest feedback, my first impression of this." You know, like. You have to be willing to accept criticism and to adapt and change. That's the main thing I would say about getting into comics, because that'll only make you better. The other thing is you just really have to work. So if you're an artist, draw all the time. If you're a writer, write all the time. Only probably and don't draw just to get things published or write. Just do it because it's fun. Like I draw all the time, and probably only like 10% of that is drawing for comics because I draw so much. So just, you know, if you're going to get into this industry, you already have to have established yourself as a person who works hard and puts in the hours. Because if you start at cold and I as an artist and you don't draw that often, you're going to struggle because you'll probably get tied into working on things you don't want to work on. And don't agree to projects because it's your first project and you're excited to do it. Make sure you have like a lawyer look over a contract for you, or if you don't have a lawyer, a parent, or someone, a trusted friend, just someone to give a second pair of eyes, because they always try to sneak things into these contracts that could burn you later on. So you have to really be, and that's like the boring side of comics. Like that's the stuff you don't really want to do, but you have to learn how to do it, you know, if you want to succeed.
No, that's part of the machine, is some of those boring aspects. A lot of people going into it, like, you know, don't realize, like, even the radio, everybody thinks like the radio industry is you just jump on a microphone and you just talk, but it's so much
that's
more
what you do.
than that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do.
So that's all it is. I just talk in between Nickelback songs. That's all I do. There's nothing. That's all it is. And then just say my name a bunch and make weird noises. And that Animal Farm-esque morning show with like
press those buttons.
Yeah, press those buttons. That's all.
Yeah, so I guess the common theme here is just, you know, work hard and
And sometimes you have to have schmucks like me on. That's the problem.
Yeah,
he is in his dark room.
Our air conditioning's not on, and it's really warm in this room, so I turned all the lights off. I'm going back to the
I have a fan like literally next to me that's just blowing air, so because it gets really hot in my office.
Yeah, it's like 87 degrees out today.
Yeah, it's gross. I hate it.
Summer has arrived. I love it.
I did love it for a point, and then I don't like all the rain, and I didn't like all the like the 50-degree and like all rain.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
And then all of a sudden it just jumps to 85 and sunny, and I'm like, no, I'm fat. I can't do it. It's too much. So anyway, other than my perspiration, we got another Brad jumping in with a question. Scoot, are you a collector of anything?
Not really. I mean, I have like things that I collect. Like, I'll pick if I think like a comic looks cool, I'll pick it up. If there's like a cool, like that Darth Vader helmet, my brother got that I think one year for Halloween, but he kind of looms in here large. He's wearing a yellow mask, which we joke on the All Yeah podcast is a C-3PO mask because it's yellow. So he's cosplaying as C-3PO. I do have like old action figures, but most of them are mine from when I was a kid, so I don't really collect them. I save them, I guess you could say. Yeah, I'm not really a collector. I don't even save my own sketches half the time. So I'm opening up a store called scoopcomics.bigcartel.com. And I'll be posting these sketches up there so that way I don't throw them away. Oh, come on. There he is, the man. That's Dave. Have you ever met Peapod, Dave?
Hi, Dave.
What's up? He can't hear us.
Dave, can you hear us all right?
Yeah, let me tweak this. Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Special guest.
It's just jumping in.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
I
hacked it.
My mustache was inspired by Dave's mustache there. Can't tell. It's a true story. Really, it was.
Yeah.
He posted a picture. He used to have a big beard, and he shaved it into a mustache for work. And then I did it as a joke, and I took that really depressing photo. And that's how the quarantine guy came to be.
Looks
So
good.
to kind of
The rest is history.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Dave and I were just collaborating last night. Like I said, we get on Skype, and I share my screen, what I'm working on, the comic we're working on together, and I kind of just work on it as we talk, and Dave throws in his 2 cents here and there, and that's how it goes.
Yep. I'm intentionally trying to make that error to make Scoot uncomfortable. Yeah, no, working with Scoot's great because he's just kind of, I don't know, we're kind of just at the same level as far as like our humor and the stupid stuff we laugh at, and I feel like we grew up with a lot of the same stuff. So we kind of just make each other laugh really easily, so it's like super easy to work with him.
Yeah, we met at the All Yeah Comics store in Skokie, Illinois, probably back in like 2013, around that time, right, Dave?
Yeah, something like that, I think.
And Dave's nickname at that store is Sasquatch. Art gave him that nickname. So I was drawing pictures of Sasquatch on this drawing board that they always set up. And that's how Dave and I became friends. He said, "Hey, man, do you want to work on a comic with me?" And I said, "I guess so." And that's how it started. So,
And then it became a weird thing where like people I didn't know would come up to me and be like, "Hey, are you Sasquatch? Are you Dave?" Blah 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 blah. Like some of the people from when I was first starting trying to pitch comics at Dark Horse, I introduced myself to one of the editors there one time, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, Art talks about you all the time. He says you look like Sasquatch." I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a good intro. But yeah, no, it's great. Yeah,
Well, Dave, how did you? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I was just trailing.
Might as well since you're jumping in here. How did you get into this world?
I kind of just started writing short stories when I was, I don't know, like 11 or 12 years old, and I kind of just fell into writing comics. It was kind of just something that I always naturally liked writing stories, and I always grew up reading comics. So I kind of one day I was like, why am I not making comics? I write short stories. I love comics. You know, so I basically just started just finding friends who knew how to draw and just like making weird self-published mini comics and zines and stuff like that. And I just got addicted because I realized like I think like having like something, it's one thing to have like an idea, but to have like a finished thing in front of you is like the biggest motivator I think for me. So like seeing a finished comic to me was like, oh my god, I could do this. Maybe I could do more. Yeah. So it was kind of just like it's like a rush I get, and I still get that every time, even with like published things and all that. It's just it's really satisfying being able to get something out of your brain and in front of people, and you know, in stores and stuff like that.
Yeah, Dave is out in Chicago area, and I'm in Toledo area, Rossford to be specific, home of the Bulldogs. But Dave and I connect, and we work on stuff every night. So back to Peapod's question about like people starting out in comics, you can network and go to these comic cons or just on social media, and you can meet other creators that don't even live by you, and you can with them every night and every day, just like they're right next door. So that's what's cool about like really utilizing social media and the way we can connect now, especially with the quarantine.
Yeah, it's good just to be able to keep in touch with creators and stuff like that, and kind of just I think a huge benefit of being a comic creator like in this age with like the internet and things like that is we're able to send each other, you know, here's my idea, here's a new page, here's a, you know, pitch, something like that. We're able to kind of feed off each other's energies and stuff like that, and it really, really helps.
And Dave is really, really good at promoting on social media and making connections that way, where, you know, I'm better at actually working on comics when Dave's not doing anything. So
yeah. I love the phrasing of that. Just hanging out on the internet. But it is. I mean,
the hard part for me is like networking, because like it is time consuming, but Dave does it. He's really does it in a natural, like easy way. So he's able to connect with a lot of these publishers that we work with.
Yeah, because I think it's there's a weird sort of thing, because there's a whole process of like, you know, it's one thing to learn how to write a story or draw a comic page and figuring that all out. But there's a whole another outside world once you have a comic completed. It's like, How am I going to get people to read this? How am I going to market this to people? How am I going to get Twitter followers? How am I going to? It's a whole nother world that's kind of like. I feel like there's a million resources, at comic conventions and stuff like that, as far as how you start. But actually, when you complete comics, this whole other, gray area of like information that's not nearly as widely available. So I think it's important to connect with people who kind of, like I said, Scoot's more of kind of like, he draws the comics and all that stuff too. And while he's doing it, I'm able to promote and do interviews and connect with editors and stuff like that. I think we're really able to feed off each other's strengths. And I think in collaborators, that's really important to kind of know what you bring to a comic, because it's not even just finding someone who could, who might be good for this comic to draw, like, hey, this art would be good with my story. It's, hey, is this person someone I want to hang out with? Is this someone I want to talk to, I want to Skype with? Is this someone who knows editors? Is this someone who knows comic shops? It's like so many more things you could bring to collaboration than just like artistic things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You play off of everybody's strengths and weaknesses very well, and it brings a better product when everybody has a good vibe with each other.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what and it shows off in the work too. I mean, the work, Scoot, you have done, and Dave, I may not be familiar with your work, but after this, I will be. So I mean, that's always good. It's just networking. I think that's great about what's going on. What now?
Spooky Sleepover. That's one of my favorite Dave Scheid books.
Yeah, it's good. Deep cut.
Deep cut.
Like oh, sorry. It sucks.
I mean, I think it's great. Honestly, any chance I could get to trick people into like discovering my work, even if it's through Scoot or anyone that's good, I'll just write his coattails.
Yeah.
Because we'll be at a convention, someone will come up to Scoot and be looking at his stuff, and I'll walk up, all like eating Cheez-Its or something, and they'll like scare him away.
Oh,
just try to like do his thing.
Dave, earlier someone asked like what's some of the craziest commissions I ever did, but sometimes it's hard for me to remember. Do you remember anyone coming up when you're sitting next to me? I know we've laughed about it before, but has anyone asked for something really crazy?
That was literally me who asked that question.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So I don't know how. God, there's a specific thing I want to talk about, but I don't know if it's like.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. No, there's okay. I can say this in a non-gross way. There's a dude who, if you ask most major comic artists about, if you ask them about the glue guy, like they'll know what you're talking about. There's a dude who has a sketchbook, like through years and years and years, collects these really bizarre, super specific commissions. And I know a lot of friends have been like, no, I'm not drawing that. And I guess it's not gross. Okay, I could say it. It's nothing like nasty or anything. He likes people drawing like comic characters stuck in glue. And he has a whole weird sketchbook full of that. And he's been doing it for years. And it's really bizarre, super weird thing. But ask any like mainstream comic artist, be like, hey, have you ever done the commission for the glue guy? They'll be like, oh yeah, I had turned him down, or it's very, very weird. But there's a lot of I think it takes a lot for someone to weird me out because I'm super weird. But at these conventions you come out feeling like super normal at the end of the weekend. Dealing with that stuff.
I mean, the stereotypical convention when you think about it and what brings it to the table. And, there are some of those people that fit the mold. But there's also, I feel like the world of comics has become bigger with the addition of comics becoming the mainstream, the MCU opening the door, and then adds up with other properties getting television shows and comic and movies and everything, and I appreciate the MCU for what it is, but then I don't like the MCU because I feel like every other product has to fit that mold to a lot of people that don't understand maybe the source material. Yeah. So it kind of gets under my skin a little bit to the point where like I have a hard time just trying to get around any product that has gone to the big screen or the small screen on a television show. But I've learned to go past that now because I was just like, okay, I know the source material. Oh, I can appreciate what they have done here. Like I've gotten past this super like, oh, this guy has the outfit wrong, and like I can understand the artistic changes and things better now.
Yeah. Right. I feel like my biggest issue with conventions is just with like people being there is I'm always just trying to like rush to like take a poo at a convention. There's always like 10 Deadpool dudes like in front of me doing a weird dance. And I'm just trying to go get like a Fanta or something. They're just like in the way. So I'm just grumpy all the time. But it's cool though. It's like
it's grumpy when people constantly come up to the table.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Like it's like I could be very grumpy, but I also have to remind myself. It's a strange sort of thing at conventions with like creators because it's like we're working, and these people could be having like the best weekend of their lives, and we could be like not selling books, or someone could have just had something mean about your art, or someone could have just spilled a Pepsi on your book, or something like that. It's a very weird mix of like, and for you working in comic shops and stuff too, it still work for you. So it's a strange sort of energy with, you know, it's work for some people, and it's like just like the best thing in the world for other people. So it's like a really weird mix of energies, I think. And yeah, I just really need a clear pathway just to take a poo. That's all I ask for.
Let the man go.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
The new face of the quarantine.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks like a wanted poster.
Yeah.
It looks like a wanted poster that would be in Bob's Burgers.
Yeah. That's good. Oh, that's good. Where's the stink lines though?
Yeah, I forgot to draw those. Maybe it was the beard. They went away.
Yes, it smells.
Yeah.
That's good, yeah. Sweet.
The beard is the source of his power.
Yeah.
And the stinkiness too. With like leftover food and ground beef and Doritos and
Maybe these virtual cons are the way to go, because then you have to worry about waiting in line to get your Fanta. You can just go get it.
yeah, I'm pooping right now and you guys can't tell.
You have a jug down there.
Yeah, it works out great. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh.
Checks Avery.
Yeah, it's great. It's great, man. It works out. Good stuff.
It was funny because in the previous panel I was hosting, like in the middle of it, Kyle had to jump in for something. He's like, I'm in the middle of eating a grilled cheese.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
There's these grilled cheeses at this convention we do where it's like what is it? Dude, it's like donuts. It's
Oh
like
yeah, at
donuts.
the Cincinnati Comic Expo, they have grilled cheeses on donuts.
Yeah.
There was a shop in
Can't wait
town
for the
in Toledo.
quarantine to be over. Just so I can go to Cincinnati and get donut grilled cheese.
So you could get diarrhea at the convention.
Oh no, I'm not gonna go for that. I'll get a hotel room for the diarrhea.
Yeah, that's good.
It's Tamachi. That's what it is.
Yeah, it was yeah. There was a place in town that used to do that.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
same convention, there was a sushi booth, and we're like, who is eating Comic-Con sushi right now?
Ooh.
And I'm a disgusting eater. I'm a disgusting person in general. And, like, I'm never going to go that low, dude. I've eaten some nasty stuff in my life. But I am not about to eat some, like, convention salmon.
No.
It might have been good.
Nah,
Maybe.
I'm not risking that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
feel like it's not yellowfin. If it's convention sushi, it's like booster goldfin, which isn't as good.
Hmm.
That
Yeah, I
was a
don't know,
dig.
man.
Okay, that DC dig just did not land the way I expected it to.
I thought it was funny. I appreciated that.
I'm trying to think of other gross stuff I've seen people eat at those things. We've seen those grilled cheeses, like people walk, because it's one thing if like you're eating a meal and you're like sitting in the area, but people like come up to your table like eating
Yeah,
like,
they set it down.
giant burger and they'll like put it on our book and stuff. And I've gotten into it with dudes who will like put food or drinks on your books, and you gotta be like, "Hey, dude, do you mind like not putting that there?" And like one dude was like, "It's fine." And so I'm like, "Dude, I'm not like trying to fight you. It's just it's weird. Just give me a bite at least." You know?
Water bottles there, and they're already like, they leave the ring on the table or on the drawing half the time.
And there's this weird root beer thing, like C2E2, all these like people drinking root beer and
Yeah.
those weird metal things. I don't know, man.
The soda in the Moscow Mule Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which in theory is cool, but I don't know for me. But like, I feel like I'll have like a little bit of root beer that's good, but like you can't have a lot of root beer. I feel like it's just like too much.
It's
Yeah.
too sweet.
Yeah.
Too sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. We got the right crowd here. Then.
There we go.
Yeah, that's good.
We can talk the last 10 minutes about the Bullet Club and the history of it. Yeah, sure.
Did anybody watch AEW last night?
I did.
No.
I need to
Hangman
catch up. I haven't
Page
watched
trying
any
to
of
run
them.
Sammy Guevara over with a horse.
Oh my God, it was okay. So, like, first off, A, the whole pay-per-view was amazing, and B, the Stadium Stampede was the most ridiculous 40-minute. I rewatched it this morning. It was the most ridiculous 40-minute match ever.
Who was
It
there?
was
Who was
tremendous.
wrestling?
It's the Inner Circle, so it's Chris Jericho, Santana Ortiz, Sammy Guevara, and Jake Hager versus the Elite, which is which is Matt Nick Jackson, Kenny Omega, Hangman Adam Page, and Matt Hardy.
Matt Hardy, that's our boy.
Yeah, we love Matt Hardy. That's all we talk about.
Yes, and
he called Chris Jericho Christopher Jericho, and I've been like laughing about that. For like, I don't know why that's so funny to me.
Matt Hardy driving the golf cart, trying to chase dudes down.
Yeah,
like where it's Matt Hardy cutting the lawn face. I love that clip so much.
But did he do that?
I haven't watched the pay-per-view yet, and we're the ones working on something that we probably should be watching the pay-per-view.
Dirk apparently approves of it so far.
When this con is over, we'll have a viewing party because I've got it here. I'll just invite you guys on Zoom and we'll have a viewing party.
It's so good. It's so good.
I just recently saw that match of like from a few years ago where Kenny Omega like fights a little girl. He fights like a 9-year-old girl. It's like
from DDT. It's a Japanese company called DDT, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
So funny. Scoot, have you seen those?
No, I haven't seen it.
So there's this really weird, amazing thing where they have this belt that's like up for grabs for like 24 hours, like at all times you could like use it, and like it's like been won by like inanimate objects and like animals and like little kids, like there's this one where it was like a chicken kebab won it because the dude fell asleep and like put the chicken on there and the ref saw it and like counted it out. So it's like it's really, really goofy, but like super, super funny.
Yeah.
Joey Ryan brought it into America, and then like it went over like the entire indie scene until it went back to Japan. It was ridiculous.
So funny.
I will say, like the wrestling that I have checked out without fans because of quarantine has been a little bit tough for me to watch, but the filmed segments have been more entertaining to me. Like some of the stuff they did at WrestleMania, and then like the Matt Hardy stuff whenever he's talking is hilarious.
Talking to a drone.
The wrestling itself has been harder for me to kind of watch without fans.
It's super depressing, to be honest, because you miss that energy. But yeah, I feel like AEW does it slightly better because they have like extra people, and like some of the wrestlers who are not on the show like will be on the sides cheering, so there's some crowd noise.
Yeah.
And then WWE is just kind of just super awkward because it's just like there's no one there and everybody's making extra grunting noises, and it's just and we're probably not going to see crowds until at least the fall, if that, in for the remainder of the year, to be honest. So it's a little weird. We got about 10 minutes left, so we'll do that again.
Scoot, let's throw it back over to Scoot. I just want to make sure somebody was here if Corinne popped in.
Okay, cool. Scoot, if you want to go ahead and talk about and where everybody can see your current projects, upcoming projects, and how they interact with you.
Yeah, so the best way to interact with me is through Instagram and Twitter at Scoot Comics, and then also scootcomics.com. And like I mentioned earlier, I just reopened, and I'll post it on Facebook, which is just Scott McMahon, but scootcomics.bigcartel.com, and that's going to have a bunch of my daily drawings up there and just stuff I find around my house that, I think people might dig.
Old vacuums and salt and pepper shakers and
old T-shirts.
Yeah, T-shirts.
Yeah, autographed. Yeah.
Broken toys from his children.
Yeah, VHS tapes, all that stuff.
Yeah, also, because Dave does all the hard marketing work for me, just follow Dave at Dave Scheidt, and he talks about me all the time, so he does all the stuff that I don't have to do.
That sounds so weird, like you say, he talks about me all the time.
Yeah, he does.
That guy won't shut up about it.
Yeah, but we get it. Yeah, we get along, well, obviously, because David is here joining us right now. David Scheid. I'm gonna start calling you David.
David, thank you, man.
But yeah, you can find me at all those scootcomics.com, and then there's links to my Facebook and my Twitter from there, and also Scoot Comics on Instagram. And I do daily drawings all the time. I don't have a store up to sell my books yet. I'm working on that, but you can just direct message me if you're into Sammy, Wrapped Up, Spot, any of the books. Go to Scoot Comics and you'll see those on there. So, that's the best way to connect with me. Or if I don't really do too many commissions outside of the shows, just because I'm busy, balancing, like we talked about earlier, family, work, and actually working on books that are going to come out with publishers. But you can still message me, and I can turn you down. So feel free to message me. Because once in a while,
formality.
people ask for something that actually sounds fun and silly for me to draw really quick. Especially the more non-specific it is, the better. If you just say, "Hey, can you do a picture of Batman for me?" Then I might be more willing to do that. But if you send me a picture of your family and you want me to draw them, I'm probably not going to do that. So
Occasionally, if you're really nice to Scoot, I have to find it. Where is it at? Hold on.
a sketch cover.
No,
Changing
he will
the colors.
They
Yeah.
look cool.
I don't know where it went. It must be. Well, you can see it here. He will draw your face as a mad scientist if you're real nice to him sometimes.
Right.
And a
Yeah,
truck
I
on top of your hat.
I did that for you because you're a friend, but
Yeah.
I not do that.
If you're real nice to him, he'll draw a truck on your hat.
Yeah, there it is.
Wait, let's see it. You drew a truck? Let me see it.
I drew. He wanted a cartoon of his face, and then as a mad scientist, and then he wanted some stuff on his hat,
okay, yeah.
sciencey. And I asked Oliver, I go, "What should I put on his hat?" And he said a truck, so I put
Yeah,
a truck.
He's smart. Good boy.
Yeah.
He did it because he wanted to do a photo, just like I have a cartoon photo a buddy of mine made of my face. So, and Kyle and I do a lot of stuff on the radio. So, when I create graphics or whatnot for recaps of our stuff, we have two cartoon faces. So, because they're a lot better than our normal faces.
Yeah, I know people don't like looking at mine, so that's why I always use cartoon ones.
Dave and I always use cartoon ones for our author photos and stuff.
Because
like
we make comics for kids, so we don't want to freak them out, you know. So that's the sacrifice we have to make.
Yeah.
Dave, where can people find you on the social medias and the internet, and where can people hand you money for your work?
So I'm usually hanging out at my local 7-Eleven in Chicago. I'm usually hanging out on the curb. So if you want to buy me some beef jerky or Fanta or something like that, that'd be tight. No, so I'm at Dave Scheid. You can see it on there. It's, my Twitter, Instagram, all that's the same. I basically just post a lot of like Whitney Houston vocal covers. What else do we post? Just about a lot of like food. Just talk about food all the time. I'm constantly hungry. So.
Oh, Dave, you have a book coming out, or you talk about it. You post about it all the time. Your other book.
Oh yeah. So I have a book, a graphic novel series with my friend Miranda called Mayor Good Boy, coming out through Random House next year. It's a 3-book graphic novel series. It's about a dog who legally takes over a town. He's the mayor, so they have to. It's legally binding, so they have to like listen to him. So that'll be pretty good. And yeah, just check me out on Twitter, Instagram. Yep. Say nice things to Scoot because he needs to hear it sometimes. He's a good, handsome boy. We love him.
Scoot's a good egg.
#1 handsy boy. We love him.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I totally blew my pitch, by the way. People probably fell asleep.
Well, all the links to all of this stuff, including Dave's social media and the Google Maps to his local 7-Eleven, will be on GarageCon.live under the GarageCon links tab here momentarily, so you'll be able to follow up with these guys and pick up their work.
Yeah. If you want to, I could send you my satellite coordinates. If anyone feels like fighting right now, you could come fight. I don't have anything going on. Yeah, drop your GPS. I'll come see you. Come see me.
Wear a mask.
Yeah. No, you have to wear a mask.
Stay 6 feet apart.
Yeah.
Wash your hands.
Social distance fight.
You take one punch and then step back, and then one punch and step back. Yeah. So be responsible at least.
Throw a punch, wash your hands. You throw a punch, you wash your hands.
Squirt hand sanitizer on it. You know. It'd be good. Good stuff.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you to Peapod for hosting this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for having us. This is great.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Scoot. Thank you for cleaning your room, Scoot. We appreciate it.
Yes.
It looks really nice and clean. It looks like you Swiffered in there. It looks nice.
You see Darth?
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, he's good.
Oh, hey, Scoot, can I get a commission of Kenny Omega covered in glue?
Oh my god.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, do it. Yeah. Oh my god. Do it.
Actually, don't do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, it was a lot of fun. Kyle, thank you for inviting me and helping out, and your awesome things as always have. And I guess I'll cheap plug myself before I leave. If you're into music and music across the Midwest, I host a podcast called the On the Radar Podcast. It's on all major podcast platforms: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It's at On the Radar PC. And then if you're in Toledo, turn on the radio. I will probably be on it. So there you go.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Stick around, refresh your feed. We're going to stop this feed and start a new feed. That way we don't get in trouble with Facebook on the live stream here. And we'll be right back in about 45 seconds with Corinne Roberts. We'll see everybody very soon. Bye, guys.